Hello everyone, welcome along to the Hockenheimring. We are getting ready for the first part of our 12 hours of Hockenheim for the, once again, part of the Creventic European series and moreover, the full world calendar. We started our year in Dubai, and the first round of our European series was the 12 hours in Mugello at the start of March. We were in Spa a couple of weekends ago, and now it's time for the Hockenheim. It's great to be here in a beautiful, beautiful Hockenheimring, where there is not a cloud in the sky. The temperatures are way above what you would expect in the middle of May, and basking in those temperatures, we can head down to the grid with Peter Snowden.
Not just on the grid, but on pole position. My first ever visit to Hockenheim. It's as close as I'm going to get to pole position. 24-hour series do things big time, big and properly, and just look at these trophies. Seb, our cameraman's got a quick look there. There's our main trophy right in the middle there, this series trophy. We have a Spirit of the Meeting trophy on the right-hand side as well. More of that from our commentators in the booth a little bit later, but we also have the commemorative trophies on the left-hand side. Every single finisher classified in this race will have one of those trophies, but you've got to go and collect them yourself, unbelievably. Very shortly, we're going to go to the GT interviews on the grid, but first we're going to have the national anthem of the host country, and for that, performing that, we're going to have Rolf Stahlhofen.
Tell me to start.
Einigkeit und Recht und Freiheit für das deutsche Vaterland. Danach lass uns alle streben, brüderlich mit Herz und Hand. Einigkeit und Recht und Freiheit sind des Glückes Unterpfand. Blühen Glanze dieses Glückes, blühe deutsches Vaterland.
Thank you.
Rolf Stahlhofen, thank you very much, and you can put your cap back on now. He was very worried about getting too sunburnt on the grid. Thank you very much, Rolf. So, front row, we have the two Audis. Jutta on second place, but let's just go with our pole position car first. The car collection motorsport entry. We've got a team here. We've got young Max Edelhoff. Pole position, lovely temperatures. You've got the fastest car on the grid. What's not to like?
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to drive in these sunny conditions. Yesterday qualifying was very good for us, and it's a 12-hour race. I think our next step is to have a clean start and see what we are up to next.
Now, of course, it's a slightly different strategy on this 24-hour series, because at Spa we had it split differently over the Saturday and Sunday, so we've got 2 6 hours effectively. I know it's 10 minutes different, but is there a different thought on strategy for that?
Kind of. I think the target is to stay in the lead lap, that we can have the restart tomorrow in the same lap as the leader. Hopefully we hopefully can bring it to the end today and see what's up next tomorrow.
You say start on the same lap as the leader tomorrow. Presumably you want to be that leader, and presumably you'd like to be a lap ahead. Can you do a sprint today to try and achieve that? To start tomorrow a lap ahead?
Yeah, that's what we want to, but we have strong conditions here and other strong drivers. I think to be in the first position and in the same lap would be fine for us for tomorrow.
And thoughts on temperature, because it's warmer today, a couple of degrees than yesterday. Tomorrow's going to be another 3, if continues predicted. How does that affect you?
Yeah, I think the weather is always a bit tricky for the tires, for the tire management. I think at the first 5-6 lap we will push a little bit harder and then see after the tires for the whole stint. Depends on the strategy, 2 hours or only 1 hour. Yeah, we have to look.
Okay, well, we wish you luck and we look forward to seeing you. Thank you very much, Max Edelhoff. Let's go across to the other Audi on the front row. This is the Utah car, and we're just trying to find one of our drivers. Who's you're starting? Ulyss? You're starting, Ulyss. Thank you very much. We've just heard from Max in a similar Audi, and what can you tell us, or what can you not tell us, the strategist?
We're just the goal is just to stay on track, to keep the pace, not to do something crazy on the first out laps, and yeah, we're just focusing to stay up and to finish the race.
I mean, classic endurance approach, but is it thinking about getting through today to start tomorrow?
Of course, I mean, it's always a goal to be on top, but yeah, we have to find some strategy like wins on, especially maybe on code 60s. Have to maybe we can win sometime there, and also on the driver changes. But basically, the main point is just to keep the pace as good as we can.
Classic endurance racing. Stay out of trouble. Stay out of the pits.
Of course, yeah.
Thank you very much, Julius. Let's go down to the second row now, and a bit of a mix-up here. Still mid-engine cars. I'll come to that in a minute. That's the P4 car, which is the Lamborghini. But we've got on P3, we've got our American entry, CP Racing. Mr. Putnam and Mr. Espinal is starting the car, looking very, very cool. And of course, Joe Foster. I was going to come to him. I was just doing the Chris's first. Right? Okay, give me a chance. Front engine car. So Chris, you'll start at Charlie. You're starting the car. So thoughts on this? Front engine car. Obviously, lots of cockpit heat compared to the other cars around you with mid-engined. How does that? Are you looking forward to that? Bit of a workout?
Yeah, for sure. You know, obviously being from Florida, we're used to it. All my German compatriots here say, "Man, it's very hot, very hot." And this is nothing. So, you know, obviously it with the front engine car, it gets a little hotter, but we're prepared.
But I mean, just apart from affecting you, the drivers and your teammates, does that have any difference on the car, putting heat into the car with that big engine right up front?
Oh, absolutely. You know, the Hankook tires do a really good job, but obviously in this heat, that much weight on the front, this tight of a circuit, you know, we really have to manage the tires.
And presumably front tires more?
Actually, the rear.
Was that down to your right foot?
Yeah, pretty much. You really got to, obviously coming off some of the tighter corners, we're struggling with the rear a little bit. So we can manage the front pretty good. But yeah, we got to take care of actually all four, but more the rear.
So does that mean you can't have too much pace at the start? You've got to manage that for longer, or can't you give that away?
Yeah, so it's really not.
That smile said it all.
Yeah, there's obviously some strategy on how you take care of the tire for the full stint, and you know, especially today with it being sunnier. It's
yeah, I didn't see that bulletin on tire wear from the team.
Yeah, right. So yeah, it's a really nice day.
Great. Looking forward to it. Have a good one, and we'll have a catch with the other guys on the team. Just you didn't think you were getting away that lightly, did you?
Oh, sure we did.
It's going to be that easy.
I thought it was that easy, but not with you.
It's because you look casual, so I thought, no, we'll just go back to it.
Oh, we're always casual here, except when we're focused and behind that wheel.
Just call it laid-back racing would be easy, wouldn't it?
Well, we're a little more than laid back.
You certainly enjoy it, though. It's a great series, isn't it?
Oh, we enjoy the series. We enjoy the competitors. And, of course, our team has been together for a long time, so we're a small family. We enjoy being at the racetrack together.
It's good to have you go. And, Joe, you had Shane Lewis in the car at Spa, so you're back in for this one. How's that come about?
Well, I think it was we've been running as a foursome for quite a while, and I think strategically we decided in the 12-hour races it was just easier and to run 3 for strategy. and getting the right drive time in and maximizing the car and the team. So we just decided to alternate the 12 hours with he and I, and then on the long races we'll all do together. So it's all good.
You said it's a family effort. It's not just a team, it's a family effort, isn't it?
No, absolutely. And you'll notice that Shane is still here with us this weekend on the radio with us, helping with strategy and all that. So he's still here. We're just maximizing the strategy.
Charles told me that he could have a weekend off, and you're such a team effort and such a family and so united. He said, no, you know what, I'll come together and I'll be a strategist. And he said this morning, I'm struggling being a strategist. I want to be in the car. So look out.
Oh, of course. I mean, he's a fantastic driver and a great part of the team. So he'll be back, and then we'll, again, alternating the 12 hours actually work. You saw how good it worked at Spa. We had a fantastic result that I enjoyed just as much. So it's all good.
Thank you very much, Joe. I think that's something that probably encapsulates the philosophy of this 24-hour series. Shane Lewis doesn't need to be here. He's not driving the car, but he wants to be part of the team, and he's here doing the strategy for his teammates. I think that just absolutely sums up how 24-hour series works. Seb, I know we've got the Lamborghini there, but I just want to walk a little bit further down, because we've got some of the Porsches a bit further down, and we had one that had a little issue yesterday, and I had to have a chat in the pit garage with it. It had what I described as superficial damage, and apparently that was confirmed. There was no real damage to it. I'm just trying to find a little bit further down, but we're just going past some of our 992 entries. I'm also looking for our first Maniac entry, which is first time out. Autorama's 3-time series champions. They're running a car in this for the first time, and we've got one of the Vortexes here, which was the car that had an issue yesterday in qualifying with a door coming open. I think it was just a case of not properly closed. And I'm getting further and further down the back. Right, here we've got to the two cars I want, and they're on the same row. So we've got the GT4, the sole GT4 entry of Maniac Racing with the AMG Mercedes. I'll come back to that in a minute. I'm just going to try and find our driver of our 912 numbered Lorient Porsche. Who's that? Well, you're starting the Lorient car?
Yes, I'm Fred. Fred Ansel. Hello.
Hello, Fred. Thank you very much, Fred. Fred Ansel starting this car. This is the 912 number in the 992 class, just to completely confuse us. You can't make it easy for us commentators, can you?
Yes, but the mechanics works all night to fix it, and now it's a good car.
Yeah, well, it was a good car before. It's an even better car now.
Yeah, better, perhaps. We'll start in the end of the field, so we wait the end of the first race to know if we are a competitor or not.
Well, it looks like it's new. You couldn't tell anything had ever happened to it yesterday, so I'd pay full. I'd pay sticker price for it.
Yeah, we have many parts of what do you say, spare parts. So
it's looking good. Have a good one. Have a good race. Thank you. So it's going to pop across to the other side. So this is our first entry ever from Liechtenstein, the Maniac entry. We're trying to see. We're driving. So you're driving. There's two of you standing here. One, he's got his overall done up. He should be nice and cool.
Yeah, I'm cool actually with my black shirt.
Yeah, that's a good color choice on this weather.
Yeah, it's a black car, black shirt. But we have an air conditioner in the car, so I don't mind. I'm cool.
These drivers get it so easy days. Air conditioning, cool suits.
Much too easy, but the downside is you can't scroll down the windows. So actually the air conditioning is mandatory, otherwise you starve.
But so tell us a little bit about Maniac, and I'm also intrigued before we get that on the logo. I know we have to be very careful where we go with this because it looks very similar to a certain alcoholic beverage logo type company.
I don't know what you're talking about. Actually.
I didn't think you would.
Yeah, I mean you have to talk to these guys. I'm a trademark lawyer actually, so.
Just run that by me again. You're a trademark lawyer.
I should be able to discuss about that issues, but I won't.
Do I need to sign an NDA now?
Yes.
I thought you'd say that. What brings you into the 24-hour series? What's the attraction?
What's the attraction? I mean, I'm competing for quite a few years in the 24-hour series. It's very accessible. It's easy to come here. It's like a family. It's good racing, a lot of different classes, which makes it interesting. Different speed of cars. You have to be careful what you do, but you still can really, for a comparably good budget, you can do real racing. That's really nice.
And why GT4? There's various classes you could go for. Why GT4 to start?
For me, this year is kind of an intermediary season. Last year we became champions in TCR class, and yeah, we need to sort out what to do the next years. GT4 is an option, but those are other things. Let's see what the next races bring.
Okay, and strategy, any thoughts for strategy on the race or anything you can or cannot tell us?
I couldn't tell you because our class is, really heavily fought in, because there is actually only one contender. So yeah, just drive clean, no incidents, and try to be as far up front in the overall classification as we can.
Well, have a good. I'm sure you will. So we're just going to go into the last little bit. We're getting down to the TCR end of the grid, which I believe our colleague Chris Dawes is going to come and cover fairly shortly. That's most of the GT score. Seb, shall we just go back up a little bit and see if we can catch the Lamborghini at the front? It was on the second row of the car we were looking at. Very distinctive. I think it's...
Peter, you've also got...
See Lamborghini out here. They do have the pace. We've seen them in other series, such as NLS, Conrad run them. They certainly have the pace, but it's keeping that pace across the whole race distance is the issue. It's split into 6 hours today and tomorrow. Not quite. It's actually 6 hours and 5 minutes the race today, and 5 hours 55 tomorrow. Just a very slight difference in this bit. Effectively, 2 6-hour races. So we're just heading back up. So of course we got our 992 class here with a Porsche. Just having a very, very slight technical issue here with the radio, because I can't hear whether you can hear me or not. I think I can hear myself over the PA, which is slightly disconcerting, but just while we have a technical battery change. And I think we're back. Yes, indeed, we are. Thank you. Thank you very much, Neil. Thank you. And a bit of pre-race technical upgrade there. What a time for the batteries to go, Seb? Do you put the old ones in overnight? Yeah, I told you to put them on charge. Right, so we've got our 710 Lamborghini, which is on P4 alongside the CP Racing Mercedes. I take it you're starting this?
No, I'm starting this...
I meant this one, yeah, not the Mercedes.
Yeah.
They might not like that.
Yeah, let's see. We talk after the first corner.
Yeah. So talking the first corner, your P4, what are your thoughts? What is the strategy, or is it just, you tell me?
I mean, this is a long distance race, as everybody knows. You don't win it in the first corner, you win it tomorrow evening. But anyway, we are all racers, and everybody will be pushing. I mean, let's be serious. They are GT3, I'm a GTX. I can struggle them a little bit, but in the end, they are the faster cars. But we are happy to be in pole here.
But you say that they are faster, but that's quite obviously a GTX car. This is actually slightly quicker in a straight line down some parts of the circuit, so in pure straight line. So can you do an overall podium?
Yeah, it depends. You need luck, and you need to drive. So it depends everything on how long you can hold the car on the track and less time in the pit.
You say about going down to the first corner, it's a long race. We all know that's the idea, but drivers are drivers, aren't they? I'm not suggesting you're going to do it, but drivers, and we've got a big wide runoff area on the left-hand side there, so it might get interesting. You're going to keep it nice and steady, or do you think emotions and instinct will take over?
It's not a question of emotions. It's more a question of instinct, where you find place. You need space.
So not non-emotional, just instinct.
No, just instinct.
It's just a spreadsheet, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I don't believe you for a minute. You're doing this to enjoy it. It's brilliant. Thank you very much. That's our 4th place car. So we're heading back up towards the front. One of the things that always surprises me and I really like about the 24-hour series is not just the scale of these trophies, but if you're not familiar with it, they leave the trophies on this trolley standing on the grid for the race start. And it's I did sit in on the driver's briefing yesterday because I'm sad like that. And it is very, very clear that not only must you form up in the correct manner under the race director's instructions, etc., but also the main thing is, when they come onto the start of the race, or move off the start of the grid, they have to stay in line to go past these trophies. And the first time I ever saw it, I couldn't quite believe it, because you obviously clear a grid just before the start of any race, and they don't. They leave the trophies out there. And most of it's bright and sunny. Some dark, wet day, they may not see them quite so easily. I guess if they know where they all are. So we've got our countdown to grid clearing a minute. Our red lights are on. So we're going to have our grid cleared. 12 hours of Hockenheim will be starting very, very shortly. And we're done down here on the grid. So 12 hours to go, 6 hours today. And just absolutely, about you said, I can't wait.
Peter Snowden down there on the grid there, and the grid positions as he was going back and forth there, with the pole position being held by the number 34 car, Collection Motorsport Audi, Max Edelhoff starting that car alongside him, the Jutta Racing Audi LM GT3 as well, with Julius Adamicius starting that one. Second row of the grid, the 85 CP Racing Mercedes. Alongside him is the Lippert Motorsport GTX, Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Third row, the Plus Line, fastest of the 992 cars. First time we've had the number 905 here, the Plus Line team. Peter Terting's team, he's going to be starting that car, and he's very quick as well, so it's not all GT3 cars. He's on the third row. Outside of the third row, slightly further back than we would have expected, perhaps, that Phoenix car, Michael Doppelmayr will be starting it, so looking forward to his keeping clear and out of trouble there in the Phoenix car. Winners at Spa, of course, the number 18 car. Row 4, 903, the second fastest 992 car, the Red Ant Racing car, which Yannick Red Ant will be starting, and alongside him the Red Camel Jordan's 992, which Rick Breukers will be starting. So we've got 3 992s in the first 4 rows. Looking back to row 5, and there we get another Lamborghini Super Trofeo. This is the RD Signs car, which Bitkevicius will be starting, car number 720, and alongside that is the BMW M6 GT3, which Baz Schouten will be starting for JR Motorsport. That's car number 2, row 5. Row 6 is car number 928, the NKPP Porsche 992. Alongside that, the Vortex, car number 701, running in the GTX class. Row 7 is car number 910, the E2P Racing. It's a 911 car, but running as a GTX, or 991, I should say, but it's running as a GTX car because we don't have any other cars in that class. Alongside it, this is the 904, the second of the Red Ant cars, and that's on row 7. At row 8, we've got the GT4 Mercedes that Peter Snowden was talking to there, car number 412, and alongside that is car number 912, and under the cars that Peter spoke to, the 912 Porsche Lorient car, also running in the 992 Cup class. That's the top 8 rows and completes the GT grid. The TCE grid, pole position there is car number 120. The Lestrup Racing team, Andreas Bachmann will be starting for them with car number 120. Alongside that car on the TCE grid is the Monlau Competition Cupra, and they'll be starting on the outside of row, on the front row, the outside of the front row. Row 2 will be the Wolf Power Racing Audi RS3, car number 116. Alongside that, the Wimmerwerks Motorsport Cupra, with its running in TCR as well. be Dominik Hasselsteiner starting that car for the Austrian Wimmerwerk team. Row 3, 102, Holmgard Motorsport. Look out for them. There'll be front runners, no doubt, in their Cupra. And on the outside of row 3 is the Lestrup Racing Team, the second Lestrup Racing Team car number 110, Max Olsen's car. Row 4, the 221 X-Swift racing car. Stephen de Wolf will be starting that car, number 221. And on the outside of row 4, car number 105, is the GSR Motorsport VW Golf GTI, which Mindaugas Liaticus will be starting. Last car on the grid. Disappointing qualifying for them, but look out for them making good progress during the race itself. This is a 205 Porsche Cayman. It's running as a TCX class car, basically because it's not quite a GT4 car. Doesn't quite fit into GTX, or if it did fit into GTX, it wouldn't be able to keep pace with the rest of the GTX cars. Car number 205, Bradley Ellis will be starting it. It's the Veluga Racing Porsche Cayman. It's a 718 GT4 starting at the back of the grid, but I'm sure they won't be last come the end of the first lap.
Fantastic to hear the voice of Paul Truswell here on 24H Series, getting ourselves ready for the 12 hours of Hockenheim. Thank you very much to Peter Snowden, who was incredibly busy down there on the grid, chatting with our GT contenders. Actually, did way more than we were expecting him to, but that's okay, that's brilliant. And it just looks so awesome, doesn't it? We've got a couple of the grid girls down there. We've got a full grid of cars, all glistening in the sunshine. And we really are looking forward to a busy 6 hours and 5 minutes today, and then 5 hours and 55 minutes tomorrow. Yes, really, that is, and yes, we are going racing at 10 to the hour, all because of curfews, of course. We're running long distance racing. You're always up against the curfew. Here in Hockenheimring, the curfew is 8 o'clock. At Spa-Francorchamps, it was 6 o'clock. And so engines must be off by then. And therefore, you can't throw the checkered flag at 8 o'clock because engines will not be off. And therefore, we need to finish the race before 8 o'clock this evening. And that is why we are starting a little earlier than the advertised 2 o'clock start time earlier on. We are going to be rolling up at 10 to the hour. It is, in parts, a circuit that is very forgiving. If you run wide at turn 1, there's a nice big area of gravel. If you run wide at the penultimate turn, you have the drag strip that you can use to run off the circuit. But there are other places around the track where the gravel trap is there to bite, especially if you come into the stadium section just on the last part of the lap. What used to be a big heavy braking zone, turn right into the stadium section, having spent kilometres and kilometres in the trees around the Hockenheimring, now much more open, all the circuit obviously open to the elements rather than going through the trees. In fact, very difficult now to even see where the old circuit used to go through the trees, and a bit of an adventure if you want to get down to the memorial for Jim Clark, of course, who was killed here in 1968. But if you are committed, you are able to just about find it. It does require some serious investigation. It's going to therefore be a challenging race. I think most importantly, the challenge is going to come, yes, from the gravel trap into the stadium section. We already saw 3 cars go off there in qualifying. We had quite an interrupted qualifying session, which means the averages of our 3 drivers not necessarily totally exactly how you would expect. Drivers simply just didn't get laps in because it was such a messy qualifying. And therefore, I think the first couple of laps is going to be quite challenging just to reset the order. It's not an easy place also to pass with traffic because there's always a left or a right turn. Of course, down towards Parabolica and hairpin, a little bit easier around there, but the rest of the lap is quite sinuous. So that is also a consideration. And unfortunately, we are going to have to mention the tyres because the temperature is so beautiful. I would say 25, 26 degrees. The tyres are going to be worked pretty hard, and they're going to have to look in the early stints at how much they're using the tyres, how much there is a drop-off. Usually, you don't double stint, especially in GT3. Maybe the TCR cars will double stint their rears, but I think you might have to nurse the tyres a little bit more than usual to get them to the stint length, which is obviously dictated by your fuel capacity, which, by the way, varies between cars. And fuel rate varies between cars thanks to success and balance of performance. So as we go through the 5.5 hours of today, we will explain much more about the intricacies of the 24H series, because we have the master, because we have the man who, if he's not commentating with us, is deciding the strategy for the teams out there. They don't necessarily listen, do they, Paul Trustwell, to you? But, you know, you of all the people that speak about this series, I think you're the man that knows the best on numbers and strategy.
Yeah, I mean, Creventic do a great job. I mean, they don't try and make it complicated. They try and make it fair, and they try and give a chance to everybody in different ways. I would stress, first of all, that for this race, I am 100% concentrated on what I'm doing. I'm not moonlighting for anybody else. I'm not doing any other work. This is my total focus, so there's going to be no distractions from this side of the booth. But it is great the way that Creventic does balance the performances, and there's various ways that they can do it. You're right about qualifying, Ben. That was very messy indeed. The first qualifying session interrupted by 2 code 60s and concluded with a red flag. The second session also was interrupted by a code 60, and that was a longer code 60, again concluded by a red flag. And as you say, that meant that the first 2 sessions, drivers really had to get a bit lucky, quite frankly, to get a good lap in. And I'm not saying that the qualifying session was a lottery, but there were certainly elements where you couldn't predict quite what was going to happen, and you did have to rely on a little bit of luck in order to get a good qualifying time. So I do expect the early part of the race just to be a little bit of shuffling around a little bit as the drivers find their feet.
We're going to check in with our onboard cameras that we will be seeing for our 12 hours of Hockenheim. That was the Ligier that we were riding on board with just a second ago, and thank you very much for placing the sticker in the right place. On board with our only GT4 entry, the Mercedes AMG GT4 of Maniac Racing. We had a great chat with one of the drivers who is a lawyer for brands. Well, I can't remember what he exactly said now, but
trademark lawyer.
Trademark lawyer, thank you very much. And the fact that the car doesn't have any similarities at all to anything we know previously. On board with the Lamborghini of RD Signs. This is the 720 car that's been heavily rebuilt after quite a hefty shunt in the first part of the Spa 12 hours a couple of weeks ago. And we also have on board with our pole position man, the 34 car of Dr. Kirchhoff, of Elmar Grimm, and Max Edelhoff will start the car, the fastest of the 3 drivers, really throwing the car around to try and get some temperature into the tyres. And of course, we could not go without an onboard camera with 909, the Red Camel Jordans. Rick Breukers will start that car and has plenty of attention from Porsches ahead and Porsches behind. It's going to be a hotly contested 992 category, I think, throughout these next 12.5 hours.
Absolutely agree with you. For my money, the 992 category, I mean, yes, I do have a vested interest in Red Camel, but the 992 category itself will be very close indeed. And I'm sure we're going to be looking at that one because we do have the Plus line car, new to the series. Red Ant, we know is quick. Red Camel, we know they're quick as well. So I think the 992s will not disappoint us at all. Plus, we got the TCRs. We didn't really get much of a chance to talk about them in the end, but they're going to provide us with a good battle. There's a good number of them out there, and enough certainly to give us a good race. Only one formation lap, and that's coming into the final part of the arena at the moment, Ben. So any moment now, this first element of 6 hours and 5 minutes will be underway.
Nice and slow through the penultimate couple of turns. 2 by 2 they come, with a little gap between the GT cars and our TCE categories. A beautiful day here at Hockenheimring in mid-May, and we're going to go racing once again for the 12 hours of Hockenheim. Round 3 of the European Series of the 24H Series. A long hold on the lights, kept them nicely bunched up, and they go green into turn 1. It's very tricky because it's a fast right-hand turn, and there's a couple of cars quite slow in the middle of the pack there from the GT category, which is going to allow the TCE cars to catch up, I think. But I think everybody has got cleanly through the first turn, first big braking zone. Have they got the brakes and tyres up to temperature to get the car slowed down? It looks like it's a slow Lamborghini. 720 was very cautious through turn 1 and also cautious through turn 2. So dropping through the pack, Andreas Bergveckus in the RD Signs, which is now started in 9th position, but I think almost down in 14th or 15th now as they head down to the next main overtaking opportunity, which is the hairpin. And it's 2x2 formation there as various people try and dive down the inside. Luckily, everyone seems to have got through in the GT category cleanly. No rubbiners racing, but there is still Red Camel being very aggressive in the 909, trying to go around the outside of another of the 992 category cars, I think, to take the lead in that category. So Rick Broiker's on a mission on this first lap.
I'd be surprised if he manages to get the lead of the class, Ben, but we'll see at the end, because Peter Terting is out there ahead of him, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one. But certainly, Rick, you're absolutely right, making it very clear where he was going in the opening laps. So has Max Edelhoff. He's cleared away in the car collection car, Audi, at the front of the field, and he's going to be the leader of our first lap, ahead of the Jutta Racing Audi there, with Julius Adamavicius coming through in second place, but having already dropped quite a few lengths as they come through to complete lap 1.
Over the line, 34, car collection leads Jutta Racing. CP dropping back behind Leopard, so Tim Muller in the Leopard Lamborghini up into 3rd position. We did say that the GTX car can be fast at certain points, and certainly Tim Muller pushing hard in these early laps, ahead of Charles Espenlaub in 4th position. And then the best of the 992s is Peter Terting aboard the Pulseline Racing team by Terting in the 905 Porsche, but that was the car that Rick Broikers was really hassling on that first lap. Whether he'll get past, you would imagine so, but Terting, one of only 2 pros that we've got in this category. We give everyone a rating. All the drivers have got different ratings, and we've got 2 pro drivers. Pierre Caffer in the Phoenix Racing Machine. We'll see him a little bit later on, but we've got Peter Terting, the other pro driver in that Pulseline Racing Team 905.
And Rick Broikers, as a semi-pro, shouldn't be able to keep up with a pro, you would have thought, but certainly at the moment he is doing, and as you said, Ben, putting him under quite a bit of pressure there. Adamavicius in 2nd place, dropping away to the tune of 1.6 seconds from Max Edelhoff, but we do still have that Audi 1-2, the Tim Muller Lamborghini in 3rd place, Leipert Motorsport then in 3rd, and the GTX car going well. Tim was a bit cautious with Peter on the grid when he was talking to him there, not really saying how much he could mix it with the GT3 cars. He said, oh, well, I've got a GTX, the others GT3s. Well, in a straight line, the Lamborghini, I can tell you, would beat the GT3 cars. They've got extra downforce on the GT3 cars, slows them down on the straights, makes them quicker in the corners, whereas the Leipert car can really leg it down the straights, but then has to anchor up a bit early when it comes to the braking zones.
Espenlaub now ahead of Tim Muller, so that has changed back again. And we've got CP Racing Mercedes ahead of Leopard Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. But we are rightly watching the battle for the lead in 992 because it is tight, and they've got attention from the BMW behind. It was incredibly fast in the hands of Bas Schuten in qualifying yesterday, but unfortunately dropped down the order as qualifying played out. Was actually the fastest car in qualifying, won that BMW M6. Wonderful to have such an example in the field. Should be faster than both of these Porsches ahead, but Terting, in the hands of Terting and Rick Broikers, I mean, effectively these are two of the fastest drivers we've got in the field, and so they can make those Porsches dance very nicely, and it's going to be hard for Bas Schuten to get a clear pass on them, I think.
I think you're right, yeah. The whole physical presence of that BMW making it a more difficult car somehow in the traffic. In TCR, the TCE division, the TCR class, it's Andreas Beckmann leading the way for Lestrup Racing, the car that started from the pole position. Kantasak Kuzini in the Monlau competition, Cupra is in second place, and he's less than half a second behind the Audi of Andreas Beckmann 120, so it's 120 leading 159. Third is 124, the Wimmerwerk Motorsport Cupra, and he's a couple of seconds adrift in third place. And then now up to fourth place in the TCR class is Marlon Menden in the Wolfbauer Racing Audi. So we've got an Audi and two Cupras in the top four there. And Bradley Ellis, starting from the back of the grid, is already up to 21st place overall, leading the way in terms of TCX, but they're just trying to get up into good overall positions. Bradley Ellis in 21st place in the Veluga Racing Porsche. Leaders now going through onto their, what are we on now? The third lap of the race, and as you were, we're on the fourth lap of the race, and still positions up at the front fairly easy, but Ben described how Charles Espenlaub in the CP Racing Mercedes was closing the gap, well, continuing to pull away from the Lippert Lamborghini. Charles Espenlaub is now putting the pressure on the number 71 Jutta Racing Audi in second place, so we could well see that Mercedes challenging for second in the next couple of minutes or so.
On board with Max Edelhoff, sweeping through the Mercedes-Benz section of turns. Plenty of rubber laid down after a whole day of testing on Friday. And of course, Thursday as well, I think they had an open practice day here, as well as the qualifying sessions that were rather interrupted by plenty of code 60s and red flags. So lap times not necessarily, or the grid not necessarily relevant to the pace of the three drivers, but we do also now combine all three drivers' times to establish that grid, so it can also slightly mix it up in comparison to what we see now, which is certainly in the hands of Max Edelhoff, a very fast car, Collection 34. Looks a little bit sketchy though. It's definitely not up to kind of comfortableness yet, because there's a lot of correction going on. The car's moving around a lot underneath him, and he is definitely on a push because he is also clear of the cars behind him.
Yeah, of course, you've got to remember, Ben, that these cars will be fully fueled up at this point, and that will be adding quite a bit to the weight of the cars. Most of these GT3 cars will take 120 litres. It depends what they've been homologated with, but regardless of the amount of fuel that can be put into them, they'll all be starting with an absolutely full tank of fuel, and it may well be the only time in the 6 hours of today's race that they actually run with a full tank of fuel, because of course the refueling here in Creventic races done in a separate area at the end of the pit lane, and it's a big long, we reckon it's nearly 100 meters of extra driving to go into the refueling area at 20 kilometers an hour before you even start the refueling process. So it's a long old process to refuel, so if you possibly can, you want to refuel during a code 60 when the rest of the field are running more slowly. We'll see how that pans out, but as I say, Max Edelhoff not hanging around, the car looking a handful, I agree with you. 143.141 is his best lap of the race, he's just set that, and we're on lap 5.
Change of position at the head of TCE with Candy Kasuri in the BBR Cupra Competition, the new version of Cupra, ahead for the moment of the Audi RS3, which has Andreas Bachmann driving for Lestrup Racing Team. So very much their star in that 120 Audi. Andreas Bachmann, sometime World Touring Car driver, alongside his sister Jessica, and the Bachmann family run outfit. They also raced in TCR Europe actually more successfully than they found in World Touring Cars. Don't think they've had much experience in the Audi RS3, but either way, Andreas Bachmann at the moment pushing hard, but Candy Kasuri passing and perhaps stretching a little bit of an advantage to the Lestrup Racing. Let's not count out Wolfbauer Racing as well. They were at the sharp end last time we were at Spa-Francorchamps, and the Audi always a strong endurance TCR machine. Interesting that they are right on the tail of our only 991 entry, which is actually classed here this weekend as a GTX car, and that is V2P Racing's Pablo Buguera. Pablo will be sharing that car with Javier Morcillo, who I think, if memory serves, and it's been a long time, is a Spanish dentist and has epic, or used to have epic sideburns. So that's one for our pit reporters to go and check out. But for the moment, it will be Javier Morcillo on the pit wall, as at the moment causing a bit of problems actually for these two fast TCR cars is Pablo, because obviously the Porsche has a lot more straight line speed, but is being driven quite carefully in the corners and with a lot of front wheel turning, steering, accelerating, braking, doing all the work, those front wheels. TCR cars can carry huge speed through corners, and they are finding themselves catching that Porsche in the more twiddly sections of the lap, including for Gandhi Kasuri, corner 1 there, where he had to get right out of the throttle, and Bachmann nearly ended up getting alongside him. What Bachmann needs to do here, Paul, is to think touring car endurance. I don't know how much time he's got in endurance racing, but he is known for being a bit of a sprint race specialist when it comes to his last-minute dives, and he needs to remember this is a long game. He's got an hour and a half with this car at least.
Yeah, this is the beauty of this type of racing. The problem with it is, of course, that you're essentially racing to have fun, and it's much more fun if you're having a battle with someone than it is to say, oh, okay, I'll just let you go then. No, I've got the capability, I've got the driving skill to keep up with you, I'm going to try and do so. But you're right, it is looking a bit like a touring car sprint race between the two of them, and love to see the way that one pans out. But at the moment, Cassini is not exactly drawing away in the lead from Bachmann, but he is, yeah. You see, he's looking more comfortable than he was. They're just turning into the final turn out of the arena. Two separate turns, which kind of make up the what used to be the south curve. Still is the south curve. Two corners, one to go into it, one to come out of it, and here they come to complete another lap. That being the 6th lap completed for the TCR runners. The race leader already coming through to very nearly complete his 7th, and it's still Max Edelhoff leading the way and lapping faster than anyone else as the fuel load lightens. Rick Breukers puts in the quickest lap of the 992 race so far, so the quickest lap of that class at 1:44.337. That's quicker than anyone else has gone in the 992 class, although he's still second in the class, isn't he, ahead of it's Ayrton Red Ant actually driving the Red Ant. No, it's not. Sorry, it is Yannick. Sorry, I told you it was Yannick at the start, and I thought it had changed. No, it's not. It is Yannick Red Ant, and going through now, leading the class, is Rick Breukers. So Red Camel now leads the 992 class with car number 909, and Rick Breukers in control, despite the fact that he lost a place on that lap to the BMW. Baz Schouten, number 2, going through and overtaking the pair of them. So Baz Schouten in 5th place overall. So we've got GT3 cars 1st, 2nd and 3rd. The Lamborghini GTX car in 4th place. Then another GT3 car in 5th place in the shape of the BMW. Then we have the entire 992 class with Red Camel leading the way, Rick Breukers. Peter Terting in 905, the Plus Line car in 2nd place. In 3rd place, Yannick Red Ant in 903. In 4th place, as far as the 992s are concerned, is Sam de Jong in the 904 car. And in 5th place in the 992 class, number 912, Frederick Ansel, spurred on by his chat with Peter Snowden on the grid. He's in 5th place in the 992 class and 10th overall.
If you want to get in touch with us, don't forget we are on hashtag 24H series. You can chat to myself at Ben Consty or at Paul Trustwell. We'll be monitoring the hashtag throughout the next 5.5 hours. If you have any questions about this championship, this is the time to ask them. I'm not going to be able to really tell you what is going on, but the man who really knows everything is right with us. And look at this for a battle. For 4th position overall, the Lamborghini starting to be caught by the warmed up GT GT3 and 992 cars. Rick Broikers holding his own here with a BMW M6 GT3 car and then the Super Trofeo Lamborghini. So 3 different types of car running very close on track right now. Tim Muller running a little bit wide through the second part of turn 2, which gives him now should give him the legs coming onto the Parabolica. The Lamborghini is slippery and fast, as we've already mentioned, so it's going to be hard for the BMW to attack and get past on the brakes because he's not going to be close enough. Interestingly though, Rick Broikers does look close enough to maybe try and have a go at the BMW, which he decides against. Broikers now the lead 992 car, but has that big old BMW M6 right in front of him. And I'm sure Baz Schouten will be getting a little frustrated with Tim Muller in the Lamborghini because he will be faster in all of the fiddly stuff, whether it be through this Mercedes-Benz arena or at the end of the lap through the stadium section. But ultimately, he can't find a way through. And if he does find a way through, the Lamborghini can just blast past on the straights when it can open its legs again. This is where the BMW will be stronger, carrying speed into the slower sections of the lap. It really does close right onto the tail of the Super Trofeo Lamborghini. This is the 710 entry, which is Leopard, and it actually gets out the way. Leopard gets out the way. We've got a spinner, NKPP, facing the wrong direction, 928, which is Gies Bessem. At the tail end of our 992 category. Interestingly though, that move from Tim Muller just seemed like he got out of the way, just let them through.
Well, this is the problem for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, because it's such a different type of car, so fast in a straight line, but with next to no downforce compared to the GT3 cars, and so he has to anchor up early for the corners, and that, as I say, just changes the nature of the way that car makes its speed around the lap. Bit of an incident on the circuit.
Two cars facing the wrong direction there. Maniac's Mercedes GT4, and we have the TCR. I want to say that's the Wolf Power TCR Audi RS3 that has not continued to move, and it looks as though maybe the steering is facing the wrong direction. It is Marlon Menden in the Wolf Power Audi RS3. A little bit of steam coming and a bit of fire starting to kick off on the front left from the brakes. I think that front left has had contact with the Mercedes and is facing the wrong direction, and now there's a bit of heat sink going on. Definitely not going to get that car moved if it is facing the wrong direction, and therefore we go code 60 here for the first time after just 12 minutes of racing and some work to do to go and recover that car. Let's have a look at see what happened, but firstly, before we do that, we're going to replay the start of the race. It was a clean start, nice and compact as well. They were only released quite late on the start, finishing straight, and it was a nice move with the Lamborghini at that point going out the shot, and there was just a slow Lamborghini in the middle part, which would have been the 720. Just didn't have any confidence in turn 1. It did allow some of the touring cars, the TCE category cars, to get right on the tail of some of the GT4 cars. Now that fire is started to take hold a bit more, and they do really need to get that fire extinguisher on it before it spreads any further.
Meanwhile, we've got this code 60 which is going on, and a tough call here. Do you come in for fuel or not? I'd say it's been responded to about 50-50. Half the cars coming in to get more fuel, half of them staying out there and staying on the track. Those who have come in, almost without exception, have come in for fuel only. The exception to that being the 905, the Plus Line car. Peter Terting has brought the car in, and it's stopped in front of the garage. You can see from up here our position overlooking the pit lane that they're actually looking on, I think, just reducing the tyre pressures a little bit on Peter Terting's car, which might explain why he wasn't quite so quick. But a bit of an awkward time for a code 60 this early in the race, because you've only got 10 laps worth of fuel that you can get in. Is it worth it? Is it not worth it? You're going to lose track position whilst you're refueling, but with a relatively small entry list. What have we got? 26 cars on the entry list. It means that the chances of all the fuel pumps getting used at the same time is slightly less. We've got 8 pumps here at Hockenheim this weekend, so there's enough to go around 8 of them, but if all 26 want to come in at the same time, that isn't going to work.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have 5 cars in the fuel bay right now. Charles Espenlaub in CP Racing. Jutta Racing have come in as well, and has the JR Motorsport BMW M6. We also saw Red Camel and, as you mentioned, Peter Terting taking fuel. So the top 2 in 992. I wonder whether they responded to each other, therefore, between the 2 of them. Interestingly, though, the only car to come into the pit lane and stop was Peter Terting to get the setup better on that car, finding he couldn't stick with Rick Breukers, and in true pro style, trying to eke out a little bit more performance from the car rather than a wholesale change. They'll also be in that car for another hour at least, probably.
Well, especially if they're getting more fuel, that's the whole point. They would get enough fuel for, with 992, about an hour and 20 minutes anyway. With the extra 10 laps worth of fuel that they're getting now, then that'll give them time to get them not quite to the 2-hour mark, but close to the 2-hour mark in the race overall. Work, I won't say it's slow, because the marshals are not slow, but it's taking its time before we get this TCR Audi brought to a place of safety, or at least out of the way where it is. I don't know if Ben ever said, it's at turn 3, which is variously known as the Bernie Ecclestone corner, the entrance to the Parabolica, this long sweeping left-hander. If you're familiar with the way that the new Hockenheim layout is, as there's a long sweeping left-hander which takes you kind of on the inside of the forest, where the cars used to go between the trees. It now brings them around the edge of the trees. And
I don't think it was the edge of the trees when the circuit was built there, though. I'm sure the edge of the trees was closer to the paddock.
Well, the whole area was covered in trees.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the edge has been created rather than...
in fact, we used to extend, I'm pointing to my left now, but the other way as well, over the motorway. The original Hockenheim circuit was a kind of a mirror. So they had the whole circuit was mirrored over the other side. Look it up on Wikipedia, it's all interesting stuff. Or read the Joe Bradley article in the Circuit magazine, which is available online. Everything's under 24hseries.com. And as I say, everything, I really do mean everything. Ben says send us your questions, and we're quite happy to field your questions. But nearly all the answers are on the internet. I'm not that clever, I'm just good at surfing. Anyway, let's talk about the incident which is at turn 3. As I say, the Bernie Ecclestone corner, the entrance to the Parabolica. They've got a flatbed trailer unit there now. The car is going to be hoisted onto the back of that rather than rolled up a ramp. They're going to extend the 4-pin hoist onto that, lift it onto the flatbed, and then try and find a service road which comes off on the inside, and then the car can be returned to the paddock, and we'll be able to get on with the race. As I said, it's turned into a slightly longer gap than we thought it was going to do. This is the 116, just to reiterate, the 116 Wolfpower Racing Audi RS3, which Marlon Menden was at the wheel of when it had that incident, and the incident itself was lengthened as a result of the small fire breaking out on the nearest, well, the front left corner, where the heat sank into the brake disc and pad area, and the whole thing just ignited for a moment, but delay then for the 116 car, losing ground, of course, whilst this code 60 is happening, and giving the opportunity for those who declined it at the first time of asking, second time around on a code 60, for drivers to come into the pits to get some more fuel. And of course, if you have delayed, then you'll get a little bit more fuel by coming in next time around. You only get half the amount of fuel anyway by coming in under code 60. But as I said earlier on, with only 20 minutes of the race elapsed, you're not going to have used that much fuel in any case. So you won't be able to use a whole tank full. Coming in for the second time is CP Racing, Ben. And I thought they were going to stop, but they're not. No, they are going to stop this time. Sorry, I was misjudging where their pit is. CP Racing then is coming in for a second stop. They came in first time around for fuel. This time they're coming in for tyres. We may well be able to hear from the pits, who I think is Chris Dawes down there. Chris?
Yeah, I'm stood right by the Phoenix, and here comes the Audi into the pit lane now. As I look to the right as the CP Racing Mercedes, new tyres. I didn't spot them changing driver, but we're definitely getting a change of driver here for the number 18 car. In hits the very rapid change. I'm standing far enough away so I don't get put on the car instead of the tyres, but Doppelmayer's out and into the pit, into the garage, sorry, is Ilya Earhart, I think it was, that's just jumped in. Such a quick stop, incredible. So these guys are going for the complete change from the pit lane side of things, and then we'll be keeping an eye to see whether they actually go for fuel as well, but down they go from the pits.
Thank you very much, Chris. Interesting that these guys, with just 20 minutes of the race gone, choosing to get new boots onto the car, especially for CP Racing, knowing that they'd already come into the pits once to do the fuel. You can't get any more fuel into the car, but they've come back in, sacrificed track position to get new tyres on. After 20 minutes, surely they haven't lost pace.
The problem is that they don't know how long the next stint is going to be. And if you're going to have an hour's running on a set of tyres, they may well know that the tyres will run for an hour. What they don't know is if they'll run for an hour and 20 minutes, which ultimately would have been the amount of wear that would have gone into the tyres had they gone for this part of the stint and the rest of it as well. Still work going on the circuit, having cleared away the Audi. Pleased to say that's now on the back of the flatbed trailer. A little bit of work on the track just to make sure that is done, cleaned away as well, and any fluid that might have been leaked onto the circuit has been swept away by the Hockenheim marshals. And then I'd still say it's going to be another 3 or 4 minutes before the code 60 comes to an end. Normally we get a message on our screen telling us when it's under 1 minute. Doesn't always happen though, so drivers have to be ready to go. And of course, when it goes back to green, you can go racing straight away. You don't have to wait to pass the start-finish line. You don't have to wait to see the next marshal's post. As soon as you can see a green flag, you go. So they'll have their team engineer on the radio as well, telling them when it's gone green. But you've got to be alert all the time, ready to go as soon as the code 60 comes to an end.
One of the frustrations for Wolf Power Racing, other than the fact that their car has been static, you know, I don't think that there was much of an impact there. The steering obviously broken on the left front, but the car bodywork looked good. But the fire that then preceded that, because it was sitting there and obviously something hot touching something else to create that fire, and all of the extinguisher over that patch is going to create much more of a cleanup operation for the team that they would have had otherwise if it was just simply a change of suspension, front suspension or steering arm. So really unfortunate for a very fast team. Got some great drivers, including Yasmin Pressing, who has been really, really fast in Spa. And they are now going to drop down to the tail of the TCE field. They will be able to continue. They'll get that car fixed and they'll be able to go back out onto track, but they will be obviously, well, they're already only 8 laps completed, so 4 laps down on what happened. And interestingly, the stewards have looked at the crash, or the collision between the two, and decided no further action. So obviously just a little bit of confusion as to whose apex it was down there between Maniac and Wolf Power. The Maniac Mercedes is at the tail of the field, has continued, is 2 laps down off our leader, who, by the way, is now Tim Muller in the Leopard. Thank you. You're going to have to do this the whole of the 12 hours. Leopard Lamborghini, 43 seconds right now as we're running slowly ahead of Red Ant Racing. Now, crucially, Red Ant Racing and Spa ignored every single opportunity of Code 60 to pit. They only ever pitted when they absolutely needed to, and they did far less pit stops than before, and than any other team, and therefore found themselves in a really elevated position. Right now, they sit second. We have 1 minute or less of Code 60 left.
And those 3 cars that you actually didn't mention, the Lorient Porsche, but the 3 cars in first, second and third are the 3 cars who have ignored, as you put it, Ben, the Code 60 period and not come into the pit. So the 3 cars, 710, the Lippert Lamborghini, 904, the Sam de Jong driven the 904, the Plus Line Porsche, and Frederick Ansel's Lorient Porsche, both those 2 from the 992 class. None of those 3 have pitted at all. Other cars have stopped. CP Racing have stopped twice. They were the only car to stop twice. Other cars stopped once, being Car Collection, who stopped once, and Red Camel have stopped, and the car immediately behind them, yes, Red Ant. So Red Camel, Red Ant stopped, whereas the Plus Line 992 did not stop. And so that's why, as we go green flag racing again, green flag racing, Tim Muller is now in the lead of the race, as Ben said, ahead of Sam de Jong in the 992 Porsche and Frederick Ansel. You're talking about driver classification. For some reason, Sam de Jong, who, as you know, Ben, is a Formula E test driver. I mean, he is a very well qualified and quick driver, rates here as an AM. So quite how that works, I don't know.
Also, clearly not working for Formula E this weekend. Double header at Berlin this weekend. Not far from where we are.
He's only a test driver for.
So he's doing the sim work and all that kind of stuff then.
Yes. Yeah, but it's a very quick, accomplished driver.
Jutta Racing is about to come up against the Vortex 701. I know it's a big fan favourite, the Vortex, and the team that won the Spirit of Race Award at the Mugello round. And they have actually got 3 or maybe more of these orange bespoke-built machines with a V8 in the back of it, but only 1 on the entry list today, and hopefully lots of spare parts from the other 2, because they always tend to somehow need it. It has been in the gravel trap once already in free practice, but at the moment running okay. Of course, keep your suggestions coming in across the 12 hours for the Spirit of Race Award as well. They can be given to our pit reporters and of course Paul Truswell, who are making their nominations, and then we'll decide who is going to receive our Spirit of Race for something that perhaps has surprised you or impressed you. It doesn't have to be the race winner, it doesn't have to be a class winner. It could just be something very special. Vortex won it, I think, because they had to rebuild both cars twice at Mugello or something like that. Anyway, whilst we watch them go around the circuit, let's head down to the pits, and we're going to chat to a team that was very disadvantaged in qualifying. Started at the tail of our field, Holmgaard Motorsport.
Yeah, thank you. I've got Kim from Holmgaard. Kim, we've got people asking the question. Last time out at Spa, you guys won in a Golf. You're now in a Cupra. First question, why the change?
Stupid team manager like me, because finally we got the Golf working. We were supposed to continue on that. We wanted an Audi, but it's difficult to get cars now because of everything, the situation in the world. And then suddenly a guy called me that he had a brand new Cupra that he has bought for another customer, and that customer didn't want it anyway. So I got 10 minutes to decide, do I want the Cupra or not? So I said, okay, let's go. Let's take the Cupra. And also we could see in Dubai and Mugello, Cupra was race winner and very fast. So we said, okay, let's go. But plenty of work for us now, because the car is brand new, first race. A lot of things we couldn't prepare because we don't know the car yet. So, but we like to have these very funny challenges, and that's we've been enjoying it. Yes.
And with 10 minutes to decide, incredible. I mean, what can you give anybody an idea what the differences between the two are?
The Golf was with DSG gearbox. This one is with Sigmund Chen. The Golf was more like a cup car. This is a real race car. So the difference is huge. It's really something inside the race world. You cannot compare those two cars. It's a big, big difference.
And of course, you didn't get the running in qualifying you guys would have liked because it was littered with Co-60s. So you weren't starting where you would like to have, and you didn't get the data you needed.
No, exactly. We were not using qualifying as a qualifying this time because we know too little about the car. So instead of doing qualifying setup, we did long distance setup and trying to find more setup on the car because we are still young. So we were very, very happy on the time we did, and we know from here what we will have if we do qualifying setup, and we would definitely have been 1 or 2.
Going into this race now, obviously it's 12 hours in total, which is a lot of data time as well. What are you guys thinking from a race perspective?
We expect maybe, first of all, we would like to see the checker flag. Because there's many things, as I said, we don't know about the car. There's things we couldn't prepare because we don't know it. And then we, from the beginning now, have an issue with our gearbox. So that's why I am a little bit not really confident at the moment. So for now, we are looking to see, we want to see the car when it comes in here the first time, how's the tires, fuel consumption, etc. So for now, we want to see the checker flag. But of course, we want to be on the podium. But let's see when we start tomorrow where we are.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris Dawes, down in pit lane for the first 2 hours. We'll have Peter Snowden, Snowy, back with us in the middle part of today as the big boys in GT3 bully their way past one of our TCR cars. The battle for 9th position rages on between Jutta Racing and BMW. I think actually it's now 8th position. No, it is 9th position. Jutta Racing, Julius Adamovic ahead of Bas Schouten. Jutta versus BMW, and they've been like this ever since we went green flag racing once again. The other GT battle is making its way past Porsche Lorient Racing. Would you believe 912 twice in the gravel trap in Q2 and Q3, and yet sitting 5th position right now, just been passed by Car Collection and CP Racing, but still second in class. Sam de Jong for Red Ant holding on to the class lead there and holding on at the moment to second, closing down Tim Muller. Do you remember Tim Muller was 43 seconds ahead when we went back to green flag racing? Now he's just 17 seconds. Whoa, Julius getting the Audi sideways there, a little bit offline, let's say, into the corner, dirty tyres, and then through turn 2 the rear end snaps on him as he desperately tries to keep the BMW M6 of Bas Schouten at bay. Very, very close racing between the two of them. Surely he'd be better off just letting him go rather than the two of them squabbling quite so viciously, but it's still at the moment Audi ahead of BMW. We do have a yellow flag at turn 2. I can see it flying, and I think, oh, I spoke too soon.
It's the Vortex.
Oh no.
It's the Vortex. It heard about what you were saying about spirit of the race, and it said, okay, I'm going to start the situation. It looks like he's spun through 180 degrees, Ben. He's pointing the wrong way, and the car seems unwilling to restart. He's on driver's right as they approach turn 2, so the car's having to go around the outside of him, and that's causing a local code 6, a local yellow.
Yeah, and he's now on our screen right in the middle of the track.
Right. Yeah.
That's not quite as safe as we once it looks from here. I thought he might be on the infield, but actually...
No, he was, as I say, there's not enough room to go driver's left, which is where the line is. So, awkward situation, and if he won't... This is so frustrating because damn wretched car won't start, and... so we're going to have to go to a code 60.
And what is happening right now, this car has obviously been sitting here for a while. Race Direction are looking and waiting for him to get restarted because they don't want to throw a code 60 if the car then restarts.
Exactly. If they can possibly get it restarted, then they will. But as I say, history of the Vortex is that once it stalls, it stalls.
And the code 60 is thrown.
Inevitably, yeah. So Tim Muller leads then from Sam de Jong in the Red Ant Porsche, those two not having stopped under the earlier code 60. In a way, this is a better code 60 to start, actually. You're going to get more of your fuel allocation. So that may have been a good throw of the dice from Leipert and from Red Ant. Those two then, as I said, yet to stop. Car collection is third, Max Edelhoff, who has made a stop already, and will be saying, well, there's no point in stopping again. The tyres are beginning to get a bit edgy. What shall I do? Team has to make a call. CP Racing is there in fourth. Charles Espenlaub has remained behind the wheel whilst that car had its various trials and tribulations. And then in fifth is the other non-stopper, Frederick Ansel.
Yes, so it shouldn't take too long to clear the Vortex because it hasn't been damaged at all, has it? He's just simply stopped, and so he can be pulled out the way. And there are that many cars at the tail end of the lap. I think most of the GT3s are in the mid part of the lap, and therefore they can't quickly dive into pits. One car that has, though, is the BBR leading TCE machine. That comes into pit lane, the Thai entered car, and we do have our leader, the Lamborghini, now in pit lane as well. So yeah. Tim Muller deciding to make a stop, and as you say, that's a good thing to do because he can get that fuel full top. I would imagine from experience of Spa, Red Ant are going to ignore this one because they could still do another 45 minutes before they need to stop.
I hate to say this, but it's the wrong strategy. I did watch Spa, I did watch their strategy in Spa,
okay,
and I shook my head every time. The problem is that it takes so long to refill the car under green that if their scheduled time comes during a green period, they've got no options left. They have to stop, and they'll be then putting the fuel in while everybody else is going at full pace. But I'll wait and see. I'm not going to say that I know it all, and we'll just wait and see what Red Ant does. As you say, Tim Muller has brought the Lamborghini in already, the 710, and the code 60 continues whilst the Vortex is moved to a place from which into which it can be then repaired and recovered.
Yeah, an easy tow for these guys, so it shouldn't be long before we go back to green flag racing. We saw front tyres for 159 changed and down to the pit lane. The other TCR car that was in was the 110 of Lestrup Racing. I think Chris Dawes is down there with it. Hasn't moved, Chris.
It really hasn't, and I was expecting it to just come in and change things and go back out with the code 60, but suddenly spotted them from a few garages away that they were looking at the front two corners to start with. Now they're at the, well, actually they were spending a lot of time on the rear. In fact, suddenly a hand appeared from underneath beckoning for a spanner or something, and eventually someone came running out of the garage and tossed him a spanner, and they come out from underneath the car now. They're possibly about to get the air jacks down. I'm just trying to see, is there anyone, any idea what the problem is?
I mean, he had a contact with another orange car out there, and steering wheel is a little bit not so straight anymore. So, but something was knocked loose in the rear, and they've tightened it now. So I think we'll go again and see if it's okay.
Fabulous, thank you very much. So there you go. It was with the Vortex by the sounds of that, there was contact. But that sounded like the issues at the rear were secondary to that, didn't it? But hopefully they've tightened it up. It's heading back out the pits again.
Yeah, we can see on our screen actually damage to the rear left of the Vortex. Definitely not pointing the direction you would expect. So if we are going to deduce a few things, for once, maybe the Vortex did not just have a failure on its own accord. And perhaps it is due to a bit of contact, because you can see now the driver looking at the rear left corner, working out what the contact with the 110 has done to the car. 110 back into pit lane. So now all the team managers are looking at the situation down there and thinking, well, we're going to go racing soon, aren't we? Let's not pit. So we have seen the Lamborghini in. We've also seen the Porsche Lorient Racing 912 in. We also had another Porsche a bit further down the order, didn't we? And they change driver and tyres just in front of that Lestrup racing machine. So I think we are going to go. Interesting little, very slow-mo race at 60 kilometres an hour going on here between Car Collection and CP Racing.
They're both going at 60 kilometres an hour, I promise you. 904 then, the Red Ant one being the only one who didn't stop. And the the Vortex, I should say, 701, is to be recovered on a flatbed. So I think this Code 60 might go on for a little bit longer because rather than just being a tow, get it started, drive it back, they're going to have to hoist it onto a flatbed and then bring it back.
It is on the infield though, isn't it? I can see it on the infield section, so they can drive the flatbed through the infield and not have to be on the racetrack.
Well,
whilst we deduce that,
they've got to get the flatbed out there first.
Well, they do. Where is the flatbed? Oh, it's over here. It's in the paddock.
Yes, over here doesn't work on
okay.
radio.
Let's. Whilst this little battle's going on track at 60 kilometres an hour, amazingly, and still it continues to rage. Let's go down to the Wolf Power Racing pit and find out what happened to Marlon Menden in that first Code 60.
Yeah, I've got to apologise for Marlon. We haven't got as far as garage. I've accosted him. Marlon, not a happy-looking face. What happened?
Yeah, I was just behind the GT4. We made a big gap between my class colleagues, so he was just holding me off. I could just go 1-2 seconds quicker. Yeah, I tried everything, but the GT4 is like on the brake. He's like a lot better. So I overtook him 2 times on the Parabolica. He overtook me after it again, but I don't know. It's sad that something happens between old teammates, you know, and they were racing like with no one in class. And yeah, I can't understand that.
What's the story with the car? Are you likely to be back out on circuit?
Yeah, we will definitely. Wolf Power is doing everything, and I know they can bring it out again. Of course, podium is like gone for us. I think maybe, who knows what happens.
I saw that there was no tyre on one of the front wheels. Do you know any more than that, damage-wise?
No, it just we had a little fire on the wheel and on the brake there, on the front left, but nothing more, I hope.
Fingers crossed, we'll see you back out.
Thank you.
Hopefully no massive harm done to the front left of that car, and we will see Wolf Power out again. Right, no warning, we go back to Green Flag Racing.
To be fair, there was a warning actually.
Oh, there was there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It did say under 1 minute. So back to Green Flag Racing, and Car Collection and CP Racing can continue their battle for second place on the track for real now. They are in battling for second place because ahead of them is Sam de Jong with the Red Ant Porsche, but the car that hasn't yet made a pit stop. So 904 Red Ant lead the way by 7.4 seconds at the beginning of this lap, but that was that was a time taken whilst the Code 60 was still in force, so it will be less than that when we get to the next split point. Max Edelhoff, Charles Espenlaub for Car Collection and CP Racing respectively make second and third places. Rick Breukers is fourth for Red Camel, so it goes Porsche 992 from the 992 class, Audi, Mercedes, and then 2 Porsches because another Red Ant car is there in fifth place overall. Yannick Red Ant dropping away a little bit from Rick Breukers there, 2 seconds adrift. And then it's Julius Adamavicius in the Utah Racing Audi, who currently is in third place in GT3 class, but in sixth place overall. But he is less than half a second of the Baz Schuten BMW. So the battle that you were describing that was going on for, what, 8th and 9th a moment ago is now going on for 6th place. And those two then having a nice little fight.
The fight for second position is going to get very, very tasty because there's a Porsche in the way, and Max Edelhoff clears it, but CP Racing's Charles Espenlaub had to be a little bit more cautious with that. Now they've got to get past a TCR machine. They managed to clear that as well.
That Porsche was the leader.
And that Porsche was the leader, yes, exactly. So that is now the battle for the lead, 34 and 85. They've cleared Sam de Jong, who was also trying to get past the TCR. So he had 3 very different classes of car, very different speeds, squabbling over the same piece of tarmac. And that actually has given Max Edelhoff just a little bit of breathing space race. But as we saw when they went back to green flag racing, it was quite elbows out between the two of them for that first lap, and they really were looking quite racy. Edelhoff now has over a second advantage over Charles Espenlaub, with de Jong dropping down to third position, but with a good advantage over their class rival 992. I reckon, I know there's quite a few cars lower down the order that haven't pitted, but all of our GT category cars basically have pitted once, apart from Red Ant, who are doing, as they did in Spa, don't pit until you need to, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. So at least they're playing a tune and a pattern that we understand. The other difference is that the 34-car collection Max Edelhoff has had one pit stop, Ben, whereas the CP Racing Mercedes has had 2 pit stops, both of which were made under Code 60. But it means that the Mercedes has more fuel aboard than the car collection Audi has. So in terms of what we can look forward to for the rest of this stint, the Audi is lighter, has less fuel aboard, therefore it's going to have to stop before the Mercedes does.
And there's really been a concertina effect on that last lap. I think Espenlaub gaining a massive amount on Edelhoff, because Edelhoff found himself in TCR traffic, now runs off the circuit at turn 1, going very, very wide indeed. He was off the circuit also at the last part of the lap at the Nord curve, trying to go around the outside of a TCR car, and just misses the apex a little bit at turn 2 as well. This is going to be really rather scrappy, which is allowing Espenlaub to be nice and clean in his Mercedes. More momentum out of turn 3, and as they now head down towards on the parabolica down towards the hairpin, interestingly, legs from the Audi round the outside, but definitely faster top speed, giving him the inside line also for the hairpin and holding on to the lead.
Yeah, the Audi, as I was saying, is lighter, got less fuel aboard, so maybe that's a reason for its extra power down the straight. But it looked to me, Ben, I mean, it was looking so lively, as if the tyres on that Audi certainly have worn more. Of course, we know that CP Racing have changed the tyres, so they've got more fuel, better tyres, and in end effect, therefore, has the stronger package, but is finding it very difficult indeed to get past Max Edelhoff. Great battle for the lead while that was going on. The car that they were passing, Bradley Ellis, we haven't really talked about him, starting from the back of the grid, remember, 26th overall, is now up to 15th, leads his class. He's only got 2 in the class, but he's in the lead of his class, and Bradley Lewis in the GT4 Porsche, running as a TCX class car for this weekend, is in 15th overall.
We did have a Lamborghini at the head of our field on the previous Code 60. Tim Miller's now dropped to 9th position, having taken that 1 pit stop. So it was quite a costly pit stop in comparison to the guys that pitted under the first of our Code 60s, which are these 2 guys. Of course, they have a disadvantage on fuel and on tyres if there was tyres taken, but Edelhoff's really struggling to get the car slowed down. He's struggling with the apex at turn 2. He's going to give Espenlaub another run down Parabolica. This time Espenlaub needs to choose the right-hand side, although Edelhoff hugging that white line around the outside of the Parabolica, and they have got a bit of traffic to contend with. Thing about with Edelhoff is he's offline so often that he's picking up dirt on his tyres. That is also making the car difficult to drive, because he's been on completely the wrong line through the Parabolica, completely the wrong line through the hairpin, and that has allowed CP Racing's Charles Espenlaub to take the lead of the race. Now, yes, applause from CP Racing, absolutely deserved, because Espenlaub calmly and measuredly worked that one out, and Max Edelhoff looked a little bit ragged for the last couple of laps, but Lamborghini in the way, in the wrong point, so maybe the Lamborghini can fight back. So the Audi can fight back, but he needs to get down the inside here, and yeah, again, really, really last minute, Max Edelhoff down the inside and offline, not off track, offline, but I think for most of the corners, Paul, on this last lap, he has been on the dirty stuff.
Yeah, and I have to say, uncharacteristically so for Max Edelhoff, usually a very neat and tidy young man, very rapid young driver, and as I say, I just had the feeling that the car Red is struggling with its tyres. I mean, there can't be anything else that's really wrong with it, but he's lost, well, a good 4 lengths or 10 lengths as they cross the line at the end of what is the 23rd lap now. And in terms of time, he's a second and a half behind. So he's lost the lead, he's dropped a second and a half away, but it's a long race, and really he's just got to keep in there. He said to Peter Snowden on the grid, we just need to stay on the lead lap, and that's what he's doing so far. So Espen Laub leads for Mercedes and CP Racing. Edelhoff is second in his Audi. Sam de Jong still third with the 992 Porsche. And he is, 14 seconds ahead of Rick Breukers in the Red Camel Porsche. Red Ant leads Red Camel. And then Red Ant again is in third place in the 992 class, which is fifth place overall.
Which is what we're watching now. With Red Ant 905 ahead of Jutta Racing. One time, well, starting on the front row of the grid, and before our code 60 was keeping that second position. You would expect the GT3 car to be faster than the 992 category car. That's how it kind of tends to work out. But Yannick Redin at the moment holding on to fifth position and has done for the last couple of laps.
Bit like the Lamborghini situation, Ben. The Porsche, the 992, makes its ground up in different ways around the track. Has to brake a lot earlier for the corners. Down the straights, though, it's a very quick bit of kit. But around the corners, around the twiddly bits, that's where he has to give way. And Adamavicius does go through now and takes the place away. So Adamavicius up into fifth place. Yannick Redant in the Porsche back to sixth. Who's next up in seventh place? That's Baz Schouten with the JR Motorsport BMW, and he is 4 seconds adrift of Red Ant, but he's lapping more quickly. Is he actually on the last lap? He wasn't. Yes, he was. He was lapping about a second a lap quicker.
Sensible driving, actually, from Yannick Redant there, because there's no point trying to fight too hard with a car that is clearly faster than you. Different category of car. What he would like to do now is, as much as possible, stick with that Audi and be able to benefit from the slipstream and also just kind of calmly. Sometimes it's nice to have a target to just follow and get into a rhythm of things. I think the target would drive away a little bit in this particular sense because of that GT3, as you mentioned, makes its time up in different ways to the Porsche. But it's nice to have someone to chase, someone to follow. And Yannick kind of allowing that pass to be done. Does seem as though, I don't know if there's any liquid down there or it's just a difficult braking zone, but turn two, a lot of people are missing the apex to turn two, which is the first big stop of the lap. It does then compromise their speed all the way down the Parabolica, because you want to carry as much speed through there to have a maximum speed coming onto the Parabolica to carry all the way down what is 1.2 kilometers, I think.
The length of the Parabolica, yeah, from start to finish. It probably is something like that, yeah. It's not really a straight, but yeah, just a Parabolica or a sort of ellipse-shaped.
It's not really a Parabolica, is it?
No, I don't know enough mathematics or that particular.
You don't know enough mathematics?
Trigonometry or whatever it is.
This is a change in position here. Peter Terting has got ahead, is about to pass Frederic Ancel. The Porsche Lorient machine was up in the top 3 after our first code 60 and is now passed. You would expect that to happen because Peter Terting, one of our fastest, most experienced drivers out there in the field. But Ancel fancies a fight back. It is changed for position in class as well, because it puts the 905 car up into fourth in category, or was that third? Fifth in category.
Sixth in 992. Peter Terting.
Oh, yes.
So we've got the Red Ant, 2 Red Ant cars ahead of it, the Red Camel ahead of it. A car that we haven't really said very much about, the 928 car, High Specum, with the HRT entered car. NKPP, it says on the car. It's NKPP are the, I think, providing most of the money, and HRT is the team that's running it, German team. And High Specum now at the wheel of that car. It had a spin earlier on.
It did.
And is recovering well from that, with Frederic Ansel then 6th. Frederic Ansel 5th, and then Peter Terting 6th in the 992 class. As I say, good to see so many 992s out there. In terms of TCR, what's happening? Andreas Beckmann leads for Lestrup Racing, has nearly 10 seconds of an advantage over the next one up, which is actually Bradley Ellis in TCX. And then Jonas Holmgaard in the Holmgaard Motorsport entered car number 102. Which is the next TCR class car, and he's a further 20 seconds behind. Ben, tell me what your grunt was about.
Well, once again, another place change. This is Lamborghini versus Audi R8. Effectively a same platform, actually, with different body shells and obviously different styling. But the Super Trofeo there of Tim Muller with a lot more straight line speed, as we've spoken about before, and giving Elia Earhart a real hassle going into the braking zone at the hairpin, because Earhart obviously wants to get past. We have not spoken too much about our winners last time out from Spa, but Phoenix Racing pushing on now with Elia Earhart having taken over from Michael Doppelmayr. We saw that done after 20 minutes of racing, and trying to make up as much positions as possible. Probably another one of the fastest men out on circuit in our field is Elia Earhart, and has now cleared the Lamborghini to get himself up into 8th overall. His next target is the Baz Schuten M6, which is a good, I think, 25 seconds up the road. So not too much passing to do now for Elia, but he did get himself past the Lamborghini, although having initially done the pass at turn 2, had to redo the pass again at turn 5 because of the pace of that Lamborghini down the straights. He was getting a bit frisky.
Yes. And yeah, of course, we do need to keep our eye on that Phoenix Audi, because if anyone knows how to win long-distance races, it is Phoenix, and the driver lineup like they have, certainly a very strong one indeed.
I'm right in saying they won Spa, am I? Or have I made that up?
You were there, I think they did.
Well, I know.
And the car, the Phoenix Racing car, started by Michael Doppelmayr. Elia Earhart, the current driver, and then they have Sven Herberger and Pierre Caffer still waiting in the garage to have their turns behind the wheel.
Let's ride on board with Maniac's GT4 Racing Mercedes AMG, a lap around this Hockenheim circuit. Into turn 2, little bit loose on the rear end, just moving around. But managed to hook up the apex, and now you can relax as you head down the Parabolica, thinking and ready to stamp on that brake pedal for the hairpin. Trying to spot the board. End of the curb looked like it was where he was braking. Get the car slowed down, nice and smooth with the steering, rotating the car nicely, and then back on the power. This should be flat out through here. Couldn't quite hear if that was a lift or not, but then back on the anchors into the Mercedes arena. Try and spot the sausage curb on the inside without letting the car run too wide. You want to bring it back to the left to get out of this section as cleanly as possible. Quite hard actually to see where the track limits are there, such as the sun, as we get passed by one of the Porsches. And now into the stadium section. The track falls away on exit. It's effectively off camber on the exit, which caused lots of problems in qualifying. And then big camber through the sash curve to help you round the corner. And then the last couple of corners of the lap with lots of curb to be taken on the left, but not on the right. And then just try and make sure you're patient on the throttle to get a good exit onto the start finishing straight. There we go. Konstantin Kelser, our guide around the Hockenheim circuit in that wonderfully liveried 412, a new team to 24H Series, and we wish them well with their campaign. First ever team from Liechtenstein. 2 drivers from Liechtenstein aboard that car, and was very entertaining in our pre-race chat with Snowy down on the grid.
Yes, you need to start looking through your big school atlas, don't you, to find out some of these places, your Liechtensteins and your Lithuanians. Suddenly seems to be a big influx of Lithuanian drivers as well, with the Jutta racing team from Lithuania, and then as well we've got a number of drivers from Lithuania, and the RD Sainz Lamborghini is also a Lithuanian entry with 2 Lithuanian drivers and an Italian sharing that one. So, as I say, the lesser-known motorsporting countries certainly finding a welcome home here in the Creventic 24H series, and the 412 Mercedes, a GT4 car, as Ben was saying, the only GT4 full GT4 class car in the entry, so it leads its class. As long as it finishes, it will win its class. But it doesn't really have anyone to fight with, so the team really just aiming to get it nice and clean to the finish and make it as far up the order as they possibly can come the end of the race. Talking of which, we've had an hour of this race already slipped us by whilst all that was going on, Ben. An hour and 3 minutes, to be precise, have elapsed. We've had 2 Code 60 periods, 29 laps completed. They're on the 30th lap at the moment. Charles Hespenlaub leads for CP Racing in the Mercedes AMG by 8.6 seconds from Max Edelhoff in the Car Collection Motorsport Audi. Sam de Jong for Red Ant Racing in the 904 Porsche, leading the 992 class. He's 16 seconds behind the Audi. Second in the 992 class, in 4th place overall, is Rick Breukers for Red Camel. In 5th place, and leading his subclass within the GT3 class, because Jutta Racing are running in the GT Pro class, but they're the only car that is. Number 71, Julius Adamovicius, in the Jutta Racing car 71 is 5th. In 6th place is Baz Schouten with a JR Motorsport BMW M6. And in 7th place, Yannick Redant. In 3rd, as far as the 992s are concerned. 8th is Elliot Earhart for Phoenix Racing, car number 18. 9th is number 710, Tim Muller for Leipert. The Lamborghini running in GTX and leading the GTX class. And then we've got more 992s in the next 3 places, 10th, 11th and 12th. Gijs Bessem for HRT Performance, NKPP. 905, Peter Terting is 11th. 12th, Frederick Ansel in the Lorient Porsche. In 13th place is the Lithuanian Lamborghini, Andreas Butkevicius, number 720. 14th is Andreas Beckmann, leading the TCR division. 15th is Brad Ellis in the Veluga Racing Porsche TCX class. And then Homeguard Motorsport is next up with their Cupra.
Right then, whilst we have a little lull in what's happening out on circuit, let's head down to Phoenix Racing with Chris and Pierre Caffer.
Yeah, Pierre, what a busy start to the race that was.
Yeah, it's like it should be for the Creventic series. It's a really nice field and we are happy to be part of it. And today it's a really hot race. We will see how the performance is over the stint, and we try to keep and save our tires.
And how do you approach this in terms of, do you know when you guys are all swapping over from each other, or does it kind of evolve as the race happens with its various Code 60s and whatever else?
Yeah, I think the Creventic series is a very unique series, and you need also to anticipate the Code 60, of course, what everyone does. And also the refueling is the own part of it, and to plan in advance for the end of the race is sometimes not so easy, because if you have a Code 60 which you're not expecting, or if you wait for Code 60 which not happen, then it's quite entertaining and quite unique.
And of course you're doubling up with a big role as a driver coach as well.
Yeah, that's true. We are a very good competitive team here in Phoenix Racing, and I think we have a right strategy now for today, and we will see how it works out for tomorrow.
I mean, I just love watching all of this because it just changes the whole shape of the race as the race evolves. And just watching you guys, you've got to be quick thinking
Yeah, that's true, and I think everyone is planning in advance what happened now, what happened next, and when is the Code 60 window open. It's all things what you need to consider, and in the end, it's really nice to do the strategy and talk with the people, the engineers, and also present own ideas. I like that.
And of course, Michael started the race this time, and that was a very busy start. He did fantastic, which is, as his coach, you got to be delighted with that.
Yeah, we work together now since a couple of years, and I think he's progressing step by step. And also today, the start was very unique, was very nice. He took out all the danger stuff, and I think that's the right way to approach and to continue and to have some other aims in the future.
Fantastic. Well, best of luck and thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Great chat from Pierre Caffer. We'll see him out on circuit a bit later on. Really good to hear from him and the work that he does with Michael Doppelmayr as his driver coach. We've seen Michael not only in the Creventic series, he's also had a chance to drive the GT2 version of the Audi R8 LMS and has partnered, I think, Eli Earhart in that series. As just coming past them in the pit box is the slightly damaged Vortex. It's finally made its way back to pit lane. How much damage is there? It doesn't look too bad. I thought it was that left rear that was pointing the right direction, but it looks okay.
Yes, I mean, at least it's pushable, although they may have the rear jacked up. In fact, they do have the rear jacked up, yeah, so it's not being pushed on its wheels, it's been pushed on dollies. In fact, all four wheels up on the dollies. So the pit, because it came through the pit entrance, it started ticking off my clock here as to how long it's actually been in the pits, and it says 3 minutes. Well, far from 3 minutes, actually 20 minutes since we had the Code 60, so he's been in there for 23 minutes now, and losing 35 minutes while all this has been going on as well. The Wolf Power Racing Audi from the TCR class, which we heard from the very disappointed driver there, didn't we? Trying to remember who it was that we heard from, Marlon Menden, and that car has been in the pits now for over half an hour, very nearly 40 minutes in fact. And I think what we saw on the screen, Ben, was the tyre actually catching fire, and it was the tyre that burnt, and that's why it was kind of missing when Chris Dawes saw it. So that's sorted out.
We do have a couple of penalties that have started to come through, I'm afraid, including 2 for... Oh, no, there's a lot more penalties. No, that's something different. We've got penalties for 110 and 905. Both are the same thing, pit stop regulation infringements, and they will have 10-second time penalty the next time they choose to take it. They have a long time to take it. They can, I think it's a 2-hour window to take their penalty. Is that correct, Paul?
Yes, it's you don't have to take it at your next pit stop, but you do have to take it within 2 hours. And you can aggregate your penalties as well, should you be unfortunate enough to make 2 transgressions, and you have to add, well, you have a penalty of 10 seconds and another penalty of 5 seconds, and you can come in and take a single penalty of 15 seconds, add them both together.
However, if you do it under Code 60...
It gets doubled.
It gets doubled?
Yes, so you would then have to take it for 30 seconds. Helpfully, the Lumirank system, which is the white number in the top right-hand corner of the windscreen, that counts down the number of seconds remaining on your penalty.
I think that's a very cool feature, because I don't think I've seen that in any other series.
No, I mean, the Lumirank system has the ability to do it wherever it's used, and the Lumirank system is used in other series. It's just that Creventic kind of have this imaginative way of going racing and say, hey, do you think you can make your system do this? And they say yes. And Creventic have all these other ideas as well. So
only the Dutch.
I don't know if it's the Dutch or what it is about them, but...
the Dutch have just got crazy ideas, generally.
We may be getting Ola Dorleman up here later on, I'm not sure. He said he might pop up he being the technical guru behind the series. And he's very keen.
You and him can geek out. I'll sit in the corner and I'll just control.
He's very keen to tell us about these new petrol pumps that he's putting in place for next year, which will actually be the most sophisticated petrol pumps in the world next year, because they will sense which car it is and put in, not effectively, you still have to hold the trigger, but it will allow you to put in up to, but no more than, the amount that is allowed to go into that car at that time. So under code 60, it will only allow you to put in the right amount. Under green, it will allow you to put in the right amount. If you're one of the cars that has a penalty or has the fuel rate reduced, the petrol pump will sense that, because the car that's proximate to it will be able to put that into the fuel pump automatically. So it's all desperately clever stuff, and that's what we're hoping to see here, or see in the series next year.
Remarkable technology. Let's get back down to the pit lane, where there's an update on the cars that are having some work done to them, Chris.
Yeah, very quick updates, really, because I can't grab anyone to have a word with because they are incredibly busy, as you can imagine. But the Vortex back into its garage, and I asked one of the drivers, is it going to be fixed? He said, yep, absolutely.
Always.
Always, always.
What's the problem with it, though?
It's the one rear corner that the link, in his way of explaining it, the link between the wheel and the car. So that's, he says, we'll have it done in 10 minutes. Now, the frustrating thing is that the 116 car, they're still busy on that one, and that's been in for some time now, hasn't it? And they're still on this front left.
40 minutes, Chris.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Wow, okay, well, they're sort of front left, they're under the bodywork from the outside, and they're leaning through the engine compartment as well. So they're trying to address it from two different angles, determined to get it fixed. They're still very busy, so they have every intention of getting it sorted, but it's taken them a lot longer than they would like.
Well, that's a real disappointment. And as I mentioned before, I wonder whether that was to do with the fire rather than the failure, because the failure probably was a tracking arm and very simple, but the fire would have damaged a lot more, and therefore a lot more needs to be replaced. So 40 minutes is a long time just to do a tracking arm, but, you know, this is a long race, and 40 minutes is nothing in comparison to 12 hours. There are just 9 TCE cars in the field, so they could still easily get points if others find themselves with issue.
Marlon Mendo, although he was disappointed, certainly expressed hopes that they might be able to get a podium out of it, but they're going to have to rely on the misfortune of others in order to do so. Life is somewhat more complicated up here in the boxes, because the Dutch Supercars series, which were out in the previous race, are being pushed up and down the pit lane to put them back into their garages after their race yesterday, and they'll get in preparation for their race tomorrow. Parc Fermé, incidentally, for this race will not be on the track as it is in some events. In fact,
that would be a little tricky for the support races on Sunday morning.
Exactly. Mugello, they had Parc Fermé was on the track because it was the last race of Saturday and the first race of Sunday, so they were able to do it. Parc Fermé, at the end of the first part tonight at 8 o'clock, will be in the refueling area or next to the refueling area, and they won't be able to refuel, they're not allowed to, but it will be in that area. And then the cars will be driven or pushed along the service road that runs behind the pit lane into the assembly area, and then driven or pushed onto the grid ready for the race part 2, which will start on Sunday at around 2 p.m. Just, in fact, it's starting exactly at 2 p.m. And I'll say that will be the remainder of the 12 hours here at Hockenheim, it being the third running of 24H series here, but those with sharp memories will remember, or those who look it up like I did will know, first ever race here was a 16-hour event. It was a 2-part race of 8+8.
It was the first 2-part race, I believe.
It wasn't the first 2-part race, it was the first race here at Hockenheim. It wasn't the first 2-parter.
Okay.
But it was the first 16-hour race. Then we had a similarly structured 12-hour race last year here at Hockenheim, which you were here for, Ben.
I was.
And it was very close to the same structure as this one, wasn't it? Pretty much 6+6.
That I don't remember.
Right, it was very close to a 6+6. And unusually, because traditionally 24H Series does a short part 1 and a much longer part 2. But with the introduction of support races, then they've tended to even them up a bit, and part 1s have become increasingly long. But nevertheless, good to see. And we have 4 hours and 47 minutes of this part still to go. The race still being led by Charles Espenlaub in the CP Racing Mercedes, car number 85. He is in the lead by 16 seconds now from Max Edelhoff, who's in second place. We mentioned earlier on, Max Edelhoff has less fuel in his car than Charles Espenlaub has, by our reckoning at least. My reckoning, I'll take total responsibility. And in third place is the Red Ant Racing of Sam de Jong, car number 904 in the 992 class, still to make its first pit stop. And we've been running, Ben, for very nearly an hour and 20 minutes. So, yes, we've had 2 Code 60s during that hour and 20 minutes, but it's been a very long run indeed from Sam de Jong in the Red Ant car.
And this is when they will be wishing for their Code 60, because ultimately that will fall into the hands very nicely.
Well, it would and it wouldn't, because they'll only then be able to put half a tank in,
Good point.
Course. But it certainly would be, because the amount of time that they'll lose when they do come in, if we stay green, will be somewhere in the region of 5 or 6 minutes by the time they've got the full fuel allocation for the Porsche in, which will be 110 litres, I think, for Red Ant. Yes, it is, 110 litres, and that will take over 2 minutes to put in. Plus, they've got to change tyres, change driver, trundle down the pit lane at 40 kilometres an hour, and go through the refuelling area at 20 kilometres an hour. So within the next 10 minutes, I would say, we'll get Red Ant coming in with Sam de Jong, and that will be a driver change, and that will almost certainly allow Rick Breukers in the 909 Red Camel Porsche to take over the lead of the class and third place overall.
Great stint from Bradley Ellis in the 205, effectively GT4 car, but racing as a TCX here, and we'll get into details as to how that changes the setup of that car once Bradley has got out of it. But really good stint, up to second position now in TCE. Many of our TCE runners didn't pit so far. One of which that did is the BBR machine, which we saw in the pit lane for front tyres. That has dropped them off the tail of this particular car, which is Andreas Beckmann in the Lestrup Racing Audi RS3 that leads TCE overall. We generally do see a TCR car ending up at the sharp end of TCE, just because the reliability and the consistency and also the fuel economy that these guys can produce. But Bradley Ellis is hunting him down now with arguably the faster of the two cars, the 718 Cayman GT4 car, definitely faster than an RS3 TCR car. But of course, Bradley having to start at the tail of the field after that car ended up in the gravel trap, I think in the, was it first part of qualifying? Or first or second part, with one of the sister Cypriot that drives Rhea, unfortunately losing the car and putting it into the gravel trap. But Bradley doing a great job. The graphics for that car suggest that Charlie Hollings is the fourth driver in the car, but the entry list says that he's not.
Correct,
so
yeah, so
I think Bradley's the only one in there.
Yes, so we've got Brad Ellis plus Leonidas Lucas and Rhea Lucas, and it was Rhea who stuck it in the gravel yesterday during the session, and that in effect prevented the car from going out in the third session and thus setting a third time. So that was why it started right at the back of the field. But as you rightly say, Ben, since then the car has been going very well indeed, and where is he up to? 15th place overall. Just going down to 16th place as a result of having been overtaken by Javier Marcillo. You were saying they were having a good battle on the track. They are having a good battle on the track.
We do have a green flag pit stop being done by 905. Peter Terting has just jumped out of that Porsche, having served his penalty, so cleared that. And wow, Elia Earhart gets down the inside of Baz Schouten, and that is a change of position for 6th spot overall. That's been such a good stint by Elia Earhart. Incredible pace in the Phoenix Racing Audi, and last time I looked, I think the gap was 20-odd seconds between the two of them. So he's caught and passed, and now sets his sights on the Jutta Racing Audi up ahead, which is 15 seconds ahead, but is, yeah, I mean, he's doing 44 ones, which is the fastest car on circuit. Anyone close to that is at least a second off. So incredible pace from, as we come to expect, actually, from Elia Earhart. Of course, that car also, we will see Pierre Caffer in it, so he can definitely go even faster than that. And so Phoenix looking in good shape at the moment.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if we don't see Pierre Caffer in that car today.
Yeah.
Yeah, you finished my sentence for me there.
Sorry.
That's fine. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not saying that he won't, but I wouldn't be surprised if the driving today is kept between Sven Herberger and the two that we've already seen driving the car, Elia and Michael Doppelmayr. And they'll save Pierre, not save him as such, but the pace today doesn't have to be flat out. It just has to be, as Max Edelhoff was saying, enough to keep us on the lead lap. Because tomorrow, after we've had the Parc Fermé situation, the grid starts as a nose-to-tail situation again.
We've got some serious stuff going on track now. This is for 3rd position overall. Best 992 car, Sam de Jong and Rick Breukers. Breukers has had a really good stint. Remember, he has made a pit stop, whereas the Red Ant has not. Slightly loose bonnet for the Red Ant, but opens the door and lets Rick Breukers through. Doesn't want to fight it too hard. They also have the Jutta Racing Audi just behind them. So you would expect Julius Adamatovic to get himself up past both of these cars, but such has been the pace of Rick Breukers in the Red Ant, in the Red Camel Porsche, that he is trying to scuttle away down the inside. Jutta Racing pass the 904 Red Ant Racing Sam de Jong, and so de Jong drops 2 positions on this one lap. Won't be too worried about that. He is very much coming to the end of his stint. Those tyres have done 1 hour and 20 minutes. The car will be getting light, but he doesn't have anywhere like the grip that he once had at the start of this stint. And now Jutta Racing trying to get past Rick Breukers to put themselves up into 3rd position. Would you believe, 1 hour and 20 in, and we've still got lots of battling on track as the M6 comes into the pits. Number 2, Baz Schouten, brings his car in.
Yes, we're getting to the stage now where the people who pitted in the first code 60, because they were only allowed to put half their fuel allowance in during that code 60, are beginning to run out of fuel again. So yes, you're right, Ben, 1 hour and 25 minutes in, and they've already used a whole tank full, plus that little bit that they had in the first 10 minutes before we had the first code 60. And Peter Terting, who you said came into the pits, that was for his 2nd stop. He came in during the first code 60, so he was coming in for his 2nd stop there, and the first full service stop because it was a driver change. One thing that you're not allowed to do in Creventic competition, we haven't mentioned this, but the drive time for each individual driver, maximum drive time for a stint, is 2 hours. You take off the time spent in the pits during that 2 hours, but after 2 hours, you have to change the driver, so that affects the way the strategy works as well. Some pretty dicey racing going on out there on the circuit, Ben. They're serious about this, aren't they?
Rick Breukers deciding that his 992 was a rally spec just a few moments ago, trying to go to the outside of a TCR car on the exit of turn 1, and found himself without road to play with any longer, and just had to do a bit of grass tracking, hoping that the car bouncing around underneath him would settle down and not spit him into the wall. He got away with it and eventually got past the TCR car, but it did allow the Jutta Racing Audi to get himself up into 3rd position. So we do have a new 3rd spot for the Lithuanian Audi R8. That's third. Rick Broiker's now fourth. Sam de Jong now fifth, all being chased down by a very fast charging Elia Earhart. But we would expect to see a lot of these cars visiting pits any moment now and having to do a full green flag stop.
Well, Sam de Jong for sure.
Oh, yes.
Because he hasn't been in at all yet. And with all that battling and excitement that we've been describing to you, he's been elbowed back to fifth place, having been third, but is now in fifth. But he is getting very short on fuel, as I say, with an hour and 27 minutes now gone, but 42 laps under his belt without a pit stop at all. Then we're going to be seeing Adamavicius coming in. Espenlaub, pretty sure he'll be able to stay out longer because he came in twice during the Code 60. That'll have given him possibly a little bit more fuel, although I'm not sure they went for fuel in the second stop because they'd have filled it. Yeah, I think Espenlaub's going to be running short of fuel as well. So Espenlaub and Edelhoff, the two E's, will be coming in. But I'd say predict de Jong first and then the two leaders coming in next. Adamavicius is pretty close to their schedule as well.
And your point about drive time means that all of these guys really need to change their drivers as well because they haven't...
Within the next half hour, certainly, yes.
Well, yeah, and if you risk not doing it now, then you're going to have to be forced to do another stop.
Absolutely, yeah. So you come in now and you have to change the driver effectively, that's right. So we're at the 44th lap for the leaders of the 25 I thought it was 26 cars that started the race. 25 cars actually started the race. 23 of them are still running. The two that aren't, we expect to have back out on the track at some point. They're both being worked on, those two being the Vortex car number 701 and the Wolf Power Racing TCR car
still in
car number 116. That's still in the pits. Yes, those two are still in the pits. Very nearly an hour now in the pits for the 116 car, and the Vortex has been in for, well, almost, hasn't been in the pits, but it's been out of the race for very nearly 45 minutes. And okay, it's a long race, there's a long way still to go, but your chances of a good position, having spent that kind of time not going round and round, are certainly reduced quite significantly.
So 23 cars still running, as we mentioned, 2 cars in pit lane. And continuing basically to be a cloudless day here at the Hockenheimring. It really is a stunning weekend. We're expecting these conditions throughout the weekend. No chat of rain like we had from Mr. Heinhoff in Spa, wishing rain upon us for the whole 12 hours. And we got a spit of it at the very end, but didn't really do much. And he was almost surprised. It was the same weekend that everywhere else was a washout, if you remember. But Spa was beautiful, and Hockenheim is as beautiful as well. Don't forget, the next round of the championship is at the most beautiful of places, Portimao, 24 hours in the middle of July. Why would you not want to do that?
Beginning of July, 9th and 10th July.
Okay, yeah.
What do you call that?
Middling
of July. Yeah, getting towards the middle of July.
Start to middling.
Yeah. But yeah, I think there is hints of rain in the forecast for next week. But so if you're planning to stay on in Baden-Württemberg for the rest of the week, then the weather's not quite so good. So it's not typical of this part of the world necessarily to have such good weather. But we've been blessed certainly with some splendid weather this weekend.
And you can expect that when you go to Portimao in July, that it's going to be hot and a nice place to bring your family and friends and to go and sit by the beach if you're not sitting by the racetrack and watching.
And if there is a shower, it'll be short-lived.
Yeah.
But certainly showers not completely unheard of in Portugal in the summer. So we haven't really talked about TCR for a while. That's still being led by Andreas Beckmann with the Lestrup Racing Audi. He's completed 42 laps to the overall race leader's 45. So he's lost 3 laps in the hour and a half that we've had of the race so far. Andreas Beckmann leads the way. Bradley Ellis is second in the TCE division, leading his class, but he's not in a proper TCR car. He's in a GT4 as Ben was saying earlier on, for Beluga Racing.
So can we go explain how that works? Because it's a GT4 car, but it's having to run to TCX specifications. So what kind of things do you need to be doing to the car to make it fit?
Well, in effect, not. You don't have to do anything. They didn't have enough cars to run as a GT4 class. The car is not GT4 spec, although it's a GT4 Cup, if you will. And so they originally, Creventic were going to put it into GTX, but quite frankly, it didn't stand a chance of doing anything in GTX. It would just have been Tail End Charlie. And so they put it in TCX on the grounds that it wasn't in GTX. Okay. And although you said it's to TCX spec, the X is really, both GTX and TCX, is for cars that don't really fit anywhere else. So they kind of have that as a catch-all for the cars that don't fit in the GT3, 992, 991, if we would have one this weekend, or TCE categories. So normally, for example, we'd have the Ginettas running as TCX cars.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a break up here in the commentary box and head down to the pit lane and one of our pro drivers. We've spoken to Pierre Caffa. Let's hear from the other one now, Peter Turting.
Yeah, we got Peter Turting here, very hot and bothered. It's clearly hard work out there. Even tried to get Carrie to be interviewed first, but I wanted someone that's been out there on circuit. How is the circuit?
Yeah, actually the circuit is good. It's all fine. We had a good race. I mean, we had a really good qualifying. We could set up the fastest time. But it looks like we get a mechanical issue on the car because the time was dropping down a lot and we get a really bad balance. So at the moment we're analyzing where it comes from. I think we've got some problem on the differential or something is at the moment wrong. Something mechanical feels really strange. But anyway, we're still on track and let's see what we can do.
I guess, does that mean just trying to get it through to the end of today and then sort it out tomorrow, or are you going to have to stop, do you think, and do something a bit more to it?
Well, we don't know at the moment. We analyze it and then we're going to see what happens. But at the moment, it's very hard to drive.
I'm being asked as well whether you, Plusline, are going to be back for later races.
Sorry?
The question was, I think it was a Plusline going to be back for later races.
Yes, that's right.
That's fine. That was a question in my ear. They wanted to know. One question that I've got, we've seen a fair few cars, like even completely missing the apex up at the likes of turn 2. Is it slippy up there?
Yeah, I guess one car, he lost some fluids or whatever after the code 60, so it's very slippery there on the entry, and it's easy to miss the apex.
And I guess that you got to then throw that out of your mind by the time you go booming up towards the hairpin.
Yeah, exactly.
Well done, great to speak to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter Turting and Chris Dawes down in pit lane. We've got Red Ant into pit lane, 9:04. First stop for them, and of course, therefore, it is a full service. Not only will Sam be jumping out, we're having 4 full tyres. We're getting a nice wipe of the windscreen, and it will head down to the end of pit lane for a full tank, as much as it can do. I shouldn't say a full tank, a full refuel, as much as it can get, but the tank is obviously bigger than the refuel allows.
Well, no, not necessarily, because it's the refueling amount for that car is 110 litres, and a production 992 car, I mean, they are a production car, it's with take 110 litres.
Okay.
What they may do is elect not to fill it all the way to the top. I think, in fact, it would be unlikely for Red Ant, judging by what they do, but they don't have to fill it up if they don't want to. They could just put 3/4 of a tank in and hope to get a code 60 later on and then come in under code 60.
Strategic advantage of doing that?
Because if you do get a code 60, you get you more in because you're not full of fuel. So if you get code 60, say, in another 15 minutes, you can't put much in. Whereas if you don't fill it to the top, then you can get more in when the track is going at code 60. So it is an advantage to do, but you're just gambling. You're rolling the dice effectively to say, are we going to get a code 60 coming up?
There must be. Do you have an advantage sorry, do you have an average kind of idea of how much likelihood there is a code 60? I mean,
you do. I mean, of course you do. I mean, that's kind of, you get a feeling for it. You look at what's happened already, but ultimately it's always a gamble. You know, you have to look at the type of circuit we're running on, how big the runoff areas are, how close the gravel is to the side of the track, how easy it is to get stuck in the gravel, how easy it is to drive through the gravel, number of cars we've got out there, what's the chances for contact being made, all those kind of things you kind of throw into the melting pot and try and decide. I mean, ultimately, you've got to stop for the fuel at some point. You know, you're not going to run for 12 hours without stopping for fuel. You've got to take on however many litres it takes to run for 12 hours. And the objective is purely to get as many of those litres as you can whilst the circuit is code 60, rather than having to get them when they're green.
Wow, that is a way of thinking about it. Literally working totally backwards from 12 hours requires X amount of litres, and then we just need to make sure we get as many in when everyone else is going slowly.
If possible, yes.
Yeah, wow.
But
okay.
It's, as I say, it's a risky take because you don't know when the code 60s are going to come. And I'm surprised that the code 60s we've had thus far have been as long as they were, because both of them seem to take a long time to clear. What I would expect for the rest of the race is actually fewer code 60s, because everybody's now settled in. Everybody's hopefully knows where the track goes. They know where it's slippery and where not. So we'll see how that all pans out.
And you thought that it was just cars going around a track, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely not. So much to think about. And in a way, Creventic Series almost more tricky than some of our other endurance championships around the world in terms of its strategy, because of there's so many different elements to think about: driver time, fuel rates, fuel capacity, code 60. But it does give us something to talk about all the time, which is what I love.
And 5 cars had a drop of 3 places on the grid for not returning their USB stick on time. There is a timetable issued when you have to return your data sticks from the car, and if you don't stick to that timetable, you get a penalty.
There you go.
You know, there's another example of it. Into the pits has come the NKPP Porsche 992. This is a car shared by just 2 drivers, one of only 2 cars, which is a 2-driver team. Harry Hilders will be taking over from Gijs Bessem in the 928 car, and that's the 928 numbered car. It's a Porsche 992, but Gijs Bessem then the second of the callers, shall we say, in this particular round of pit stops, and sometime over the next 15 minutes I think we'll be seeing quite a few more in.
Bradley Ellis out of the 205 machine, the tallest of the 3 drivers in that car. Can't tell you who's getting in yet, but our graphics will soon update themselves.
My guess will be that it will be Leonidas, sorry, the other way around. Leonidas. That would be a guess, but we'll find out, as you say, when the graphics tell us, or one of our pit crew can identify that.
No, female eyes. I'm gonna put myself out there and say that's a female rather than a male. It has caught me out before, but I'm gonna say that therefore is Ria.
Right. Okay.
Ria Lucas, and maybe actually Chris is down there and be able to chat with Bradley, because I thought that must have been a lot of fun, actually, getting through the traffic from the tail of the field whilst keeping an eye on your mirrors for people to try and get past you. So let's go down to Chris. He's got the microphone open.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure you're completely wrong, because it is the person you suspected is stood in the garage, as far as I'm sure.
Oh, well, that's embarrassing, isn't it?
Yeah. Bradley.
Hang on, apologies right now to Leonidas.
That looked like a whole lot of fun out there, working through a lot of cars as quick as you could.
To be honest, I just felt like I was a bit by myself at the start. I could see one of the TCRs being a bit silly with some of his overtakes. So just let him make mistakes. I just drove past, and as it were, he ended up crashing behind me. So yeah, no, I mean, I just played a sensible game, tried to just keep the tyres for as long as possible and try and make the stint go as long as possible.
Well, you did a good job. I'll leave it to Snowy's going to interview you properly later, but I just wanted to get you as you jumped out the car.
Thank you.
Here is the leader of our TCE category. Andreas Backman will be getting out of that car by the looks of things. You would expect it, with nearly, well, an hour and 40 done. And we'll find out who he hands over to, which Swede next. This, therefore, is kind of a reset, isn't it? With a green flag round of pit stops, we really will get a picture of where everyone stands after this round of stops.
Yes, I mean, I'm thinking that most of the teams will be doing driver changes at this stop. The only car that made a driver change before, of course, Phoenix Motorsport, switched from Michael Doppelmayr to Elliot Earhart. The other car which had a driver change was, and it's just disappeared off the screen because it was on there a minute ago. I'll have to get back to you on who that was, because can't remember who it is now, but there was another car that changed drivers earlier on. I'll get there. Oh, it's 9:10. Pablo Buguera. That's right, 9:10. Pablo Buguera started the car, and Javier Morcillo has taken it over. So that's another car that's had a driver change. But apart from that, everybody else, when they make their next pit stop, should be having a driver change.
Into the pits, GT4 runner. Our only GT4 runner in the Maniac Mercedes. Full service for this car as well, by the looks of things. Of course, being a GT4 car, you've got to do all of the wheel nuts. There's not just a single wheel nut on this car. All 5 need to be done. They are kind of pre-mounted, as you can see. They sit in the real wheel hub, and then makes it a little bit easier for the guys to get it done. But unlike a GT3 car, which is a single central hub, the Mercedes does need all 5. It's not, that is not what all GT4 cars have, though. As many of them are normal, but they have to be based on your road car. And the McLaren, for instance, the McLaren GT4 road car has a single large wheel nut hub on the center of the wheel. So they are a lot faster when pitting because of the way that the road car is designed, whereas of course most road cars have 4 or 5 nuts, as we saw from that Mercedes. So that's always been a bit of a bone of contention in GT4 racing.
And it all depends what the organisers' view is on balance of performance, because
yes, of course,
in Creventic series they would say, well, in that case we have to penalise the McLaren in some way because it's got an advantage in that way.
Yeah.
And they don't want to discourage people from, buying cars other than the McLaren along. So in order to ensure the continued variety that we have in Creventic racing, and that's a typical example where they would say, okay, for that car, because it's got the faster wheel change, we'll slow it down by giving it a 75% refueling rate or something like that.
And we did, of course, see a McLaren in the last round of the 24H series at Spa, thanks to E-Mob, or I think there was something along those lines, and they were on course for taking victory in TCE, in GT4, sorry, until unfortunately the car had a failure. So they were very positive. We enjoyed speaking to the Swedes. That's an interesting little effect we've got going on there.
Yeah, so but Ben's just looking that one up.
Trying to remind myself.
He was talking about TCR, so I will mention that because we have a new class leader in TCR, the Monlau Competition BBR entered car, and that is with Kantasak Kusiri at the wheel of it now. So 159 now leads TCR. In second in TCR is the Wimmerwerk Cupra, Dominic Hasselsteiner driving that car, and third in TCR is the GSR Motorsport Volkswagen Golf of Mindaugas Liaticus. And that's third. Fourth is the Lestrade racing car of Andreas Backman, except that car, of course, having its pit stop. And also in the pits at the moment is the Max Edelhoff Car Collection Audi, and they are having a driver change, Ben.
Well, yes, as you mentioned, they all kind of have to, don't they? Alfab is what I was looking for. They had a turbocharger failure with 2 hours to spare in their McLaren GT4. We do expect to see Alfab back. Great to have them. They were only a team of 4. They didn't have any backdrop or anything like that. They just brought the car on the back of the trailer and did a great job. So we look forward to having them back with us, whether that be at the next round or not, we are not sure. But they do also race in the Scandinavian GT Championship as well. So if there's clashes in that, then presumably they would Scandinavian rather than internationalise. And Portimao is going to be a hell of a long drive from Sweden as well on the back of their trailer. So on board with the 34 car of, was Max Edelhoff, we get a chance to see the fuel bay area for the first time. So effectively they've gone, rather than going out on the circuit, they've gone into the paddock and now they are driving around a car parking area in the paddock, and they will search for their team member who's down in the refueling bay, who will signal for them to park in a particular refueling bay, and then they will pick up their fuel. Whilst all of this is happening, we need to kind of a little bit forget about what's happening on circuit, other than the fact that Eli Earhart continues to be the fastest man out there and is about to move himself up into 3rd position as we speak at this moment. Jutta, well, actually, it's not even 3rd position, is it? Because Espen Laub is pitted. Edelhoff, there is Espen Laub getting a change. Max Edelhoff is in the fuel collection, so actually could be virtually for the lead when they come across the line next time.
You're absolutely right, Ben, and it will then go into a change of its own, because what we may end up going, as you say, with Phoenix will lead the race, but their lead will also be fairly brief, because they came into the pits a little bit later than everybody else when we had the early code 60, but we'll still need to that same refueling amount. So I think for the next 10, possibly almost 15 minutes, up to the 2-hour mark, in fact, because we're 1 hour 48 minutes into the race, and so coming up towards 2 hours elapsed, and by then a clearer picture will emerge. But for the next 10 minutes or so, it will be a slightly confusing situation whilst everybody comes in for their routine pit stops, and under green flag conditions, it really is tantalizing. It's so frustrating to be sitting there through that area that you were describing, Ben, of the back of the paddock, trying to find which your refueling pump is. There's a maximum of 2 members from each team are allowed to do the refueling. Some teams only have 1 person available. They have to have all the refueling gear on. They have to have flameproof overalls, helmet, shoes, the whole business, and they are responsible for the refueling. An allowance has been given for this weekend for them to have a door open whilst they are refueling. Normally you have to have the doors shut whilst refueling, but because it's hot, the Creventic has taken pity on them and said you can actually have the door open on the opposite side from wherever the fuel goes in. Not quite sure how the Porsches who have it centrally work that out, but anyway, one door is allowed to be opened. However, you're not allowed to wave it about. You know how they sometimes wave the door about to try and get more ventilation. You're just allowed to open the door. It's not as bad here at Hockenheim as it is, say, when we raced at Paul Ricard, where the refueling is at the beginning of the pit lane. Because at that point, you have a very hot and sweaty driver coming in at the end of a stint and then having to sit there for 2 minutes whilst the fuel goes into the car. That is really terrifying.
Why is this car back into pit lane? Maniac pitted...
Which car?
This is the Maniac 412. Was only pitted like 2 or 3 laps ago, but is back into the pits. We're taking a look at the 720, the RD Sainz Lamborghini. And they are doing a standard stop, as you would expect. Change of driver, change of tyres, and clean windscreen. But I'm more curious about what's happening with the GT4 car. It's being left there too.
1 lap only it did, so it wasn't even that long ago. It was sent on its way, went up to the refueling area, did the refueling, but as you say, Ben, has come straight back in. I can't explain why.
Chris Dawes, we can see a little bit of damage on the right-hand side. Surely that's not the reason why it's in the pits, though, is it?
Well, I thought that they'd just missed the penalty box or something, because one of the team went running back up that direction, but they ran past there and picking something up. No, we've got the that damage was already there. That was from earlier in the race. I'll tell you what it was. It was the refueling cap, and that was on the ground in the pit-in area. So they've run up, they've got that. They're now taping that down.
Wow. Okay, that's going to be a bit inconvenient for the rest of the race if they have to strip the refuel off each time they go in and out of pit lane.
And there's about 4 pieces that they've stuck on as well.
Well, it's not coming off again, is it? But a bit of a shame that they've had to do that. Phoenix Racing also coming towards you, Chris.
Yeah, here they come with the lights flashing, and they are making a change. As it comes past me, I think it's Sven Herberger that's getting it in.
Makes sense on the rotation, yes.
Okay, that makes sense. Goodness me, they just threw one of the tyres into their garage. God knows stood there. And in fact, they even pretty much just throw each other as well.
I hope nobody saw them throwing tyres, because you're not allowed to.
Oh, I'm probably exaggerating.
Okay.
You know me. But it looks like they've done... I mean, it's so quick, these guys. It's just phenomenal. I think I said it earlier, is that I was worried they're going to put me on one of the corners instead of a tyre. They're that quick.
Yes, I mean, this is what we were saying over dinner last night, Chris, that time spent in the pits in Creventic series, absolutely crucial. They are not timed pit stops here in Creventic. They are slow pit stops, but that's only slow because of the refueling. The bit that you spend in front of the garage, you have to be as quick as you possibly can. And Phoenix Audi are a competitive team. They want to be as quick as they possibly can. And yes, I mean, Chris describing the choreography of it there and how they have to get everything moved around pretty quickly. But it was a good stint from Elliot Earhart, and I think, Ben, you and I are going to be watching this. We're going to watch it for the rest of today. We're going to watch it all day tomorrow, 6 hours on each day. And that Phoenix Racing car may have started well down at the start of the event, but over the course of the 2 days and 12 hours that we're going to be running this, it's going to be a very interesting battle just between those two Audis, the Jutta car, which now leads, and the Phoenix car, which is in second place. And then CP Racing, who have dropped down to 6th place while they've had their pit stop earlier on.
Jutta Racing into pits from effectively the lead of the race, but it's difficult to really know who's in the lead of the race at the moment with all these pit stops happening. Presumably, though, we're all kind of on a similar strategy, aren't we? There's not too many people completely off. They're all taking new tyres, they're all doing driver changes, and they're all going to the fuel bay because they need fuel. So that's the nice bit about lack of code 60.
Exactly right. And in GT3, certainly, we are now all pretty much lined up. And once we get them out again after this pit stop, everybody in GT3 will have made the same number or the same equivalent pit stops as each other, and we'll be able to compare where they are, and that will all depend on how quick they manage to turn the cars around in the pits, of course. The place where it isn't quite so easy, 992 class, whichever one you happen to be in, Rick Breukers has got himself now into the lead of the race, would you believe? So a 992 car leads, and it's Red Camel, small chair from here, in the lead of the race overall then when they come through to complete 58 laps.
Don't need their strategists, do they?
They don't need me at all. They'll... Don't know whether they'll be leading at 2 hours, though, because they'll need to come in for fuel as well at some point fairly early on.
Well, they also need to come in to get Rick out of that car in the next 8 minutes, don't they?
A little bit more than 8 minutes, because they already had a 2-minute pit stop. But, yes, that comes off it. But you're right. They may well have to bring it in before the fuel runs out, purely to get Rick out of the car before the end, as does Yannick Redant with the number 903 car. And so does Frederick Ansel with the 912 car. So all of those 992 class cars have to come in and make that driver change before the 2 hour mark.
And one to add to that is the leader in TCE as well, Candy Kasuri. Started the car, pitted quite early on. I think code 60 number 2 he pitted, but stayed in the car. So that car might not necessarily be ready for a pit stop, but the driver needs to get out. So
correct.
That's what's happening to the Red Camel team right now. Rick getting out the car, and is that Ivo getting in?
It's Luke.
It's Luke getting in.
Blue helmet.
You see, no better than me.
Happy birthday, Rick, by the way. It is Rick's birthday today. So he's had a good start. And that's the Italian mechanic, if you were watching the live stream. He was jumping up and down. But good
Being
pit stop.
typically passionate.
Isn't he just? Yes, I was just saying, it's Rick's birthday today, and he is 24, I think.
Really? That makes me feel
1998 he was born, yes, so it makes him 24 today. So if anybody does get down there was cake earlier on. Chris Dawes goes rushing to the Red Camel.
Well, Chris is off in 8 minutes, so he's got 2 hours to consume.
I doubt there'll be that much left. But anyway, so Red Camel leads the race, but he's in the pits and they'll lose it next time around. Question, who is going to lead the race next time around? And
well, the top 3 on the timing screens are all in the fuel bay right now, so...
Yes, exactly. I'm just trying to work it out. Could well be Charlie Putman.
It's got to be, right? I think that's how we started this whole sequence of pit stops.
Yeah, it'll be Charlie Putman who comes back into the lead once those at the top have finished their refuelling.
I think the most crucial thing, though, will be that I'm speculating, but Phoenix Racing could well be second after that incredible stint from Elia Earhart. We've still got to get a couple of people through the pits, but I think they've done enough to get themselves up to second position. A huge stint from Elia Earhart, and he's now speaking with Chris.
Yes, I had to grab her with you, Leah. What an incredible stint. You look exhausted when you jumped out, but you must have loved that, working your way through the field.
Yeah, I liked it a lot, yeah, but it's very hot outside and it's not easy to bring the tire to the whole distance. It was a 120-liter stint. It was the maximum, yeah, over 200 Ks. And it's not easy because it's so hot, but yeah, I like it a lot, and I think it's a 12-hour race. There can happen a lot, huh?
I love that mix where you could tell how hot and tiring it was, but you've got that glint in your eye that it was exciting. Several of the teams are saying it's really slippy out there and it's degrading the tyres more than you're expecting.
Yeah, for sure. I start my stint to be very easy, relaxed, not to over push the tire, to bring him to the whole distance, and yeah, I think it was okay. He was very constant, but yeah, I think it's a 12-hour race and there can happen a lot, and today it's just the goal to stay in the lead lap, and tomorrow we make full throttle, yeah.
So far, so good.
Yeah, thank you.
So far, so good. Full throttle tomorrow, so that's full Pierre Caffer tomorrow then, is it? I imagine so.
Could well be, yes. I reckon that Frederick Angsel's going to get a lap in the lead of this race before anyone else
What
does.
a story for that car, because that was twice in the gravel. They thought they had major problems. They've changed so much of that car overnight, including a trip to the tyre wall as well. And it is surfing around the lead of our race. So, OK, not necessarily legitimately, but it's right there and thereabouts, even for 992 category honours. So Frederic has done a really good job in his stint, and he's got some other French teammates to hand over to that were perhaps a little bit more unlucky when it came to yesterday's qualifying session. He does need to get out he needs to come into the pits pretty soon, so he might get one lap in the lead before he comes in. Oh, actually, he's coming in now by the looks of things.
Yes, he should be coming in on this lap, but he'll come across the start-finish line
as leader,
as the leader of the race. So the Red Camel Porsche only just now leaving the refueling area, so it spent the whole of that lap getting the fuel put into it. So Ansel crosses the line, takes over the lead of the race as we tick up to 2 hours elapsed of the race completed. Sven Herberger, who got into the car as described by Chris Dawes for us for Phoenix Racing on his first lap out, does the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 42.089.
Wow.
Best lap of the race on his, it wasn't his out lap, but it was his first flying lap of the race. And so Sven certainly serving notice of what that Phoenix Audi is capable of.
That's impressive as well, considering Elia Earhart was so fast in it before.
But not as quick as Sven.
Clearly not. I mean, Sven has the advantage of having new tyres and probably a slightly lighter car and a better track.
But why a lighter car? Because he's just got a full tank of fuel.
Will it be as full as it was at the start of the race?
This is the question. Depends how long they put it, how much fuel they put in.
Do you have that detail as well? Can you?
I haven't got the information as to how much fuel they put in.
So you can't see what other, as a strategist, you can't see what other people are doing in terms of stationary time in the fuel bay.
No. Well, you can tell how long they spend in the fuel bay, but you have to time that by hand.
Right.
So for me to do that for all teams is actually more than I can do, I'm afraid.
No,
I'm afraid.
I don't believe it.
But improvements are going to be coming to the timeservice.nl website, which shows us where you can, if you're online, you can go onto that either timeservice.nl or raceresults.nu, and either later this season or next season there should be a column which tells us how long spent in the fueling area, which of course will be very useful.
Yes. That will tell a whole nother story, won't it?
A whole nother story, this. So Axel leads on the screen. In reality, Charlie Putman leads the race for CP Racing, as we speculated that he should. Goes through now, actually, and completes his 60th lap, and does so with 2 hours and a minute on the clock, the elapsed times.
How much far ahead is he to Jutta Racing, who seem to be second? So here they come into the arena now.
It'll be 40-something seconds, I think, by the time he comes in. We'll see when he comes in. And as you say, Jutta Racing now with Jonas Gelzinnis behind the wheel. Behind the wheel.
So he's a semi-pro. He's probably the fastest of those three drivers in that car.
It'll be interesting to see what his times are, actually, because having seen Julius Damlovicius out already, Julius is pretty quick himself. So, yeah, 45 seconds is the gap, pretty much what we said. He has a 3-second advantage over Elmar Grimm, who is now driving the car collection Audi. And then Phoenix, with their Audi, is fourth. Sven Herberger is only 4 seconds behind that. So we've got Audi's second, third and fourth, with the third place Audi 3 seconds behind, and the fourth place Audi 4 seconds behind the car in front of it. Then BMW are fifth with the number 2 JR Motorsport car, which still has Dirk.
No, it had Baz.
It had Baz, that's right, yeah. Had Baz has now got Dirk Schouten behind the wheel. Good.
And that car is a little bit off schedule to the rest. The rest have pitted within the last 10 minutes or so. They were one of the first 2 pits, so Dirk's been in for 35 minutes already.
Yeah.
Luke Breukers comes over the line, therefore, in 6th position, best of the 992s, but he's not far ahead of Philip Gressig, or no, actually Philip's a whole lap behind. Right, let's head back down to pit lane. Chris Dawes is there.
Change of pit lane.
Oh, sorry, Peter.
It's Peter Snowden now, and right on cue, change of driver. Porsche Lorient team, Fred. Fred, we spoke on the grid and you said it was going to be a warm one. It looks like you've just spent a very, very long time in a sauna in the wrong clothes.
Yeah, it was a strategy. We was in the, in the end of the field. So we need to run a maximum 2 hours and just fuel with the code 60. So it was good for us after the tires was very difficult in the end.
I love that when you got out of the car, the first thing you needed to do was to say moment, and I know I need to get my 24-hour series cap on.
Yes, it's I'm not too young, so it's a little difficult 2 hours, but it's good. We make so pleasure to be here, and with good friend to be first. Well, it's just the beginning of the race, and many competitors are very quick. So we are going to see at the end. But what we need, what we want, is to take pleasure.
Great, thank you very much, Fred, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much to Peter Snowden, who joins us in the pit lane. We're just ticking over after our first 2 hours of racing. Let's have a look, as the strategy is so simple right now, at the standings after 2 hours of racing. in the lead of the race is Charles Putman, as we said, by around 42 seconds ahead of Elmar Grimm, ahead of Jonas Gelsinis for Utah Racing. And then 5 seconds back is Elmar Grimm in the car collection Audi, with Sven Herberger, the fastest man on circuit right now, in the third of the Audi R8, closing in on car collection, closing in on Utah Racing. Fifth position for JR Motorsports' Dirk Schutten in the BMW M6, 16 seconds back from that little battling group of Audis. And then best of the 992 Porsches is Luc Broekes in 909. He's got a good advantage, 36 seconds over the first of the Red Ant cars, that's 904, and 904 is ahead of 903. Slightly different strategy for 904, who for the moment has ignored all code 60s and has just pitted once when they needed to. Pulseline Racing Team in fourth position in 992, and then best of the GTXs is the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo 710, with Harry Hilders aboard the NKPP HRT Performance Porsche 992, which is in 11th, and Porsche Lorient in 12th position, having briefly led the race. They've fallen from the lead down to 12th after that last pit stop. Jean-Francois is now aboard that car in 12th position. 13th for RD Sainz 720, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and then the older 991 version of the Porsche E2P racing in GTX category, third in class, with Javier Morcello aboard that car. And then we have one GT4 car with Maniac Racing's Mercedes-AMG GT4 out on circuit after contact early on. And in the pits, Vortex, I'm afraid, having some work done on their machine after contact also over at turn 2. In the TCE category, we have BBR leading, but they are on a different strategy to the rest of the field in their TCR Seat Competition. RS3 LMS Audi for Lestrup Racing, who have led much of the opening 2 hours. With Andres Bachmann aboard that car. Holmgar Motorsport, first time out in the Leon Competizione, in third, and then Vilma Werk in fourth position in a older Cupra. Best of the TCXs at the moment is Swift Racing. They are aboard a Ligier, and then it is JSR Golf in sixth. Voluga have dropped down to seventh position, a story that we need to pick up in a second. An unscheduled pit stop just a few moments ago has dropped them right down the order, with Lestrop's 110, I'm afraid, having to make a lengthy pit stop with issues and a little bit of contact, and one last car, unfortunately, Wolf Power Racing, the Audi RS3 that made contact earlier on in the race, still in the pits. Let's now take a look at the first 2 hours of racing here at Hockenheim. So let's catch up quickly on one little story that was developing through our various homework that we needed to do. Voluga Racing coming into the pits just as we went to our leaderboard, and unfortunately coming back in again. Peter, what's going on? Peter's just getting the microphone on. I can see him down there, so just trying to make sure the microphone works. Question marks over a potential gearbox issue, although that's very much a fuse electrical issue. So is it electrical? Is it mechanical? They are not sure. What a shame. An absolutely solid, trouble-free run from Bradley Ellis until he's handed over to Leonidas, and unfortunately now issues. Peter, you're there.
Yes, sorry about that. Yes, they're not exactly sure what. No problem. I guess perhaps the man to ask is Bradley, as he's standing right here. Bradley, we just said a great trouble-free run for yourself there, but there's a suspected gearbox issue now?
Yeah, we're not sure what it is, but it won't change gear, so we don't know if it's electronic or mechanical yet, so the boys are working hard to find out the issue, but it's definitely gearbox related.
So won't change gears, pretty fundamental.
Yeah, let's just put it in fifth and just go flat out.
I knew you were going to say that. Weren't you just driving around in fifth in your stint, as per normal?
Yeah, it's quite cruisy. I wished it was that easy.
I'm guessing that's not how you won the 2007 British GT Championship, cruising around in fifth?
No, actually in the Viper, I think we only ever used 2 gears. It was third and fourth anyway, so it probably wasn't far off it. But yeah, no, it's a bit of a shame really, because Leo was doing a good job then, and his average laps were really good. So it's a bit of a shame that this is hindering us a bit.
One of the other issues, of course, is the heat today and tyre management. You're a pro, and you've done this lots before, but is it that difficult? Have you really got to think differently?
This afternoon feels completely different to when I last drove, because I didn't get to have a go in quali. So yesterday morning it felt quite a high grip out there, but my whole first stint was the track felt very low grip. I thought it was just us to start off with, but I had the same sort of minimum speeds as some of the GT3 cars. I could see them struggling, so I think it's just generally quite low grip out there, and it's just about trying to manage the tyres so they don't get too hot over the stint.
Bradley, thanks very much. I'll let you crack on with it, and we hope the Veluga car's out again. The laptop's plugged in, and I'm guessing it's probably electrical at the moment. Who knows, but we'll hope it'll return.
Yeah, it's been in there for very nearly 3 minutes, Peter, so yeah, they do need to get him back out there. It was a good run, as you were saying. They don't have much of a battle to have. The car that's in the same class as it is the ex-Swift Racing Ligier, car 221, which has passed it whilst it's been sitting stationary in the pits there. And so, yes, problems for the Veluga Racing Porsche, and we have on the circuit another spinner, because the NKPP Porsche has had a spin at turn 12, which, Ben, is in our sight if we look up and look out of the box.
And it's exactly the same as what we saw from the 912 in qualifying. Run wide on the outside as you enter into the stadium section, dip your wheel into the gravel, bounce across the grass a little bit, and you end up on the other side of the circuit. Luckily, NKPP have stayed out of the barrier. Harry Hilder's aboard that car, and he's got it back pointing the right direction, and he's got it back going again. So we don't need a code 60.
And I think Harry Hilder's had a moment either in the free practice or in one of the qualifying sessions as well with that car. I do seem to remember the NKPP car having a moment.
Yeah, it was right at the start, wasn't it? Yeah.
It was right at the start of the first qualifying session, that's right, after the free practice. But I say, fortunately, that one hasn't needed a code 60, and he's been able to get on his way again. So that liven things up for a moment. I was just looking at the Veluga racing car. They were looking down into the pit lane where the car, having been in the pits now for 4 minutes, is being pushed back into the garage, which enables them to have more people working on the car. I was going to point out that, well, actually I wasn't going to, but I will now. One of the people who was working on the car was wearing a green vest. And you're not really supposed to work on the car if you're wearing a green vest. You have to wear a yellow vest if you're going to work on the car. The green vested man is the driver assist man, who's allowed to get the driver out of the car and strap the new driver in, but he's not allowed to do any work on the car. I did notice one of the Hockenheim marshals having a word. Whether that will lead to a penalty thereafter, I don't know, but these are the little rules and wrinkles that you have to be so aware of when doing Creventic racing, because they do lead to penalties.
Let's go down to Peter, who's with Valuga again. Car now in the box.
The car issue is electronic. It's not mechanical on the gearbox. And the gentleman that Paul Truswell's just been referring to in the green hive is Benji Hetherington, the team owner principal, and I believe he was advising as opposed to actually working. Let's leave it at that, shall we?
Exactly. I'm quite happy to leave it at that. And as I say, it's one of those things.
Don't get them in trouble,
no,
Paul.
Indeed not.
I was trying to undo Paul's work.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. So as you say, let's leave it at that. I still want to get back to TCR, because every time I start talking about TCR, something else happens on the track, and we end up not having a proper rundown. We had the rundown from, I say a proper rundown, we had the proper rundown from Ben at the top of the hour, but we're now quarter of an hour into the third hour of the race. 2 hours and 17 minutes have elapsed, and it's Monlau Competition who leads, those cars having had their second pit stop now. The car number 159, and it's Choria Nua who leads the class then in the TCR class, car 159. Second in the TCR class is the Leicester Racing team number 120, Marcus Fluch driving the Audi RS3, and third in the TCR class is Martin Vedel Mortensen for Homeguard Motorsport in the Cupra TCR.
On track, battle for second position. Sven Herberger has been putting in some mesmerising laps in the Phoenix Racing Audi R8, and he's got to the tail now. He's past Elmar Grimm, and he's now on the tail of Jonas Gelzines in the Jutta Racing Audi R8. On track, basically the same strategy. It's pitted within a minute of each other, and this is 33 seconds back from the leader of our race, which is Charles Putman in the CP Racing Mercedes. Where can Sven Herberger find a way past? I wouldn't expect this to be too much of a battle as such. No need to be doing that with so much time left in the race, but Sven will need to get past cleanly. If we keep this green flag racing going, it could be an hour before these guys get back out, at least an hour before these guys get back out. We've got an Evo 1 versus an Evo 2. Not a massive difference between the two cars, just slightly different on the rear wing. You can see Evo 2 has the mounts that go over the rear wing, whereas the Evo 1 has them under the rear wing. But where do you make the pass? Where can Sven Herberger do it cleanly and keep the speed up, keep the momentum going, as well as dealing with the traffic? And we've got an older Cupra to clear. That's easily done. And Herberger looks to the inside into turn 2 and makes it stick. He's going to be very, very offline for the rest of turn 3. And Jonas Gelzines switches back to try and get a better exit round the Parabolica. He's in the slipstream. Does he have the legs to get close and under brakes into the hairpin? Will he even want to do that as the Valuga car gets back out onto circuit? I don't think he will. I think that might be deal done. Sven Herberger up to second position, 31 seconds back from Charles Putman. Make a mental note of that gap, because I think it'll be coming down over the next laps.
Exactly the point I was about to make, Ben, because Charlie Putman, for all his, he being the CP of CP Racing, isn't as quick as the guys behind him. So I think Sven Herberger, without any question of doubt at all, I mean, on the last lap time, it was a 1:43.9 from Sven Herberger in the Phoenix car. The lap for Charlie Putman was a 1:47.0. So those that gap will certainly be coming down, and as Ben was just saying, if we can get a period of green flag racing, then we'll see the gap continue to come down, and in about 20 minutes time it'll be down to nothing at all. And even though Jonas Gelzines has just been overtaken, he will go with Sven Herberger, and if he's got any sense, he'll just sit behind the other Audi, the Phoenix Audi, so the two Audis will just team up together, I think. There they go past us now. And they'll just team up together, even though they're in opposing teams, but Gelzines will be able to get an advantage by following Herberger, and the pair of them will just close up and catch up with Charlie Putman pretty straightforwardly and before the end of this session. So they'll be praying for a little bit of code 60 in CP Racing. Elmar Grimm, we haven't mentioned him behind the wheel. Well, we have, but not enough. We haven't mentioned him at the wheel of the car collection car. He's still going strongly in 4th. And then it's Dirk Schouten with the BMW in 5th place, rounding out the top GT3 cars.
Unfortunately, the Veluga car we saw going back out onto circuit is still circulating slowly, so expect to see that car being brought back into pit lane. Leonidas Lucas trying to find a gear, or trying to get the car to change gear, and it doesn't seem like it's doing it. So they're able to reset it in pit lane, try something, send it back out, see if it's worked, and unfortunately for a moment it hasn't. Real frustration, especially when you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I was kind of making hand signals to you there, Ben, with a manual gear change. Of course, there's nothing manual about these things. They're all the wretched electronics. And
if only a stick connected to
if you could look at something and see that it wasn't working, you could kind of fix it. But if you've got wires that go into a black box and the thing that happens when you push this button doesn't happen, you've got to take the box out and fit a new one, or work out whether it's the cable or whether it's the connector, and it's just such a frustrating thing to have to do. But having said that, I'm a fan of electronics, and it all works, and when it works, it makes things better. But it's difficult to diagnose, there's no doubt about it.
And then back into the pit lane he comes then. Bradley Ellis was up into the top 3. Second position before this issue befell this car. And it's going to be lots of head scratching for the next couple of hours to try and get this car back up to running speed, because and you can still work overnight. You don't have to obey the curfew that the cars that are running on track obeys. You do get penalised if you do work overnight outside of racing conditions, but you can still do it.
Do you know by how much?
10 minutes?
10 laps.
10 laps.
So you get a 10-lap penalty for working on the car overnight, and you have to write a note to the headmaster.
But if you are here to give track time and experience and ultimately honour the kind of the signature of getting going racing, you still want to do that, don't you?
Absolutely. And this is a category of racing which is largely to encourage gentlemen drivers and to train gentlemen drivers as well. So a great opportunity to do so. So the penalty is harsh, a 10-lap penalty for working on the car overnight, but provided you get the race director's permission, provided the scrutineers decide that the car is safe after you've worked on it, then you are allowed out having worked on the car overnight. The other thing just to make a note of while we're thinking about penalties and such is that within the last 10 minutes of part 1, you are not allowed to come into the pits for any reason. If you do come into the pits, then you take a 2-lap penalty, unless it is to fix something dangerous on the car, such as a puncture or something that is likely to catch fire or something like that, and then you can come in. Anyway, talking of that, let's now talk to the pit lane. Peter Snowden.
Just very quick updates on the Veluga car. Drivers staying in for the moment, so not entirely terminal just yet. Definitely electronic. They've looked in the footwell, they've looked in the back. Obviously gearbox is down that end, but a little bit mystified. Just before it went out last time, they did say to me, we're just going to kind of give it a go and suck it and see. And as you said, it just did one lap, so it's just not the alt control delete didn't work, so that's that option ruled out. They're definitely looking at the ECU side of it at the moment. Benji Hetherington chatting to driver, trying different things on the dash. I'll try and get inside the garage and just see what's sort of going on in the rear. But yeah, it's ECU connects. You can do exactly as you said, Paul, that if you've got rods and linkages that you go into something mechanical, you can see it. But if you've got wires that go into a black box, exactly as you said, it's actually a grey box on this one, but all colours are available. Effectively, it's a multi-block at the moment that they're fiddling around with in the ECU in the rear. What would be the sort of, where do the golf clubs would normally go on a Cayman? Now, I think it is quite simply a multi-block, a wire loose in the multi-block. There seems to be a eulogising, so maybe something's going on there. So we'll just, we'll try and keep you updated on it, but obviously you've got a race to talk on while they try and sort out this a 2:05 Beluga car.
Thank you very much, Peter. And before we were heading down to Peter, we were talking about penalties. Would you believe that we haven't had that many penalties, not in comparison to what we would usually expect at this point of a race? Track limit penalties seemingly at the moment quite quiet, but we have had a couple of refueling penalties. And again, the 110 machine, which is our TCR car that had a penalty at the very start of the race, has had exactly the same penalty again. Same regulation that was not respected, therefore same 10-second penalty to be taken at its next pit stop. Also same penalty for 720, which is our Lamborghini RD Signs machine. That's got a 10-second penalty for it. Just those two people have got penalties still to serve, of only 4 penalties in total.
Yeah, so they've been reasonably well behaved.
Haven't they?
Saying that you know, there's a lot of rules to learn and a lot of rules to abide by, but those experienced teams do tend to know what they are and are able to abide by them. But it's sometimes a bit of a dance in order to do so. The Beluga car, having spent 9 minutes in total in the pits on that previous pit stop, has already spent 5 in this pit stop, so that's a total of, well, it's going to be getting on for 20, isn't it? Okay, 9 and 5 is only 14, but by the time they get out again at the end of this one, more will have passed. So easy, the time slips away from you like sand through your fingers when you're trying to track down these kind of problems. And other cars that still haven't emerged from the pits yet, neither the Vortex nor the Wolf Power TCR car, the Audi RS3, neither of those have emerged from the pits since their earlier problems either. They both spent over an hour. In fact, in the case of the Wolf Power car, that has nearly spent 2 hours in the pits now. So they'll work on it, and as Ben was saying, there's no point in giving up. There's still a race to be run, but the chances of getting any kind of decent finish are slipping away. 70% is the rule that you have to complete in order to be classified as a finisher, and they like to get everybody some kind of an award to say that they finished well, but sometimes just finishing an endurance race is the test in itself. Just looking down at the number 2 BMW JR Motorsport, Dick Shouten, having taken that car over from Baz. He's now done 34 laps on this stint. Baz did 40 altogether. He did 10 and then he had a stop and then he came out and did another 30. Dirk has already done 34, so not quite sure if there's any sign of that car coming in for what would be a routine stop. That was the car, Ben, that you said was slightly out of sync from the rest of the field, the GT3 field anyway.
Yeah, themselves and Pulseline Racing, the two of them that came in quite a bit earlier than the rest, as well as the first of the Red Ant cars, I think is on a similar strategy.
Plusline.
What did I say?
Pulse.
Pulse. Just give them a new name.
Just 2 letters going the wrong way around.
How very dyslexic of me.
Yeah, so those 2 cars, as you say, slightly out of sync, but the BMW, it'll be Ted Van Fleet due to get into it next. The 2 Shoutens having shouted about the driving so far, and in he comes now. In fact, as I look up the dark BMW, practically black with dark orange flashes on it, coming into the pits, M6, comes to a halt. Driver door opens, and they're having a look.
No change of driver.
There was no driver change done, was there, Ben? What else did you see?
Well, there was no tyre change either.
I don't know what they did, in fact, because they opened the driver's door, had a word, and then sent him on his way. Now, no tyres after, what did I just say, 34 laps.
An hour, yeah.
Is 35 laps, in fact, there, because he'd done 34. That was the end of his 35th lap. So the BMW may be a big car, but kind to its Hankooks.
Let's see, let's see. It's not a cold day out there, and we've heard how much the cars are slipping around. So I would be very interested to see how that goes. It will keep them in contention if they can do double stinting of their tyres, which would be absolutely remarkable.
Did we blink and miss it?
No. The car stopped. It was almost like the car stopped. The driver that was going to say hello opened the door, took a picture, and then carried on. Maybe change the water bottle. That could the only thing that would be kind of that quickly done. But now Dirk Schuiten is in the fueling bay. There's no way you can double stint 2 hours. I wouldn't have thought so, not in a GT3 car.
Tyres or driver, I mean, it's a big call on both.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll see what they're up to, but the BMW for the moment leaving Dirk Schuiten at the wheel of the car.
I think that's the car, that's where we're going to see at the end of this 5 hours 55. That car is, sorry, 6:05 today. That's the car that I think is going to be on the bubble for, is it going to be on the lead lap or not? Because, of course, if it's just outside of the lead lap, then it will lose a whole lap tomorrow. If it's just within the whole lap, just ahead of our leader going into that period, it will gain all that time back, and it will start on the tail of the GT3 cars ahead of it. So that's the kind of the way you do it. If you lose a lap, you end up a whole lap behind tomorrow. But if you are 3/4 of a lap behind, you will gain back time again.
Absolutely right. And as a rate of time lost in 2.5 hours of the race that we've had today, they are just over a minute behind. They've lost in that 2.5 hours. So if they lose another minute in the remaining 2.5 hours, then they will fall off the lead lap. So at their current rate of progress, they're going to fall back off the lead lap in this part one of the race.
That is great maths, but then you need to take into the various variants, including driver performance. We've seen the Schuitens, but we haven't yet seen Ted Van Vliet aboard that car, although Ted is an AM and Baz is the semi-pro in that car, so you would expect that Ted might not be able to go as fast as Baz. Maybe you need to put more Baz time in. Oh, we've got a car in the gravel. 9:03 is in the gravel. That's Bert Redon. That's the Red Ants car from 7th position. How he's got in there, he must have had he's had a brake issue for sure, and I think we might go code 60. Well, let's quickly pop down to Peter in the pits to give us an update on what's going on down there. We've had a couple of cars in pits for quite a while now.
Yes, starting with the Wolf Power Racing Audi, we can see damage down here. Seb's got that for us there. A little bit of the brake disc, it's broken from the impact. How these things evolve. Because of the impact, a drive shaft came out. That then caused a problem on the McPherson strut, which then came loose. And would you believe, as that got damaged, it took out the control unit for the gearbox. So they've repaired the suspension and the brake disc, that's simple, but they've got no spare parts for the gearbox unit. So it looks like it's Wolf Power's end of the day for them, unfortunately, and probably end of the weekend as well.
Oh, that's gutting. Just so many things compounded in what was quite a small incident. And we aren't going to go code 60, thankfully, so we're going to have a bit more time with you, Peter, in a few moments' time, because great work from Bert Redon. Found reverse. His rear wheels were still on the drag strip, even though the fronts were in the gravel, and he pulled himself out the gravel trap and didn't even come into pit lane. So presumably a mistake from himself. Maybe he completely missed his braking point. He was quite a long way into the gravel, but Bert is back on track and not even sure he lost a position. Peter, still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. If you just have a very, very quick word, I've just grabbed up to technician. You've got split duties here. Looks like you're going to get the vortex back out again.
Yeah, we had a problem with the rear left, and I don't know what to say, a cardon that broke up, and we will go again racing.
Great, well those are the best words we hear. We go again racing, and that's all we need. So the vortex will be back out very shortly, and that of course is the 701 entry. I'm thinking what they were talking about as looking at the rear left and trying to keep out of the way of people at the same time. Driver just about to board the car is, I think it was suspension was the issue on 701 car, but I might stand corrected, and if I hear any different, I will inform you.
Well, it did have contact, didn't it, with another car. Whether the contact broke the suspension or whether the suspension broke and the car that was following then had to take avoiding action but couldn't, that's the kind of thing we need to find out. But there was contact with another car, but whether that was cause or effect of the suspension breakage, we'll leave to Peter Snowden to ferret out down there.
Some of my first ever words in French, thanks to my experience on the Dakar, were bits of car and bits of bike, and describing various things in French in motor racing. Cardon, I cannot bring my brain to work out what that is. So anybody on Twitter, hashtag 24H Series, get in touch with us. I think we're starting to establish some of our Spirit of Race Awards people. If we do see cars getting back out on the circuit and being fixed, we are starting to see a few of those niggles coming in.
This is where I like the idea of us being able to vote for Spirit of the Race, because I always think Spirit of the Race should be, whilst you can take into account the activity in the pit garages, I think it's more down to the activity on the track. I love the idea that, as I say, we can discuss it and debate it, so we'll see what happens, whether it's the people on the track or the people who are in the garages who end up getting the award.
I agree with you that it shouldn't be somebody who just keeps braking, because that fundamentally is a problem with the car in the first place. That isn't really a spirit of endurance or spirit of race, is it? And that's kind of where my vote went, where my vote went elsewhere last time out, and that's where it's a difficult one, because if you have a car that brakes all the time, of course you can win it each time, and you know, we're talking about the Vortex, so it has been known already. Peter's still with it.
Yeah, we're still with it, and the driver is climbing aboard exactly as we speak. We did mention cause and effect. It was a collision with the TCR car that did cause the damage to the left rear. So that answers that question, Paul.
Yeah, and it was the 112 Lestrop Racing Team Swedish Volkswagen that was slightly damaged, just a bent steering arm for them, that caused that crash. Both crashes, two-car collisions that we've had so far at turn 2, included TCR cars. One was TCR versus GT4, the other was TCR versus this Vortex.
Yeah, and a little bit a result of the different ways that TCRs make their time up around the racetrack.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's worth looking at the battle for the lead, because we talked about Charlie Putman. Well, he was 45 seconds, it came down to 30 seconds. It's now down to less than 6. The gap between Charlie Putman in the CP Racing Mercedes and Sven Herberger, who's been plugging away at it, but plugging away doesn't really do it justice. His average lap times for this stint, he's done 24 laps, has been a 1:43.9. Charlie Putman has been averaging 1:46.2, so it's been a good 2 seconds on the average lap time that Charlie's been losing. And as I say, the gap now between first and second is less than 6 seconds. Sven Herberger in second place. Jonas Gelzinis in the Jutta Racing Audi hasn't been going quite with him as much as I thought he might. He is 11 seconds behind Sven Herberger. So it's Mercedes, Audi, the top 3, with Jutta Racing 11 seconds behind.
And the Vortex is back on the apron.
It certainly is, and we know how passionate we all get about motor racing, let alone team members to an extent. And this left rear of this Vortex that was had a bit that damage there. Whilst the driver was being strapped in, there was a crew member busily polishing that left corner to make it look as smart as possible before it went out. Little addition I have noticed, the driver's door doesn't seem to want to close properly. Now we know this had an issue yesterday, I think, in qualifying, did it not, with the opposite side door that did open, had to come in and be shut. And this, it doesn't look terribly close to me at the moment, but I'm sure they know what they're doing and certainly know more about their own car than I do. But I would keep an eye on that at the moment. I'm not convinced that's shut properly.
And a little side note for Vortex is that we are expecting to see a new shape and a new car being brought to in development at the moment. It is quite an old way of building cars with a space frame and then the carbon fibre, or in this case probably not carbon fibre, fiberglass wrapped around the car. And if you do go onto @24H Series Twitter handle, they have released a photo of what the new Vortex will look like. To say it doesn't look massively different to the old one, but if it's made of anything different and made it a different way, then that will be a good thing, and it's nice to have Vortex. Always nice to have Vortex with us, supporting whether it be 1, 2, or sometimes even 3 cars, bringing the French contingent along and plugging away at every endurance event we see. And also, it would be not endurance racing if we just went green flag racing for 24 hours. You've got to have somebody causing a little bit of trouble.
Indeed. They talked about the leading group a moment ago, talking about 992 class. Positions 5, 6, 7 and 8, 5th, 6th and 7th overall, are all 992 cars. Luke Broiker's leading in the 992 car class at the moment for Red Camel. He's got over a minute of an advantage over the Red Ant car, and Philippe Wills at the wheel of the 904 Red Ant car. He's not that far from owing as a pit stop. He's done 34 laps on his stint. Sam Beyong did something like 40. Ben.
Battle for the lead of the race. We were predicting it. Sven Herberger is having a mighty stint. That Phoenix racing car definitely working well here and giving confidence to their drivers, because now Herberger on the tail of the Mercedes. Charles Putman's been aboard that car for 50 minutes, but I'm afraid his lead is very short-lived. How much of a battle is he going to put up to the Phoenix Racing Audi of Sven Herberger, or is he going to let him through? No, there is a little bit of defending going on into the stadium section, but Herberger is very, very strong down the inside, even offline, able to make the corner and managed to get himself into the lead of the race with 3 hours and 22 minutes remaining of this particular section of the 12 hours of the Hockenheimring. We do have a genuine change of the lead there, because these guys are basically on the same strategy. Quite clean racing so far, just 2 code 60s in the early part of the race, and we now see Audi ahead of Mercedes. Don't expect to see Putman lose any further places for the moment, although Gelzinis is faster also in the 3rd place Jutta Racing Audi, and actually Charles Putman's times are slightly slipping away. If he can't keep that consistent lap time up throughout the full stint in the Mercedes, what on earth's going to happen to that BMW with its double stinting tyres?
Interesting thought. Yeah, I mean, the BMW are very different, well, not that different a configuration to the Mercedes, I suppose, but we'll have to see when the BMW makes its next stop, as and when that might be. The BMW still in the hands of Dirk Schouten, then slipped down to 10th place as a result of the stop, but more concerning is the fact that Dirk is going to reach his 2-hour limit before the car reaches the end of the fuel that it's got aboard it at the moment. So, as Ben says, new lead, and it's the first time that the Phoenix racing car has led the race, I do believe. Let's have to go back and check that, but Sven Herberger then does lead the race for Phoenix. Jonas Gelzinis in the Jutta Audi will be closing in on Charlie Putman, and the next one up is another Audi in 4th place, Elmar Grimm at the wheel of the car collection car, and they'll be ready now.
Into the pits then is Pulse Line Racing Team, and Peter is down there.
Yeah, quick as you like. As you can well imagine, driver's net being undone and very carefully put out of the way, and radio connections, all the usual stuff. It's an entire seat change, or seat insert. The seat inserts are very complex these days. Correct, and that's why it's a much smaller driver getting in than was just come out, and the seat's still adjustable, being moved forward as well for the height, as well as the seat insert. All 4 tyres changed and ready. Just all the appropriate connections to be made in. So it's quite complicated even for driver assist crew at the moment to get everything in place. You've got to get the seat moved forward, you've got the 6-point harness, 2 sides of the net, drinks connections and radio connections fired up, and that's a pit stop for you in Endurance Series.
Yeah, I would be expecting Carrie Schreiner to be getting into that car.
Correct.
And she taking over then from Philip Greshek. It's a four-driver team, and Harold Geiselhardt is the fourth member of the team who's yet to drive that car. So that's the one who has made its pit stop, and as a result of that stop, the plus line car then will be, it was in 8th place overall, but at the back of that train of 4 992 cars, it'll be dropping back now to very much the bottom of the top 10 as a result of that stop, and we'll see then what ground is going to be made up by Carrie. Just looking down for the BMW about which we were speaking, the number 2 car, the JR Motorsport Dirk Schouten. His last lap time over 2 minutes. 2 minutes 01.9. Now, I didn't see an incident on the circuit, but that does suggest that the car either fell off a lot of traffic or fell off the circuit, or is just struggling with its tyres. A better lap time that time around from Dirk, 1:47, that's more like it. So probably just had a moment out on the circuit.
I still don't see how it's going to work out for them, unless they're doing a stint and a half for some reason, trying to get themselves on a different strategy. I can't see it, and I wouldn't expect them to be kind of planning that far ahead right now. Well, we'll find out. Next time they come into the pits, Dirk will be getting out the car, I would imagine. Well, yeah. So we can ask him.
Yeah, for sure he'll be getting out, and it will be interesting to see what his opinion is of driving a double stint on the same set of tyres. I shouldn't say things like this, but I'm going to anyway. Since the last Code 60, we've had 2 hours of racing. So we've been green for 2 hours continuously now. Ben mentioned a few moments ago that 3¼ hours is all we've got left of this part of the race. I shouldn't say this, but the way the race feels at the moment, it doesn't feel like there's an incident about to happen. The overtaking moves, you've said, Ben, they've been clean. As I say, I've probably blown it completely now, and it'll all go horribly wrong. But I think the standard of driving has been very good, and we'll be able to hopefully reel off the laps and have a good, clean race. Although it makes life a little bit more complicated with fewer Code 60s to juggle up the order.
What is the longest stint that a Creventic race has run without Code 60? That is a good stat.
That's going to take me half a day to find out. I don't have the time right now to do it.
There's a question for our media team as well.
Yes.
Because it's unusual, you know, we do tend to see quite a few Code 60s. Any time that there is an incident to clear up, we go Code 60.
Yeah, exactly, and it works very well usually. It's a good way of getting the race neutralised quickly, getting the track to come into a position where it is neutralised quickly, and then when the incident is cleared, to get it back to green as quickly as possible as well. It's a fine way to control the race. Just looking down, yes, the possible battle on the circuit to look out for is going to be Dirk Schouten. This JR Motorsport BMW is closing in on Kerong Lee in the Lippert Lamborghini. The Lamborghini, having led earlier on for a few laps, number 710, slipped back as a result of its pit stops, but he and Dirk Schouten now just separated by 4 seconds. This would be for 8th place, and they're just separated by 4 seconds with, let's say, Dirk Schouten struggling manfully with this BMW, having double stinted the tyres. In the pit lane entry, Ben, we've got a car at the wrong angle. It's Carrie Schreiner, who's brought the car into the pits. Oh no, it's the pit lane exit, isn't it? She's had a spin coming out of the...
Do you know what that is? That's the exit of the fuel bay.
area.
And if you don't get the steering lock right, then you don't. It's very tight. It needs to be full lock. And if you don't get it right, as she just kind of slightly misjudged that, and found herself needing to run into the sign to be able to get out.
So long. That does illustrate, doesn't it, Ben? These fueling not the whole pit stop, but the fueling element of the pit stop is so long. I'd had Carrie out on the track for a lap already, but she'd just been in the fueling area the whole time. So yeah, you do really have to reset yourself as to how long the car spends in the fueling area, particularly under green flag conditions.
Hello to everyone on the YouTube chat. It's not been very long. It's been a long time, sorry, since I last referenced YouTube chats. But of course, most of you watching our live stream on there, and if you are chatting, then great to have you with us. Thank you for your comments. One question for you, Paul, and I think we kind of mentioned this off air yesterday. Herbert Motorsport, for instance, a mainstay of the 24H series, not here this weekend. Quite a few cars that are not here this weekend that you would expect to be in 24H series. It's just a very cluttered point of the year, isn't it?
Yes, and even though we're in Germany, not that far from Nürburgring, we're far enough from Nürburgring. They had their qualification race there last weekend. The 24 hours is in 2 weeks, 3 weeks time, and Herbert are participating in the 24 hours, and for them, although it's a very important, Creventic series is a very important part of their series, the Nürburgring 24 is even more important to them, so that's why they're not here.
Yet more slightly strange parking, this time from Pablo Burguera in the E2P Racing 991 category. How he's got there, I have no idea. That's on the inside of the final two turns, inside of the pit lane. Is he choosing to go in pits or
he didn't want to come into the pits?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. And he's continuing on the racetrack. But that's either one of those almighty long spins where you're kind of half catching it for a long period of time. But anyway, he kept it out of the barriers and he's carried on. But we have seen quite a few, mainly Porsches actually, in very strange positions around this Hockenheim circuit where they've lost the car, caught it, lost it, and eventually finished the accident a long way away from where it started.
Yes, but good news is he's continued on his way, as you say, and that was, just to repeat, the E2P entry 910, and Pablo Burguera, the other two-driver team, Pablo sharing with Javier Morcillo, and those two doing it as a twosome for the full 12 hours. Pablo already having a second turn behind the wheel, having started the race.
I do want to see a shot of Javier Marcelo, because my memory from 10 years ago is flamboyant facial hair, and it might be completely changed, and it might be my memory's got him confused with somebody else, but back in the day he used to race in Brit Car in a very similar kind of series format to this, to be honest. Going to bring everything, run and have different categories. Brit Car being a UK-based championship that has now become the British Endurance Championship, or has had stints as the British Endurance Championship over the last 10 years or so, but it is now that. And these guys, I'm sure, raced in that. Used to travel over from Spain every time they had an event to come to the UK.
From
Why
Spain.
would you want to do that?
Lovely place.
Much better racing than a European-based championship. There is the spin. So he must have been off the circuit on a sausage curb, perhaps, and that then spat the car around.
Change of position on the circuit. Dirk Schouten with the BMW got past the Lamborghini. I said a few minutes ago he was catching up. Kerong Lee with the Lippert Lamborghini number 710 having been overtaken then on that lap from Dirk Schouten, and that puts the BMW up into 8th place overall, and fifth in the GT3 class. Just an explanation of how the GT3 class works, because the screens don't necessarily tell the whole story, depending what screen you're looking at. I was lauding the timeservice.nl screen because it gives you so much information. What it doesn't do is quite explain the GT3 class. There is a GT division, which are all the GT cars. There is a GT3 class within that division, which isn't actually shown on the screen because it is made up of 3 subclasses, being GT3, GT3 PA Pro-Am, and GT3 Am. and those 3 subclasses are within a class which isn't actually shown on the screen, but that is for GT3 cars. It is similar to the 992 class, which is split into 992 and 992 AM. This weekend we have 2 992 cars, and the rest are 992 AMs, the 2 pro cars, if you will, being the Red Camel car and the Peter Terting Plus Line car, are the pro class cars, the rest of them running as an AM category. The main difference is the refueling rate. The pro class running, or when they refuel, they get their fuel at an 80% of the rate of the other cars, so that gives the AM cars a slightly bigger, better chance to catch up. As far as podiums are concerned, we'll have a GT3 podium, and then individual ones for the subclass classes, and we'll have a 992 podium, and then a second one for the AM category. And at the moment, the 992 class continues to be led by Luke Roykers for Red Camel Jordans .NL, and their lead is now very nearly a lap. In fact, they have lapped no, they haven't quite. Let's look at that on the track, because Luke Roykers is following in the wheel tracks of Philip Wills for Red Ant, and that will be trying to put a lap and gain a lap and an advantage on the Red Ant car.
Happy birthday to Rick Broikers. Little birthday balloon on the racetrack for him.
Oh, really? I did miss that.
I don't know where exactly that's landed. Oh, it's coming to rest on the racetrack. Oh, don't murder the balloon. Oh, balloon is surviving. Remarkable. How has he managed it? Good display of aerodynamics as well. You can see how the balloon gets pushed around thanks to the air, if we're going to be boring about it. But it's also very exciting to see a balloon. And he's now made his way off the circuit onto the gravel strip and should be safe for the rest of the day.
Yeah, let's hope so. There'll be a very sad little child in the paddock somewhere who's lost their balloon.
It's Rick's. It's Rick Broikers' birthday balloon.
Yeah.
Who could also be a sad little child losing his balloon.
He'll be quite happy with the car leading the class.
Absolutely, yeah.
Especially because he's ahead of the 2 Red Ant cars. The Red Ant team having been with the series all season. And one of the reasons I was asking the Plus Line car whether they're going to be around for the rest of the season, because having missed Mugello and Spa, there are still lots of points available for the 2 remaining European races this year at Portimao and Barcelona, and they being 24-hour races score more points as well. So they all represent opportunities for championship points to be scored.
I think there's been a bit of scuffing. We've seen this car for quite a while now. This is the Philip Wills Red Ant 904, and since we've seen the car on track today, it has had a kind of a chatty mouth, let's say. Obviously, the Porsche doesn't have an engine in the front of the car. It still does have a bonnet, but only a small bonnet that kind of houses various radiators and all the rest of it. And the connection between bonnet and bumper at the front of it is just letting in a little bit of air, and so at various points of the circuit, bonnet and bumper start kind of wobbling like a grumpy child's bottom lip. So I don't think it's any issue, but they haven't taped it up yet. I'm surprised not to see that.
Interesting that you should talk about that car, because its last lap then was 10 seconds off the pace. So maybe that bottom lip has been dislodged in a gravel bed somewhere. But it seems to be going all right now, but it has now lost that lap to the Red Camel car about which I was talking. And as I say, it's lost 10 seconds on the last lap. It was a 154 for Philip Wills, getting it down to a 150 on that last lap. But Red Camel now have a lap on the rest of the field. And into and out of the pits has gone our race leader whilst all that was going on, the Phoenix Racing Audi, Sven Herberger. I can only imagine out of the car.
Yeah, and that looks to me like Pierre Caffer in the car.
It looked a bit red and yellow, the helmet, didn't it?
It is.
So Pierre Caffer in, car collection in as well, and that is Elmar Grimm getting out of the car.
Being hauled out the car, and Peter is down there.
Indeed, and people have been falling over in the pit lane here. Dr. Kirchhoff into the car collection Audi. I've got a Veluga update for you as well, so don't let me forget that before we go out. That's evolved. Standard procedures here on the 34 car collection car. This is a pole sitting car. It's down off its airs, Jax, while the driver's still being strapped in. Very, very efficient stop. I don't know whether you got a clock on that at all, Paul or Ben, but that was... Yeah, go on.
50 seconds from pit in to leaving its box.
Fairly slick, that.
Could have been quicker, but it was pretty quick.
You'd always say that. You're like a teacher. So
yeah, could be better.
And that Reading could try harder. Veluga update for you. There is a very slight oil leak on the gearbox of that car, but quote unquote, nothing that would suggest it should fail or cause the problems it is, but they are just double checking before they don't want to send it out to get on a slow lap. As Bradley Ellis has just said to me, it's not exactly conducive to safety, sending the car out slowly for the driver of their car and everybody else on track. So they're just doing a double check. Is it electronics? Is it mechanical? But Bradley Ellis's approach at the moment is to sit down and eat a crunchy bar whilst the mechanics work on it. He's just giving me a big thumbs up for that.
And the pit lane is going to get busy for you, Peter, because we've now got Red Ant 904. The one we were describing had 2 slow laps and had a wobbly bottom lip. Is unfortunately the other end of pit lane for you, but is coming in for what looks like a full service.
Yeah, that's down the other end of the pit lane. It's I've got Seb running after me. Just got a new battery pack in, so we'll try and get there. Of course, you know how this is going to work, don't you? That we're going to get all the way down there just as it leaves.
Yes, I mean, it's hopefully it will be a routine stop for them. Philip had been in the car for 45 laps. This is a car that Sam de Jong started and did 46 laps. Philip has done 45, so it should just be a routine stop for them. And that will extend still further the Red Camel lead. As far as GT3 is concerned, both Phoenix and Car Collection have left the pit lane, but are in the refueling area still.
And will be joined by 904 at this moment. Looked like a slow connection with the driver netting was a bit of a problem for them, Peter.
Yeah, I think it was. We're just... right, Seb's just switching now, so we've got different cameras for you.
Oh, I'll come back to you in a second then.
Yeah, fine. Thanks, Ben. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're a bit slow on getting the netting fitted around the driver's head there. So, unfortunately, not a fast stop for the 904 machine. Now, is the 904 the one that is ignoring the Code 60s at the early part of the race? Or was that the 903?
Yeah. No, it was 904.
904
Sam de Jong drove the first part of the race without coming in at all during the 2 Code 60 periods, handed it over to Philip Wills, so that was the second stop only for that car. For comparison purposes, the Phoenix car, which has just had its pit stop to switch to Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff, that was its third stop. Michael Doppelmayr having done the opening stint, followed by Elie Earhart and Sven Herberger having done stint number 3, and so Pierre Caffer, the 4th remaining driver in that car.
Would you believe, Mr. Trustwell, that the good people at 24H Series media team have found, are going to propose the longest stint without Code 60 came from the 2019 12 Hours at Brno, where there were only 3 Code 60s in the full 12 hours.
I will believe that, partly because that's James Gent giving us that information. And I know that he does his research very well. I was at the 2019 Brno race and I can't remember. They all
9 minutes of Code 60 across 12 hours. That's not bad, is it?
Yeah, no, I'll take that one. Well done. Thank you for the information. And next time somebody asks me that question, I shall now be able to give them the answer. Into the pits comes the Audi from the Jutta Racing team.
Yeah, and significantly, there was only 7 seconds between themselves and Charles Putman before that point. So a really, really good stint from Gail Zinnes to get up into contention and challenge this CP Racing Mercedes. But now, obviously, that's been broken by what is requiring not a full service either, by the looks of things, Peter. Just driver change?
Yep, just driver change, windscreen clean. I'm just getting out of the way of the 7-2 Leipart Lamborghini. It was a lime green Lamborghini Huracan heading at you at full chat to the pit lane. You tend to get out of the way. Very, very quick routine. No tyres, no anything, no screen, just in, out. Job done. Super, super quick.
Excellent stuff.
Lots of fuel.
Interesting is that they really do feel as though around the paddock these Hankooks can do double stints. We didn't see it at Spa, and Spa is maybe a harder track on tyres, but we are seeing quite a few people now choosing it as also we get into the later parts of the afternoon, perhaps track temperature, air temperature slightly dropping, and more of an opportunity to run these tyres double stint and therefore benefit from not changing your tyres in the pits. But if you're changing driver, might as well change tyres, no?
Well, yeah, good question. It depends how quick you are, depends how well practiced you are. In my experience with Red Camel, normally we get the drivers changed before we get the tyres changed. So, but you've got to be quick. You've got to be quick to do it. So a driver change is quicker than doing the tyre change. What I do find interesting is that of the GT3 cars in the top 5, the one which stopped earliest is the one which hasn't stopped yet this time around, 85 CP Racing. So Charlie Putman in the number 85 car came in before the 71 Jutta Racing Audi or the Phoenix Racing or the car collection car. Actually, he didn't come in before the car collection car, did he? He came in just after the car collection car. But he came in before the 71 or the 18 numbered cars, and he stayed out longer than them. So he's getting good mileage for Charlie Putman, and he's using that good mileage to stay out as long as he can. Down in the pits, we've got news from Peter Snowden. Peter.
Yeah, right on cue, Paul. The CP Racing team are preparing. Joe Foster, 4 tyres, windscreen cleaning and everything. It's a full service. It's going to be here any second now, I'm guessing. You guys got eyes on track, on the car where it is exactly. They're just waiting here. Joe Foster going out into the pit lane now with his very tiny seat insert. It must only be must be a very snug fit in there, because it's a little bit of Alcantara. You could leave that. I think it would leave it in the garage. I think it was a breather cloth.
Just turning through this, he's just turning through the Sachs curve now, which is the left-hander in the middle of the arena of the Hockenheim circuit. Now through the final 2 turns, the south turn at the entrance to the pit lane is where he makes his decision. Into the pits he comes, and then down to 40 kilometers an hour, just where the board shows pit in, and he'll be landing very close to you, Peter, now.
Well, not too close, I hope, but I know the laid-back Californians here, but they are just so casual about this. They've obviously well drilled, well up. It barely touches the board, absolute perfection there. The kind of driving you expect from a full professional team, just perfectly drilled. Driver out, next driver's in, Joe's getting in already, well, obviously putting his seat in first already, but tyres are changed already. Joe Foster is going in, or he's in already. Windscreen is cleaned. It's virtually done, apart from the driver change. That is the last bit. Obviously, the critical part, not just because you've got to drive the car, but of course you've got to be belted in and have all the safety requirements as per the regulation. So, driver nets and belts back in. Water bottles change, goes into a door slot inside the door, off the air jacks, and the CP Racing 85 back out and shut off down to the refuelling area, I would suggest. I'd be very surprised if it didn't, Paul.
Yep, that will be job number 1. The race engineer will be on the radio saying, go for fuel, and in he will go.
And absolutely, as we expected, well, I expected, tyres quicker than driver in that sense, so why not change your tyres each time? We've just seen a change of position on track with Pierre Caffer getting ahead of the Jutta Racing Audi, so Pierre Caffer on a charge, as you would expect.
And that's significant, because in effect, that's the lead of the race, because although they're currently being shown on the screen as being 3rd and 4th, in reality, that's the lead of the race, because the CP Racing Mercedes up in the refueling area, as we've said, and Luke Breukers, although the screen will show him as the leader of the race, and he is the leader of the race, is in a 992. He's in a different class, so he will be overtaken eventually by the Phoenix Racing Audi, purely because it's a faster car. So through goes Pierre Caffer now. Luke follows him through. Luke's been in the car now for an hour and, 10 minutes, with a brief pit stop, which he has taken, and now he's on his way again, and has done 39 laps altogether. Just need to notice from the messages that the team manager for 904 is being requested to go to race control. 904 being one of the 2 Red Ant entries, this being the one that Sam de Jong and Philip Wills have shared up until now. I wonder if that's anything to do with the last pit stop. Tom Boonen now taking over the 904 car, so he's the 3rd driver for that car. Slowly cycling through the drivers. And are we ready to go down to Peter Snowden? Yes, we are, I think.
Yes, exactly. And as we see the 85 car getting its fuel, let's go down to the driver that just got out of it.
Charles Putnam, you just come out of the car named after yourself, the eponymous car. Looked really, really hot out there.
Well, it felt really good. I mean, it's kind of hot, so that's working everybody quite a bit. I mean, it's beautiful conditions, so really, sort of reminds us of racing in Florida.
So you feel like you're on home turf here in Hockenheim?
A little bit. I think that can help us more than hurt us. But yeah, the heat on the track is definitely changing by the hour, by the minute. You can feel it in the grip of the tires. So I think lap times will go up, go down, kind of depending on how strong that sun stays.
And how does that affect you? What do you as a driver have to do to manage that?
Well, we call it drive to the grip level. You know, you have what you have. And yeah, you see that 45 come up on the dash and you wish it was a 43, but if that's all the tires are sticking, you can't make it stick anymore. So yeah, we just sort of go by feel and do the best we can.
And it feels all good still?
Yeah, the car feels really good. Worked on it hard in the practice and testing to get it set up, and we kind of knew we were going to have to live with a car that was sometimes uncomfortable, sometimes oversteer, sometimes understeer. So we just said, well, we drive what we have and do the best with what we have at the moment. And in some conditions it's really good, and others it gets a little dicey to keep that thing under control, but it's all fun.
You say a little bit dicey to get it under control. In what sense?
Well, you know, you'll lose a little bit of rear grip, so you countersteer a bit, and then you get into the turn.
Drifting, you mean?
Oh yeah, do a little drifting. And so then you're in the turn, not quite angled in the direction you'd like to be, so then you pick up some understeer and your throttle foot has already gone to the floor, and you say, uh-oh. So you lift back out of that to correct the understeer, and on you go. But it's, you know, that's what we do as race drivers. You know, we're managing that all the time.
Is that what you guys describe as goofing about?
No, it's you better stay focused in a GT3 car.
I was teasing. Charles, thank you. Thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Behind him, an LMP3 car that is here for the Supercar Challenge, and you can watch their second race tomorrow morning here on their supercar.nl YouTube channel. We will be here to voice through their second 1 hour encounter. All kinds of weird and wonderful machines in that championship, some of which could also join us here in the 24H series and bolster a couple of our fields. But we will expect to have a really good, healthy grid for the remaining 2 rounds of our European Championship. Barcelona always well attended, and Portimao a fan and driver favourite and a family favourite as well. So it's always good when the wife or the kids say, oh, can we go to Portimao? And then you go, oh yeah, of course we can. I'll get a team together.
The other thing I was just wondering, when next time maybe when we talk to somebody from CP Racing, CP Racing have a habit of giving their cars names. They've had different names for them in the past. I know they've had Sophie on the car in the past. This one is called Mia, and I just wonder if we can maybe pose that as a question to one of the CP Racing teams, see if there's a story to why they give their cars names. I know there's a lot of people around the world give their cars names and have reasons for doing so. Anyway, the CP Racing car, Joe Foster now at the wheel of it, has slipped to 5th place as a result of that pit stop. Luke Breukers continues to lead this race overall, and of course in the 992 class. His lead in the class Well, it isn't quite 2 minutes, 2 laps yet. It's over 2 minutes, but it's not 2 laps. But it's significantly more than 1 lap. And Luke will be due a pit stop within the next 10 or 15 minutes. And then, as I say, Pierre Caffer will be taking over in the lead of the race. They are currently on their 100th lap of this 12-hour race.
Whilst we filter through all these different pit stops, just tidying up a few loose ends that are being mentioned online. And before we do that, I wanted to get you into Ligier, the subject of Ligier.
Oh, yes.
So do a little bit of research, and we'll come back to that in just a few seconds. So Peter, tell us, Paul, tell us about Ligier, because we see this Ligier on circuit. Everyone knows Ligier from Formula One, but actually I know Ligier as a manufacturer of cars in France that are able to be bought and driven licenseless.
Because they're electric, and
yes, exactly.
They only have 1 seat and 3 wheels or something, aren't they?
Yeah.
Are they not? I mean, originally they were founded as a space and technology firm, as far as I remember, and were involved in various parts of the European Space Agency's activities. But yes, they then went into Formula One racing. That petered out as history tells. This car is a car that kind of is designed for track day use, as far as I know. It's a JSP2.
Which means there must be a 1.
Which means there must be a 1, so this is the development of that. Of course, Ligier is still involved in, I think they're developing a GT2 car, but I haven't actually done the necessary research to know anything more about them than that, but certainly a classic name as far as French motor racing circles are concerned. There was a Le Mans car called a Ligier, which raced in the early 1980s, late 1970s, I think, late 1970s, and yes, did very well. Didn't last, unfortunately, but yeah, certainly a well-loved name in the history of French motor racing, started by Guy Ligier,
who was a well-known rugby player
and a racing driver as well.
Yes.
So he raced, he played rugby, he was a bon viveur, and he was who founded the racing team.
And the car manufacturers and all the various elements that make up Ligier. I think they were last in Le Mans in LMP2?
Yes.
As well.
Yes, there was a P2 car as well.
Interesting Ligier trivia.
Oh, more Ligier trivia from pit lane, and actually you're already open, Peter, so go ahead.
I've got a committee now. I was going to put a question to yourselves in the collective. Interesting Ligier trivia. Who on the commentary team has raced a Ligier?
Well, I know one who hasn't. I can't imagine Chris Dawes hasn't done so.
Oh, neither me either.
Narrowing it down.
Oh, that must be you then.
Indeed, JS2, many years ago, and it was a frighteningly quick little motor car with your feet hanging out way in front of the front wheels. Yeah, exactly the correct reaction, Ben.
No, thank you.
Toes curl thinking about it now.
Yeah, exactly. Interestingly, they do also make minibuses, electric minibuses.
And trams, don't they? They involve
exactly.
Trams, yes.
And the electric car that you can buy in France, you can be 14 and drive it on the road, but it has a maximum speed of 50 kilometers an hour. So the most frustrating thing to come across when you are driving around on a little French mountain road. They have no horsepower, and yet mainly used by the French. If you have lost your license through various abuses of legislations, you are still able to use, buy and drive this car because you don't need a license to drive it. So lose your license for speeding or doing other naughty things, buy yourself a Ligier, and you can still transport yourself around the country without needing a license to do it. So a very niche. Ligier aren't the only company that make it, but a great way of making lots of money. And Guy Ligier has done just that and allows himself to continue making microcars and racing cars.
And the car is in the pits at the moment. Not quite sure if that's why we ended up talking about it, but just because we are doing, I thought, well, where is it? It's in the pits, car number 221 it is, and just left the pit, so now on its out lap, leading the TCX class with the demise of the Beluga Racing Porsche, which is the only other car in the TCX class, and in the hands of Tim de Boer is in 20th place overall, the Ligier JS2R, which is in 20th place overall, and in terms of cars to catch up with is 43 seconds behind the car in front of it, which is the Wimmerwerk TCR Cupra. Talking of TCR, just to reset that one, Monlau Competition still in the lead there, 159. Charia Nuya, the driver of the car at the moment. From second in TCR, the Lestrade Racing Audi, which has Emil Solberg at the wheel at the moment. Third is the GSR Motorsport VW Golf, Rokas Kverdaras, and fourth in that car is the Homeguard Motorsport Cupra.
Interesting with the air blowers in the front brakes, Peter, so a little bit of concern over temperatures down there.
Yeah, I think it's fairly standard. I'll just try and get Neil to get a camera shot of that for those that are viewing as well as those that are listening. We can see this, but you just mentioned it, Ben, but proper air blowers. I'd call them leaf blowers, just at the front there, plugged into air ducts, straight in there, cleanly cooling off the brake disc. They're taken out of the way now, but just battery operated. But while it sits there on the air jacks, of course, a bit longer for a TCR car in the air because, as we've covered before, not a centre lock wheel, but the 105 leads us. 5 stud wheels on those, and you're allowed a battery operated drill to do that, as opposed to an air gun as such. So you've got to make sure those batteries are charged. But all neat and done and tidy, and the third place TCR Golf GTI back out, and I didn't watch it go, but I assume it's gone to refueling area, or it might have gone straight out again.
No, it went for fuel.
Yeah, I think everybody needs to at this stage of the race with so much green flag running that if you make a pit stop, you've got to go and commit fully with fuel, especially if you are able, as we are seeing with some of the GT3 cars, to double stint these tyres. First man to commit to the double stinting was the number 2 JR Motorsports BMW M6 of Dirk Schutten. So we expect to see he has to come into the pits in the next in the next 10 minutes, I should say. So that's the position to go and put yourself in, Peter, for the next round of stops, so we can have a word with Dirk and find out how it was. A 2-hour stint on body and on tyre.
Yes, exactly. That'll be interesting to hear. But he isn't out of fuel. He's only done 27 laps on the tank of fuel, so will be coming in as a result of the time limit, the 2-hour driving time elapsing, rather than the car necessarily running out of fuel, which is not necessarily something that you want to have to subject yourself to, but needs must, and that's the way the situation has fallen for that car. Still, Luke Breukers leading this race in the 992 Porsche. I mean, it's been a remarkable run from young Luke, and his lap times have been very respectable. They're falling away a little bit now, but they've certainly been very respectable out there. The car having made 3 pit stops, yes, that's right. One when Rick came in under the first code 60, one to change drivers, and then one for Luke earlier on.
BMW is in, Peter.
right in front of me, and Paul was talking about wheels and things being moved around the pit lane vigorously. The driver insert for Dirk Suchen coming out there and being pulled out by driver assist and thrown over the roof of the BMW, but to a waiting crew member to catch it and take it into the pit lane. And that's well routined, to say the very least.
Yes, you're allowed to throw the roof, the seat insert. You're also allowed to throw the drinks bottle, but you're not allowed to throw tyres. If the rules allow it, then why not?
Absolutely, the car's out. So I'm just going to see if I can try and catch a hold of
Dirk.
Dirk, if I can. He's just getting himself ready. Dirk, if we can just grab you for equipment, it's in the pit lane. Dirk, thank you so much for your time. Double stint, double tyres. How long? You've been in the car since forever, haven't you?
I'm exhausted. You can see it. My contact lenses are red, and the stint was pretty heavy. But the tires were already gone, and I had to come in eventually. So, but it went well, and I'm happy with the performance so far. So, yeah.
I mean, quite apart from the fact that you're tired, not surprised, double stinting, but how do you manage the tyres on double stinting, especially in these temperatures?
Yeah, it was pretty hard because the conditions, of course, it's really hot. But I just had to manage a bit, brake a bit earlier as I do normally. But that went pretty well, and I'm happy.
You look very happy. You say you're tired, but you're smiling still. But you've just spent 2 hours in a BMW M6 GT3 car, so I think I'd be happy as well. But in terms of performance, and you say the tyres are doing 2 stints on the tyres, how much do they go off? How many sort of seconds are you talking, and what can you feel?
I mean, I was driving, I think, 44s, zeros in the beginning of the stint, and then I had to come in for extra fuel, and the tires were just already pretty gone. And I just drove like 47s, I think, so 3 seconds, slower. So that's not nice, of course, but I mean, it's difficult out there. So
you said so we've got 3 seconds in the tyres, but you say that's just the tyres. The track's difficult. How much has the track changed in that time?
I think the track is changing not a lot, but it's mainly the tyres. Yeah.
Thank you, Dirk, very much. I think I'll let you go have some water now. Thank you so much. It's only fair. Thank you very much for your time, Dirk. Thank you.
Yeah, interesting stuff from Dirk, losing 3 seconds in his second stint.
Well, yeah, just doing the arithmetic on that. To be fair to him, he was only losing 2 seconds a lap in the second part of his stint, but he was out there for 28 laps. Now, multiply 28 laps by 2 seconds, and give or take, you're talking about a minute. And it doesn't take a minute to change a set of tyres. You were asking earlier on, Ben, why wouldn't you change the tyres? I made that little gesture. The only reason not to is, although Hankook bring the tyres to the meeting, if you want a set, you can go and have a set. It's going to cost you, though. Yeah. And ultimately, not all of these teams have limitless budgets. Yes, the money is coming from a wealthy gentleman or from partly sponsors or whatever it is, but they don't have limitless budgets in the Creventic series. And eventually, the regulation doesn't have to be there to limit the number of tyres because the finances do. And so, you know, ultimately, it was a good job from Dirk. And as I say, he didn't just do it for the sake of the team, but to save a bit of money as well.
Why would you not limit the tyres? Why would you not force them into a situation where getting a more plain, level play?
They do in so many other series, don't they?
They do.
I mean, you know, you can go right to the top of the Le Mans 24-hour race, and you're limited in the Le Mans 24 hours, so that you have to double stint the tyres, 2 or 3 times in the course of the race because of the number of tyres that are made available to you. I think as much as anything else, it's policing it. You have to have some technology to police the to police the rule and to make sure that people don't cheat on it. And when you get big entries, and I'm talking in Dubai, for example, you're getting 75 or 80 cars entering, if you're going to limit each of those for the 24 hours to 25 sets of tyres or something, then you've got a lot of technology to put together to actually make it something that you can manage. So that would be my guess. Might be an interesting question to pose to Ola if he actually comes up here at some point, because he would have his reasons and they'll certainly have considered it. It's not an uncommon thing, as I say, to restrict the number of tyres available to you.
But it also is not uncommon to have to pay for your tyres. Every championship actually might have a partnership with a tyre supplier, but ultimately the teams will still have to buy the tyres to go racing.
Or you pay your entry fee, and for that money you get 25 sets of tyres, whatever it might be. We've had a change of lead, which we need to point out, because Luke Breukers, having done a great job at the wheel of the 909 Red Camel Porsche, has now handed over to his father. Both the sons have had a go, and now Ivo Breukers, the father, has taken over behind the wheel. The car is up being refueled at the moment, so it's a full tank of fuel for the 909. It looks like he's getting a full tank of fuel by the length of time that he's spending up there at the refueling area, and that has allowed Pierre Caffer, as we said he would, to take over the lead of the race. I said we were a little surprised perhaps when Pierre got behind the wheel, but fourth driver, he is in the car now. Of course, Ivo, who's only just got into the Red Camel car, is only the third driver of that car, and he's only just got his turn because the racing up until this point has been done by Rick and Luke. Julius Adamovicius has taken over the second-placed Audi, so it's Audi's 1-2, Phoenix from Utah. Adamovicius has gone back into the car. Now, this is interesting because Julius started the car, Gelzinis did one stint, and now Adamovicius has got back in the car again, which means that the Utah car has skipped on the rotation the driver whose name I can't pronounce. The third driver of the number 71 car, which Ben isn't even going to have a go at to get me out of my hole here. But okay, so it's Imantis Navikauskas. How about that? No. Ben's thinking about something else, aren't you? I can see. Anyway, so they've changed the order anyway of the driver lineup of the 71 car, and so Adamovicius is back at the wheel of their car and is 51 seconds now adrift of Pierre Caffer, and that's mainly because the Phoenix car had a shorter pit stop than the Utah car did. CP Racing is third with the Mercedes. Up into fourth place now has come the car collection Audi, so GT3 cars, having been led by one of the Porsche 992s a little while ago, asserting themselves at the top of the list now, first, second, third and fourth, with three Audis and a Mercedes in the top four places. Audi's first and second, Mercedes third, Audi fourth. In fifth place, but on his outlap, is Ivo Breukers with the Red Camel Jordan Stottel Porsche 992 leading his class. Tom Boonen is at the wheel of the faster of the two Red Ant cars. Tom Boonen 904 ahead of Ayrton Red Ant in the 903 car. Those two separated by nearly a minute, and Ivo having... Actually, I'll wait until that car comes round at the end of its opening lap, because he hasn't yet done a full lap, and I'll tell you the gap that Ivo has in the lead of the class. GTX being led by the 720 RD Sainz Lamborghini from the Lippert car, which is further back outside the top 10. That's in 8th place. In 9th place is the number 2 BMW for JR Motorsport, Ted Van Fleet, having taken over that car, having just spoken to Baz Schouten, as we have done. And then the next one up, rounding out the top 10, is Jean-Francois de Morges in the Porsche Lorient 992 car. He's fourth in his class and in 10th place overall.
A couple of penalties to be served in the next 2 hours or so. 928 has a 10-second time penalty, and so does 124. Both are the same thing, both are the same penalty that's been so far awarded to everybody down in pits. I'm guessing it's speeding, Article 21.2. and I think you had it printed out, didn't you? This regulations. I can't remember if you said it was printed or on your computer, but
21.2.
21.2 for Gies Bessem, which is NKPP HRT Performance Porsche, and for Daniel Lemmerhofer from Wimmenwerk Motorsport in the Cupra TCR DSG, 5th in class at the moment, or 5th TCE car, 4th in TCR right now. We only have 2 cars still in pit lane. We've got one official retirement, which is the Wolf Power Racing Audi RS3, which is a real shame for them. Too much damage done for the contact they had at the start of the race to get the car back out on the circuit. Veluga is expecting to come back out on circuit at some point, but for the moment, Leonidis Lucas is still in pit lane, still ahead also of the Vortex that spent a lot of time in the pits fixing the rear left-hand corner. Only one other car really has had any kind of an issue. The 110 of Lestrup Racing was the car that made contact with the Vortex, and they had quite a lengthy pit stop very early on in the race, which has put them 1 lap down over their nearest competitor, which is GSR Motorsport in TCR. So those are the troublemakers, which leaves us with 21 cars that really have just been circulating for the last couple of hours.
Yes, it's Philippe Bonnel at the wheel of the Vortex at the moment, number 701. He's completed 44 laps compared to the race leader, who's completed 111. So you can do the maths and work out how far he is behind, or I can tell you it's 67. That's the Vortex, which is trying to unblock his copybook now. Regulation 20.21.2 is the regulation which covers pit stops and goes on for 2.5 pages. So it could
be anything.
Could in effect be anything that you do wrong in a pit stop is 21.2, because the whole of 21.2, you really need to know the subclause, because it's either 21.2.1, 21.2.2.
I think it was 21. Oh no, it was just a 21.2, didn't it?
Yes, and as I say, that is the regulation that covers pit stops.
Thanks, race stewards, for being. Yeah, Article 21.2.
Pit stops.
Great. And it says pit stop regulations.
Yes.
Thanks for this being specific.
Yes.
Boys and girls. Thanks for helping us out here.
The 21.2, when I was working with Red Camel at Mugello, I got summoned to the steward's office, would you believe, Ben? And it was under 21.2, and the steward had helpfully underlined the particular regulation that he was referring to, which I had to defend myself on. Anyway, we won the class, so I was happy enough. It was just a shame that somebody had to protest us and left a sour taste in the mouth, but never mind. Pierre Caffo is about to cross the start-finish line and does so now. And the Audi looking comfortable in the lead of the race, because he is in the lead of the race by nearly a minute now. And we're getting to the point where we can start counting down to the end of part 1 of the race, can't we? Because we've had some 3.5 hours of the race. We've got less than 2.5 still to go. And in effect, that means that we can get to the end of the race on 2 more pit stops. So Pierre will finish this pit stop, and then I'm guessing it will be Michael Doppelmayr getting back into the car again as the 4th driver, and he won't be able to take it to the flag, but he will be able to do some of his driving between now and the end of the race. Julius Adamavicius is still behind the wheel of the 71 Jutta car, and we still have the 3rd driver to get into that car. Joe Foster, if Joe might actually be able to make it 1 more pit stop for that car, because that CP Racing Mercedes, that's what they're going to be trying to do, I think, is to get the CP Racing to the end of the race, or this part of the race, on 1 more pit stop. Down in the pits, Peter Snowden has news.
You mentioned of the Veluga entry 204 Porsche. Definite gearbox failure internally, mechanically, despite that tiny leak. So I think it was a mist or even a haze that Bradley Ellis was describing earlier. That it is a mechanical problem. Prognosis at the moment is Benji Harrington working on it very studiously inside the cockpit at the moment. Is there was an electrical issue as well. which obviously caused an effect. We've mentioned this before. That's where they started, but it is mechanical, and it won't be returning to the race today, but there is every belief that they've got a spare gearbox, they can put it in overnight, obviously under rules that Paul will understand better, but they'll put another gearbox in to get the guys out there tomorrow and get them some mileage in the car, seat time and some data acquisition. And as we've said before, that is so often the way with endurance racing. We're here, entropys have been paid.
Yeah.
Get out there and use it up and get some, turn it into a bad weekend into a good weekend.
And absolutely, when you've got two drivers like they have, who are young drivers that need the experience, the only other way of doing it is going and paying for another test day. When you're here, when you've made the trip across the seas, all the difficulties we were talking about, getting cars from the UK into Europe and sitting in that horrible traffic to get yourself across the channel, you might as well maximise every opportunity. So the boys...
Bradley Ellis definitely wants to get back into it, but I think more importantly, he wants to get the husband and wife team back into this car as well for mileage for them tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. So we look forward to seeing them tomorrow, and unfortunate hard work for the boys and girls down at the team to get the gearbox changed. It's not going to be a nice chilled afternoon and evening for them, but either way, give the drivers what they want to do, which is to drive.
But give them their credit, they do, or give them the bright side. Work all night tonight, get the new gearbox in, and then tomorrow all you have to do is to change the wheels and send him on his way. Change the wheels, send him on his way, hopefully. That's the 205 car then for the Beluga racing team with their Porsche Cayman and Leo and Ria, the two Cypriots who race with English licenses with Bradley Ellis.
Don't forget that you can get in touch with us at hashtag 24H Series. And my name is at Ben Consti. I've got Paul Trustwell alongside me as well. Snowy Racer, I think, is also on Twitter. I'm not sure how much he monitors it. We will be able to answer all of your questions if you do have some questions. And once again, hello to the chat on YouTube, although I have to say it does seem a little bit interesting, let's say, the chat that's going on YouTube. Nothing to do with the race at all right now. So hopefully we can give you a bit more entertainment before the last 2.5 hours are up, as we've got 710 into pit lane, a little bit caught out perhaps, and we've got 105 parked up on the track. So that is Ernst Goblit for GSR. Turn 3, so exit at turn 2 into 3 onto the Parabolica. Nesta is one of our female drivers, and she is parked up.
Can just see the car through the binoculars on the left-hand side of the track, not very far off the track, if she's off the track at all. And that's, just past turn 2, the exit of turn 2, the right-hand. Turn 3 is, in effect, a very gentle left-hander, which brings you into the long left-hander, which it doesn't have a turn number because it doesn't warrant a turn name, or doesn't warrant a turn, but that's the parabolic left-hander that brings you up to the hairpin.
Brake disc change for Lamborghini after what? 3 hours and 40 minutes of racing.
3 hours 42, yeah, exactly.
That's a bit worrying.
Assuming they started on new ones, that is very early.
You would hope so, wouldn't you?
Although they may have said, look, we're going to have to change them at some point anyway. We'll start on the old ones and then put a new set on.
Code 60.
Gone to code 60.
Oh, Peter, you're going to be busy in the pit lane. Prepare your shoes and your microphone. Lamborghini might be getting new brake pads, but I think you're going to have a lot of cars in pits, and one of the first cars to benefit from that is the Red Ant. What is that one? That's the 904 machine that comes directly into pits. Lots of people not pitting, actually, but Red Ant is, and the Lamborghini back out on track, Peter.
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to catch hold of Karong Lee. This got out of the 710 Liepard Lamborghini, but he's requiring of water. Oh, no, he's here, right. Well, we've got it. Karong, very kind of you. You've just grabbed a load of water very quickly. You look warm?
Yeah, I'm gonna die. I'm almost died in the car. The temperature is too high inside the Lambo. So after 1 hour, and my energy start to going down, and I'll start going tired, and the crew forgot to put the water inside the bottom in my first stint, so I'm a little bit hydrated, and yeah, it's just tired.
So just one of those errors, but no hydration in the first stint.
Yeah.
That's going to be challenging, isn't it?
It is, because usually I can do with this car like 2 hour, like 2 stand, but today the temperature is high and there's no water, so I was like almost died. Yeah.
You know it's going to be hotter tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. I just make sure put the water inside the car before I jump into the car.
Right. Karong, I'll let you go and get some more water. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. I was going to see what else is happening behind us.
Remarkably little.
Yeah, just what I was thinking. You built it all up there, Ben. Well, Paul did, really. And
it's always Paul's fault.
I'm not going there. Don't drag me into your vipers there, Mr. Cosenduras.
85, CP Racing coming towards you, followed by another of the Porsches. I think the second red ant car. Yeah, now you've got cars. Carry on.
Yeah, so we're up with CP Racing. So very short stint there for Joe Foster.
18
change of tyres. Can't have had a very long run on that at all, can it? The Phoenix Audi in further up the pit lane. I can just say it right now, so I need to keep out of the way and let the CP go by clearing me. So just literally a tyre change. I'm guessing that won't refuel. No, it is.
They will.
Well, okay, Paul. I know. I just thought it had been such a short stint, but what do I know? I'm not a strategist. That's why we need Mr. Truswell.
Yeah, 18 laps they've done, and you might as well get it while you're in the pit lane and everybody else is going round so slowly. And also
18 laps since he did the driver change. Sure.
Yeah, 18 laps he'd done.
Here's a disaster for 720. Our Lamborghini queuing up in the penalty box, would you believe? He's wasted himself 20-30 seconds. A long penalty being taken by 124, I think. That's Wim Werk Motorsport. Very long penalty. It should have only been 10 seconds. But the Lamborghini sat behind him. So spent 30 seconds waiting to go and take a penalty. And didn't ever take his penalty.
No, you don't have to take it in the penalty box if somebody's already there. You can queue up and take it behind. So 105 is the reason for this code 60. That will be recovered by a flatbed, which is on its way to the scene of the crime at the moment. The scene being turn 3, just beyond, or just at the start of the parabolica.
And back down to Peter.
Yeah, no, I was just going to get up to the Lamborghini and thinking it's penalties are like buses. Nothing happens, then 2 or 3 come on one. 710 out of my way, out of the way, as you can probably hear.
And bonnet up on the Porsche just behind you.
Yes, we'll try. I'll get camera that to keep out of the way of here. Just. So some kind of brake bleeding issue going, because both the reservoir caps are off, front and rear. So they're going to need to do some brake bleeding, certainly on the front left. Can't believe it's only the one side yet. Topping up with brake fluid, both sides. Yeah, a new pad's going in on the opposite side. So that's what it was. That's why this side's being bled. This side's been done. So the other side's slightly slower. So just new front pads into this Porsche. This is the 905. Fairly routine, I would have thought. Probably a good time to go and do that under code 60. Still very old school for those of you that are used to doing this or have worked on your road car and this. So driver inside, foot on the brakes, stop the wheel, the disc rotating, literally pumping the pedal away to bleed the system, and there's fluid spraying out of the reservoir. That won't do the paintwork under the bonnet any good, but I don't think it really matters on this race car. That bonnet's closed, brakes are bled, tyres back on, clean, obviously a fresh set, as you'd expect. It'll be off the jacks in a second, bleed bottle out the way before they run over it, and off down to the refueling area.
Interestingly, the TCR car that stopped out on circuit, needing to be flat-bedded back to the pit lane. So assuming that it's got some kind of gearbox issue, because usually all 4 wheels point in the right direction, should easily be towed off the circuit. But as you can see, if you're watching our pictures, the ADAC flatbed truck is there to pick up Anesta. She was on the phone, presumably to the team. So with her helmet on, having to do the usual kind of speakerphone talk down the end of the phone pose. And so pit stops done by some, but not all of our top runners. This is now going to be a confusing next 2 hours, because we're going to have a split strategy, I think.
Well, yes and no. I think it's going to be a confusing next few minutes, certainly, whilst we get the code 60 sorted out. And hopefully it won't last too long, because once the car is on the flatbed, it will be able to be removed back to the pit lane or back to the paddock. What doesn't need to be done is any circuit furniture to be replaced. It didn't hit the barrier or anything like that.
It's missing a wheel. Didn't notice that. It's missing just the wheel.
Right.
Is it, I'm not being... I'm not blind, am I? There's certainly no wheel there, but what else is missing? I think the brake disc looks like it's still there. So maybe the wheel has come off and sheared all of its bolts, but I'm sure when we saw it parked up, it wasn't like that. So maybe as they've lifted the car up off the ground, the wheel's gone parted company with the car.
Yes, it was on all 4 wheels before.
It certainly was on 4 wheels before, yeah.
Anyway, so this is the recovery of the 105. The recovery of the 105 that we're describing at turn 3, whilst the code 60 continues. In terms of those who have made stops and those who haven't, 71 has the Jutta Racing Audi, and it was one of the first to do so. Julius Adamavicius has stayed behind the wheel of that car, and it continues in 2nd place. Pierre Caffa,
they didn't do tyres, but they did do fuel.
Yes, yeah. It would. Julius had done 20 laps, so he will be able to continue now with the fuel that he's got on board until that runs out. And then make one final stop before the end of part 1 of the race. You will want to be thinking about, when you get to the end of part 1 of the race, doing an extra stop to save you having to do a stop at the beginning of part 2, if you possibly can. So there'll be lots of strategists working out what the best thing to do is there. Pierre Caffa leads the race with the number 18, except that he has changed driver, and Michael Doppelmayr has taken over that car. I did suggest that Michael would be having his turn behind the wheel before the end of this part, and he has done. So Doppelmayr then behind the wheel of the Phoenix Audi, which leads the race. Joe Foster is still behind the wheel of the number 85 CP Racing Mercedes, so they didn't change driver. And then we have Johannes Kirchhoff, Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff, in the car collection Audi number 34 in 4th place, which also made a pit stop. The 909 Red Camel car, however, did not stop during the code 60, or hasn't stopped yet during this code 60, and with the 105 car on its flatbed now going off, we're going to go back to green, which we do now. So back to racing.
Yeah, so who has benefited and who has not benefited from that code 60? Time will tell now that we are back racing again. Interesting that Red Camel did not take advantage of the code 60 to pit. So that will have elevated them up a little bit in the standings, but they'll then have to pit at some other point.
Yes, to be honest, I'm not surprised, because they had only had Evo in the car for 9 laps.
Yeah.
And we hadn't planned to stop under those circumstances.
20 minutes.
Yeah, so there is a plan, although I'm not having anything to do with it today, but that kind of goes along with the plan. So as I say, I'm not altogether surprised with that.
And the other one was the Red Ant car,
903 didn't stop either, that's right.
Yeah.
So, and it is the 2nd place car in the 992 class. So, although they're not that close together, because the Red Camel car is altogether now a lap and actually it is 2 laps ahead. It's certainly a lap ahead. of the Red Ant car, and then the other Red Ant car. So 903 is second in the 992 class, and 904 is third in the 992 class, and 904 has Tom Boonen at the wheel, and that car did stop during that Code 60. So you pays your money and takes your choice as far as Red Ant is concerned. And in fact, it's interesting. The car that ignored the first set of Code 60s must have been listening, because they did come in under that Code 60, Ben. So for once, the Red Ant car, which we expected to stay out, came in and made a pit stop.
Okay. A switch around of philosophies for the two different cars.
Yeah, well, exactly. And the Ayrton, Bert and Yannick Red Ant driven cars, that car stayed out. So 903 stayed out, 904 pitted. The BMW number 2 stayed out, having only just made a pit stop anyway. Ted Van Vliet had done 10 laps when the Code 60 came into operation. So yes, you were right when you first called it, Ben. So when the Code 60 first came, there were a number of cars that declined the opportunity to come in and stayed out there. And although in the end the top 4 all came in and made pit stops, cars behind them didn't necessarily.
I think you'd have looked at that car parked up at turn 3 and have said, well, that'd be quite a quick recovery. And what you don't want to do is be found in or stuck in pit lane servicing your car, whether it be fuel or tyres or whatever, when there's green flag running, having entered pit lane whilst the Code 60 is called, because then you can only put half a tank of fuel in and everyone's running at full speed. So looking at that initial situation, I've gone, I don't think it's going to be a long one, because it looked like all 4 wheels were on the car. It turned out actually one of them was propped up and not. And once that car gets back to pit lane, we'll hand down to Peter to have a look as to why that car had to be trailered back on the back of a flatbed rather than towed. But clearly something had gone wrong with the left front corner, because wheel was not attached to car or hub at that point. So expect a change for the lead. We're going to see Constantina up of the front of the field. It actually has stretched since before the Code 60, because we will get a full reference in a few moments of the gaps of the top 4, but I think there's 34 seconds between Doppelmayr and Adamicius.
Correct.
And then there's another 34 odd seconds between Adamicius and CP Racing's Joe Foster.
Correct.
And there might well even be another 30 seconds between themselves and Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff, who were riding on board with in just a second.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the gaps between the cars, first and second are separated by 34, second and third are separated by 33, third and fourth are separated by 36, and then fourth and fifth are separated by nearly a lap, because that's where the gap is back to the 992 class leader. And you'd expect that, quite frankly. The 992 not in the same class in all senses of the phrase as the GT3 cars.
So at this stage, what we need to see is whether Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff is able to get himself back onto the lead lap, I think, because by my reckoning, they were at least...
They were a lap behind, yes.
Behind the Phoenix car, so they've got some work to do. We know we've got an onboard camera with him, and they need to chase down the Phoenix machine and repass themselves. It shouldn't be something that Dr. Johannes can do in this particular part of the race, as we go down into pit lane and look sneaky round the car. What's going on, Peter? It looks as though literally the wheel has just come off.
Yeah, it looks like a total wheel failure. Hub's gone and everything. The disc and calipers there, but there's lots of alloy wheel debris bedded into the disc. Studs are all there, so I'm guessing it's a wheel failure, because I say studs, disc, caliper intact.
Well, the wheel is on the trailer on the front of the car, so that'll be coming off in just a second.
Right.
You'll be able to snoop. There we go.
From the outside, we're just having to keep out of the way of it. But the wheel, it's facing. I'm wondering if it's a wheel nut failure, because the wheel looks undamaged. You need to see the inside of it. There's no particular heavy damage underneath the car. It hasn't scraped along on a a less than kind service, shall we say, for long. So it's was it turn 3, wasn't it?
Correct.
Came off.
Was it an outlap?
No.
It wasn't an outlap, okay.
No, he'd been out for 8 laps, or she'd been out for 8 laps.
Because they've got to be careful of putting it down now because they need to put it on there. Right, so they've actually put the wheel back onto it loosely for now. And they're popping. Now, this is very interesting because they're putting, obviously, it's a 5-stud wheel. They're putting wheel nuts into it now to hold it, put 2 on to hold the wheel on to get it in there. I'm going to get out of the way before the jacks of the flatbed take a limb off me. It's no great loss to the commentary team, I know, but it's not fair to...
Oh, take care, Peter. Peter, you're in a dangerous place. Please take care.
It's more dangerous when I'm in the car. Trust me, Paul. Very kind of you.
So...
I'm perplexed, boys, because they've basically just put the wheel on with a 3 nuts just to hold it in position. And I'm not sure why that wheel's come off, unless they are quite simply just loose in the first place. Well, I can't imagine that, but it's going to go into its box. Have a look at that. But at the moment, it looks like, apart from the fact that the wheel departed the car, not ideal, there's no reason why that did that.
Well, five studs.
Correct.
Undoing themselves.
No.
Exactly my point.
Yeah, no, I think what we need is to find Ernesta Globita and find out from her exactly what happened initially and then thereafter in the recovery process. But of course the car itself dropping towards the back of the TCR class now, back into 6th place out of the 7 TCRs that started, with the 116 car already out of the race. But if Ernesta can shed any light on the situation, that would be very useful.
Quick look at the Audi of Phoenix Racing, the number 18 machine, in a big gaggle of cars, actually. I was wondering where, in relation to that car, was Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff. I think
he's just ahead. He's just ahead of that group.
He's just ahead, so he's already done it.
He is already on the lead lap. So I think he actually got himself back onto the lead lap whilst they were all pitting. So Johannes Kirchhoff then on the lead lap in 4th place. 1 lap behind is Ivo Breukers with the 992 class leader. He is 1 lap ahead of the 903 Red Ant car, currently in the hands of Ayrton Red Ant. And then in 7th place overall, 3rd in the 992 class, is Tom Boonen in the 904 Red Ant car. That's your top 7 places. Ted Van Fleet is 8th with the BMW, and Peter Snowden can give us more news. Peter.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get that. Nesta has just basically said it's a wheel bearing failure. We thought the 5 wheel nuts couldn't come off. She just got into the brakes and basically said the wheel came off. Simple as that. So it seems like it's a wheel bearing failure. Something to do with the brakes as well. They've just got the caliper off, put new pads in that corner. It's a little bit tight in there to try and get in the way. But Nesta, you heard it from the drivers' words themselves. She's there with the helmet and the hands device on, ready to hop back in the car. Naturally, they're doing pads on the other side of the car now, obviously replaced on the same axle. But simple brake bearing failure, apparently.
So let's get this right, Peter. If the bearing fails, then the wheel has more space to rattle around, and therefore the bolts can come undone. Is that correct?
Well, in theory, but I'm still... I'm Flat Earth Society on this. I'm not completely convinced that's exactly what happened because, as you quite rightly said, Ben, I don't see how... If it was a single centre lock wheel or not, I'd understand it more. But 5, I'm not... what is odd is that the wheel, as you'll see, was clearly departed the car. It was on the truck at the front. But the wheel studs didn't look overly damaged.
No, exactly.
I'm not quite understanding why that's gone. I still don't get it. So what we'll do is let them get it sorted. They've done that side. I'll see if I can get around there. Seb's just having they've done the brake disc there, so I'm going to try and stand over the way out of the way a bit and just see if I can. No, I think there's something more going on with the upright side of it there because yeah, the stud threads do look quite damaged. So it looks like something has caused the wheel to come loose, which might be exactly what you're saying, Ben. Wheel bearings fail, therefore the wheels come loose, damage the studs. If it would unwind all 5, I'd find that very hard to believe, personally, but strange things have been known.
I suppose if it's done over a period of time, enough rattling would allow the wheels get the individual studs to rotate. So an interesting one. Never seen a tyre come off with everything still intact. Quite remarkable. But at least
it's a school day.
At least it's an easy fix.
There's never such thing as an easy fix, and if I go and say that, you know the opposite will happen, of course. But there seems to be what started as a very simple brake pad change. I think Seb's got a camera on that now for those that are watching this. But from
so it looks like the hub's coming off. Yeah,
looks like the hub. There's more work going on that side. Yeah, there's a replacement hub here. There's a lot more coming. So brake calipers out of the way. So. Yeah, so you've got your... So I'm going to have to come outside because you can't hear me otherwise. If the wheel bearing fails, the hub does rattle around, which would imply to suggest what we said, but I'm still 50-50 on this one.
All right, well, thank you very much. We continue to investigate. Peter will keep an eye on what's going on because it's relatively quiet down there in pit lane for the moment. And you can keep an eye on the Volkswagen. We are coming up to the 2-hour mark, and therefore we can check in where we're at with the results for the moment. And it is Phoenix Racing that is leading by 13 seconds over Jutta Racing, with CP's Mercedes in 3rd position, and Car Collection at the moment now back on the lead lap in 4th. Best of the 992s is the Red Camel Jordans, and they are a good bit ahead of the 903 Red Ant Racing, with 904 in 3rd position, and then the BMW M6 GT3 8th position overall. Artie Sainz, the 720 Lamborghini, sits best of the GTX category cars, ahead of NKPP by HRT Performance 992. Plus Line Racing Team in 11th position in the 992 category. They sit 5th. And then Leopard Motorsport with GTX 2nd in class, 12th overall. Porsche Laurent Racing having a good showing of things early doors, 13th. And then E2P Racing in the GTX category, the 991 category car, in 14th position. In GT4, it's Maniac Racing's Mercedes GT4, with Vortex back on the road after a lengthy pit stop, 16th overall. And in TCE, it is BBR, TCR category leader and TCE leader overall, and they have about 2 minutes over Lestrop Racing, 120. Then a little gap down to Holmgard Motorsport at 102 in 3rd position. That's the guys who won last time out at Spa-Francorchamps on the podium in a brand new car. Best of TCX is Swift Racing's Ligier for the moment, ahead of Wimmerwerk TCR older Cupra. The 110 Lestrop Racing TCR in 5th position in category, 6th overall. GSR in pit lane right now in their Golf with an issue on the left front, and Veluga at the moment in pit lane in the TCX category. They will be coming out tomorrow after changing the gearbox. Unfortunately, we'll not see Wolf Power Racing tomorrow. They are properly out of the race with electrical problems. Just before... Let's now have a look at how we're getting on so far with the highlights after 4 hours. And there is a little bit of reliability starting to creep in. We do have Vortex stationary on track once more. We also have Peter down in pit lane watching on as to what's going on with GSR. You think you have worked it out a bit better?
I've not just worked it out. We have the solution I'm thinking of your mental health. You two, you would never sleep tonight, and I would never sleep not getting the answer for you. The 105 TCR Golf, the issue was the wheel bearing seized solid, which is why the car came to a halt. They couldn't then get it onto the flatbed or move it, so what they did was the wheel was removed trackside, car picked up on the flatbed, wheel put on separately, problem solved.
Well,
Luzo works again.
You can sleep well tonight as well, Peter, because it's now you're off. So well done for solving that issue.
I feel better because I know you two can sleep well. And on that note, we're going to hand over to Chris Dawes is now swapping over. So you're ready, guys?
Yeah, thanks very much, Peter. See you in the box in a few moments' time. Thanks for your work down in pit lane. Right, so Vortex has been recovered without needing to go code 60, which is good news. And we continue to go green flag racing. And Paul, you had some news and words.
I was going to tell you about the Vortex because it came to rest while we were going through the rundown at turn 7, which is the entrance into the Mercedes complex, the right, left, right that interrupts the run back from the old Oskurve. And Lionel Amrouche, the driver of the Vortex, him being the man behind the Vortex entry, he's actually the official entrance of that car, and so we'll keep an eye on the recovery of that car. But you're absolutely right, it didn't have to go code 60 because the car is far enough off the circuit so we can stay yellow. We have a battle for the lead because Michael Doppelmayr has Julius Adamovicius right behind him, right alongside him, and in fact going past him. So as they turn through there into the arena, so Julius Adamovicius gets into the lead of the race ahead of Michael Doppelmayr. Another change for the lead of the race, and that puts the Jutta Racing Audi in front with an hour and 54 minutes of this sector still to go. The rundown we did at, because it's a 6 hour and 5 minutes gap, was a 4 hour and 5 minute battle. So there we go.
Change the lead.
I've just been talking about that.
Oh, sorry. By quite a distance, actually. The gap has really been brought up, hasn't it?
No, I mean, Julius dived through quite easily. Michael Doppelmayr made room for him, and the two of them just passing start-finish now. And as you say, already 1.2 seconds separating the two of them. The pass was made coming into the arena, so yes, he opened up the gap very quickly. The thing that I still find surprising is that 71 car still hasn't been driven by Imantias, the third driver. He's just had the two drivers driving it at the moment. Joe Foster continues on his happy way in third place. He's just 30 seconds behind the race leader, so he might be in a position to catch Michael Doppelmayr. They're all on pretty much as you said they would. Now we've got over that code 60 and not have to have another one for the Vortex. We're all pretty much on the same strategy now. They've all got 3/4 of a tank or so of fuel. They've got enough to get us to the 5 hour mark, maybe the 5.5 hour mark of this race, but not to the 6 hours and 5 minutes. So one more pit stop still required from all of our race leaders. We've got GT3 cars in the top 4 places, with Johannes Kirchhoff in 4th place on the lead lap. And then the 992 battle is is 1 lap behind the race leaders. Ivo Breukers for Red Camel leading the way, and he maintains this 1 lap lead over Ayrton Red Ant in the 903 ahead of Tom Boonen in the 904 car. Possibly the two Red Ant cars the wrong way around. Ben, I was suggesting earlier on that the 904 car was perhaps the one we should keep our eyes on, that being potentially the quicker of the two. What do you think, the 904? With 904 being driven by Sam de Jong, Tom Boonen, Philip Wills. They're all down as AMs according to the entry list, although I did get a little message saying that Sam de Jong's categorisation might be changed, Ben, before the next round, so we'll have to see what happens on that one. But for this race at least, he's an AM, and as I say, at the moment that Red Ant car 904 is 3rd behind its sister car. do ants have sisters or do they have brothers anyway? So the two red ant cars, then 903, 904 in second and third. TCR still being led by Monlau Competition, and Cantacuzini has been behind the wheel of that car a fair while now. Emil Solberg has taken over the 120 Lestrade Racing Team Audi in second place. Roy Edlund is in the Homeguard Motorsport Cupra in third. And then Tim de Boer leads the TCX class with the Ligier. Just looking down at the TCR class. Yes, actually, I do him a disservice. Cantacuzini hasn't been in the car that long. He's been in for 20 laps. He drove the car for very nearly 2 hours at the beginning of the race. Then it was driven for a full stint by Charia Nuya. And now Cantadi has taken the car back over again. So he's been in the car for less than an hour, in fact. So we were talking when Peter was doing his homework on the 105, and thanks very much for getting to the bottom of that. I will sleep tonight, thank you, Peter. But you mentioned, Ben, that the pits was fairly quiet. It is fairly quiet down there, in fact, because there are only two other cars in the pits, and they are both the long stayers, the 116. Being the car that we have now learned is going to retire, the Wolfbauer car, and then the 205 Veluga racing car, which is coming up to having had 2 hours in the pits, but we're not going to see that probably tonight.
No.
But hopefully tomorrow, once the gearbox having been changed is all running smoothly again.
Yeah, that's pretty clear, although I'm surprised you wouldn't. Maybe they realise they definitely can't do it in the allocated time available, but I'm surprised they haven't started kind of ripping that car apart to get it done.
Well, yes, I mean, to get the old gearbox out and get all the bits ready to put the new ones in. Plus, of course, it gives you a bit more of a chance. The problem they'll have is they won't be able to test it at all before they need to get out and go racing, because where do you test it? Because the race is going to be on by tomorrow morning.
Yes.
So,
luckily, the paddock here in Hockenheim is quite large. And there is actually a Porsche Experience Centre, so you might just go pop over to Porsche and say, yeah, could we just borrow your track for a little bit? Maybe I can get a lap in. The Porsche Experience Centre here at Hockenheim, incredibly busy. There's cars been going around it all day, like there is on many of the experience centres around the world, whether it be in America, or Le Mans has one, of course. There's one at Silverstone.
They're all on the outside of the circuit, though. I haven't seen one. The one here is on the inside of the circuit.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
certainly Silverstone and Le Mans are both on the outside of the circuit. Haven't been to.
Where else is there one? There must be. I mean, I know there are ones in America, but I can't think of any others off the top of my head. Nürburgring doesn't have one, I don't think.
It almost certainly has something.
Yes.
Has Manthey Racing, if nothing else, who are based at the Nürburgring.
It is actually a great place, the Hockenheimring, to come and visit. There was some chat earlier on the chat on YouTube about which tracks to come and watch a 24-hour series race. And actually, the arena section around the Sash Curve is open to the public. So we do have quite a few people sitting in that grandstand. Unfortunately, the grandstand where we are situated, the commentary box turn 1 and final turn, which is kind of a wraparound grandstand from basically the penultimate turn through turn 1. It's spectacular to see, but much like the grandstands at Rockingham, the oval track in the UK, only serviced for big events. So otherwise, the gates are shut, and there's various health and safety things that you need to do for a grandstand to man them, and they do not man that one. So they just man the one that's set into the earth, which presumably probably means it's got different health and safety requirements for it, rather than the ones that are sort of freestanding. Either way, you can see a huge amount from our position in the gantry. You can almost see every circuit past the hairpin at the very back of the circuit, but you can certainly see turn 1, turn 2, 3, and then the Mercedes-Benz Arena is hidden by the massive grandstand, but other than that, it's a pretty good view. So I would recommend, if you wanted to come and watch one of these races, Barcelona's a good place, and Portimao's a good place, to be honest. Any of them. Paddock is very open, very friendly. You come and snoop around the cars, introduce yourself to the teams and the drivers, maybe even volunteer to be help for some of the teams, because they do turn up with a minimal amount of mechanics sometimes. And
they'll take anybody, Ben. They take anybody.
Yeah, as you're proving. So really a great place to come and really get hands-on with racing, because there's plenty of championships you can't get anywhere near the cars, and this is one that you can very much enjoy. In front of us, Vortex is coming back into the pit lane. We're not quite sure what's happening with that car.
On the back of a flatbed.
Yes, I should say, yes, yeah, absolutely.
Coming into the pit lane.
Aided.
Yes, the timing beam is triggered, and the transponder identifies the car, and so it logs itself as having started its pit stop. But of course, again, the car itself stopped, well, half an hour ago, not 40 minutes ago. So much more time lost than for car 701. Adam Ivicevic is 11 seconds, nearly 12 seconds clear now of Michael Doppelmayr, who isn't falling away that quickly and is keeping Joe Foster at bay for the moment, at least. The gap between Doppelmayr and Foster, 20 seconds. And just looking at average lap times, Michael Doppelmayr's times on this stint are 148.7. In his earlier stint in the race, he did a 149. So he's improved, not quite by 2 seconds, it's only by a second a lap on his earlier stint. He did 11 laps earlier on. He's now on his 17th lap of this stint. So Michael Doppelmayr working hard and improving here at Hockenheim. Julius Adamavicius, a 145.232 is his average speed. He's on the second stint on used tyres, so he'll be coming towards the end of that. So I think Chris spoke to him before, but if he gets another chance to talk to him when he comes in at the end of this stint, it'll be interesting to see what his views are on used Hankooks.
A great look at the Vortex coming off the flatbed here. Doesn't look like anything is facing the wrong direction. Doesn't look like it's been on the grass, but we know it's been on the grass. So it looks as though this might be another mysterious issue for the French Vortex team to try and understand. And interesting question actually on the chat. Why would you drive the Vortex if you had the option of all the different cars out here in the 24-hour series, with it having so many issues in all the different races? What brings these drivers back to driving the car, the likes of Philippe Bonnel, for instance? And from my perspective, those team of, 4 or 5 French drivers, I think 3 actually on the entry list, Lionel Amarouche, Philippe Bonnel and Sébastien Lajoux. The French love a challenge, they love an adventure, don't they? And they know that if they're coming here with the Vortex, it's not going to be plain sailing, it is going to be an adventure, and they love to challenge themselves. You know, the Dakar was born out of a man who decided to go from Paris to Dakar on the back of a motorbike. And why would you do that? Well, because it's a challenge. So they do love it. Hopefully, with the new design, there'll be a little bit more reliability built into the car, and they'll be able to be a bit more competitive. But I also think that the 3 AMs in that car probably realise they're not the fastest drivers in the world, but they're having a great time of it too.
I think the answer to the question, Ben, almost lies in the way that you phrased it. If you would have the choice of driving any car in the field, was the way you phrased it.
Maybe they don't.
But nobody has the opportunity to drive any car in the field.
No.
And having been involved as closely as I have with Red Camel, having been involved with a couple of other teams as well in more or less extent in the field. The reason people take part in these races is as much to do with the family feeling, the friendliness of it, the fact that you are part of a series and all this kind of thing. That's the driving factor. It's the personalities and the social aspects of it. I mean, we've heard a couple of interviews with CP Racing this weekend where Peter Snowden especially has been trying to get Charlie Putnam to kind of almost let down the facade, and you know, yes, you're here to race and you're here to take it professionally, to take it seriously. But ultimately, you don't have to be here. You could be somewhere else doing something else. And in order to make that work, you're going to have something to have fun with. And that's exactly what happens in the Vortex garage. You know, the team who actually works on that car, we've talked about Beluga Racing, they're going to be working all night tonight, putting a new gearbox in the car so that somebody else can go out and drive it tomorrow. You know, why would you do that? Because that's what you do. You know, and it's, I think it works very, very well. You know, I think it, you know, the whole thing, what the Vortex does is kind of an advertisement of the spirit of Creventic racing, not necessarily this race, but of the spirit of Creventic racing.
You're excited to come to the track, let alone get into the car or be part, do your role. That's sometimes passion is inexplicable, and you can't justify why you love something. But certainly, everybody up and down this pit lane love endurance racing, love what it gives, the thrill, the adrenaline, the especially under pressure when you are in a race environment, mechanicking a car and get it serviced, whether it be a small pit lane, simple tyres and fuel, or whether it be a change of gearbox. That is what they live for. That's what makes them buzz, and that is why everyone is here this weekend here at Hockenheim to enjoy their little bit of this event.
Just looking at Joe Foster enjoying his little bit of the event. He's in third place, but he's chasing down Michael Doppelmayr. They're just coming into the arena section at the moment. Look, eyes right in the main grandstand. Look down there and you'll see the black and yellow Phoenix Audi being chased in by the white with red and blue flashes on it Mercedes, coming round the final turn then onto the start finish straight. I think Joe Foster will get this done either by the time they get to turn 1 or turn 2. Coming up behind the Audi then, they cross the line not quite nose to tail, separated by 0.319 of a second, turn through the north curve, head up towards turn 2, the sometimes called Bernie Ecclestone corner, and he's going to do it up there, isn't he? He's going to get through at Bernie Ecclestone corner. And yes, so Joe Foster through into second place then, Michael Doppelmayr in the Phoenix Audi back to third. And how much longer to go for both of these guys? Well, another half an hour, I would say. Around about half an hour. Adamovic will have to be into the pits because he's in his second stint, but he can keep going at least for another 25 laps. Michael Doppelmayr can go for another 20 laps, and Joe Foster, well, he's probably looking at about another 23 laps or so, maybe less, 22 laps for Joe Foster. Not to be confused with Joey Foster, who's someone else altogether, races from Cornwall, a Formula 4 driver. Johannes Kirchhoff is still behind the wheel of the car collection car. And in fact, of those, the three that I was talking about, Johannes Kirchhoff in fourth place will probably be the first pit caller. His drive time runs out at just after, no, it's coming up to, his drive time runs out in 30 minutes. Ivo Breukers continues to lead the way as far as the 992 class is concerned. In comes the Red Ant car from second place in 992. And is Peter Snowden down there to tell us about it?
No, Peter's now off for the rest of the race, but
no.
Chris might be. I did see his hat in the background. Whether he's got anything to say or not. We're having a full service here. Brothers Red Ant are getting each other plugged in. And indeed, welcome back to Chris Dawes.
Yeah, I'm back in the action and absolutely loving it. And wowzers, you heard that in the background, and that was just to accelerate round to the fuel for the 903 car. That was a very rapid change, to say the least. Driver change as well, round to get some fuel. They're on the mission. I'm also, of course, stood right next to the Vortex car, and they're back at that left rear corner again. So I can only assume it's either a continuation of it, or it's resurfaced again, because obviously they had to repair something on that corner. And I've been trying to grab one of the drivers, but they are still busy. And in fact, it looks like Lionel's going to be getting back in again. So they're still fighting, aren't they?
Yeah, the Vortex doesn't know the meaning of the word defeat.
No, definitely not. I noticed as well, by the way, because I saw the coverage from Spa and where the bodywork was riveted on. There's still rivets here, but they're actually holding it on clips so that they can get the bodywork off easier if they need to this time.
Right, okay, well spotted. So the 903 still in the fueling area. I thought there was a driver change on that car, Ben. Did you see that?
Yannick's in.
Ertan Redant is out of the car. Yannick Redant is into the car. Okay, thank you for that, Chris. Confusingly, Yannick Redant wears a helmet, which is very reminiscent of that of Ayrton Senna. So, if you wanted to try and work out who it was from their Christian names, you'd be very much on the wrong path. So Yannick's helmet design very much like that of Ayrton Senna. Ayrton Redant, getting out of the car, has a much more white plain helmet.
Did we have a driver change for Phoenix when they came in just now?
When you say just now, they are in now, yes. So Michael Doppelmayr, I had missed the fact that that car had even come in.
Well, in which case, I'm not sure whether it stopped in the box.
Right.
Has it just gone directly into fuel? In which case, Michael's in there for a third stint.
Stand by.
That would be a surprise, I think. But at the moment, it's saying F for fuel. So Doppelmayr in the Phoenix Racing car will be dropping. Well, it has dropped to the tail of our 4 GT cars on the lead lap.
I think it might be Elliot Earhart now.
Okay, so we just completely missed that.
Yes, so in the pit stop, I was, as I say, looking at my notes. At the beginning of the race, Michael Doppelmayr did an 11-lap stint before coming in to hand over to Elliot Earhart. On this last stint, he's done a 20-lap stint, and I'm guessing he will have handed over to Elliot Earhart, but the car still in the refueling area, and it depends upon the driver turning the switch on his dashboard. There's a driver ID switch which he has to turn to the correct position, and then the car, as it leaves the pit lane, will identify itself to the timing system, and we'll know for sure who the driver is. At the moment, the screen is still showing as Michael Doppelmayr's name, but as you say, Ben, the F on the screen indicating is in the refueling area.
And still in the refueling area, coming up to 4 minutes now, so getting a good glug of fuel in that car, but that is going to drop him out of not just the lead lap, but maybe even further, and it's going to be hard work there for Sven Ehrberger is now on track in that car, so there was a change of driver. Don't think that is Michael's obligatory 1 hour covered, therefore, because I think he came in after 20 minutes on his first stint, and that would have only been half an hour of the second one, or maybe they have pushed it to the 40 minutes, and he has to do 1 hour as an AM. That is obligatory
in a 12-hour race.
In a 12-hour race, yeah.
Yes, he's done 24 minutes in when he came in for the first. So the first stint was 24 minutes, and his second stint was 38 minutes.
So yes,
add them together and make 62 minutes. So
box ticked.
The box is ticked if he wants to do only the minimum. If he wants to do more, then there's nothing to stop him doing any more. But as Ben says, the rules demand merely that the AM driver has to do a 1 hour stint. Now, the trap that they mustn't fall into is not the minimum drive time for Michael Doppelmayr, but the maximum drive time for Pierre Caffer, because the pro driver also has a maximum drive time, which he has to obviously not exceed.
Well, with Sven Ehrberger being as fast and Elliot Earhart being pretty rapid as well in that car, I think there would be no need to push Caffer particularly, because both Ehrberger and Earhart have been so good in that car as well. They've really set that car up for all 3 drivers to star, and we've got to keep an eye on Phoenix, because over the next hour and a half today, but then it will be the remaining half of the race tomorrow, I think we'll really see them push very, very hard and have to be contenders for victory alongside CP Racing and maybe even Jutta. It does seem to ebb and flow depending on which driver is. The only kind of question mark over Jutta Racing is they haven't used their AM at all yet. So they've got at least 1 hour's worth of AM driving to do.
No, the Jutta team.
Elementis hasn't driven yet.
Oh yes, that's right.
Yeah, so he's the AM in that car.
Yes, but he only has to do an hour because that is a pro class car.
Yeah.
Whereas the Phoenix car runs in the pro AM class, which demands that the AM drivers between them, and so that means Doppelmayr plus Earhart plus Herberger, because somehow Herberger would put himself as being an AM. They together have to do 50% of the race, and Pierre Caffa has to do no more than 4 hours of the race.
So actually, the three AMs need to do more than 50% of the race
together. Yes,
because Pierre can only do 4 hours, which is
a third of the race.
Third of the race. Thank you. So they need to do 66.666 recurring of the race.
Yes.
My maths is not spectacular, but I can work that bit out.
It's good enough, absolutely. Well done. Good. So what have we got? We're looking at the counting down towards the end of the race. I like to look at don't like to look at the countdown too early, but we certainly can start looking down to the end of not the race. I misspoke, to part one of the race, an hour and a half. An hour and a half still to go, and we'll just wait. No, right, okay. Hour and a half still to go, and it's Adamavicius who leads with one pit stop still to be made for that car. And as we've been saying, they can afford really to put their AM driver into it. Navikauskas being the third driver. Mantas and Navikauskas. Right, go ahead, Chris, whenever you're ready. Yes, yeah, all is clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I'm down here with BBR, and I've got Munkong. You guys are leading TCR comfortably.
Yeah, as a plan.
I mean, were you expecting that at this stage?
Yeah, we plan to be like in the front today. So yeah, as I said, it's like a plan.
And by I think I looked earlier, you were a lap and more ahead.
Yeah, yeah.
How is the car feeling out there? Because a lot of people have been saying it's so hot that the tyres are degrading quicker than they were expecting.
Yeah, I talked to my colleagues and they said the tyres are like after like a few laps, it starts to understeering and the brake it's like fading away. So it's quite hard to go fast comfortably. But yeah, we keep trying.
And when did you go out? Which stint did you go out?
Last stint.
Right, so you've just come back in. And has the circuit sorted itself out? We were here in turn 2 was very slippy.
The turn 2, yeah. From Thursday, when the practice, it was slippery. When go out the corner.
Well, you're handling it very well so far. What's the strategy from here?
Luck. Wish us luck. Just that.
I'm wishing it all.
Okay.
Well done. Fabulous job so far. Keep it up.
Thank you.
So BBR, that was the answer, Paul. You don't do that in your tactics, do you? Luck as well.
Absolutely, it all plays its part in the 24-hour series, and so Wong Kong currently at the wheel of the car there, and leading TCR as is the plan so far. Race overall being still led by Julius Adamovicic, and he has a more comfortable lead now. 25 seconds is his lead over Joe Foster, and then Johannes Kirchhoff in third place with the car collection Audi there is also in second place as far as the GT AMs are concerned. Ivo Broiker's going strongly still for Red Camel. The car having been started by Rick, and I'm sure Rick is itching to get back in the car now. He had the honour of being able to do the start and was very feisty in the early stages, but has now handed the car over first to his younger brother Luke, and now in the hands of father Ivo. And they continue to lead the class now, but not by as much as it was before, although 51 seconds the gap, but that's not back to another car in the 992 class. That's 51 seconds back to the Lamborghini, back to the Sven Herberger Phoenix Racing Audi. So he is trying now to catch up and make up places. So Sven Herberger in 5th place overall, but catching up places all the time. Ben, back to you.
Little bit of a pit stop for myself. Back on the mic now. Thank you very much to Mr. Trustwell for holding the fort just for 2 seconds. And we can start focusing on the very much the end of the race now. We're still going to have another round of pit stops to get all these drivers out and get our final drivers in. The first 3 drivers, Adamanovic, Joe Foster and Dr. Hannes Kirchhoff, all will, in the next half an hour, be required to come back into the pits to change driver. In fact, all the drivers will need to change driver before the end.
Yes.
Because oh no, hang on. Sven Herberger could go to the end now, couldn't he, after his last stop?
Yes, Sven is the only one who can.
But can the car?
Of the leading group. The car is going to be short on fuel to do that. Not by much, but of course you mustn't fall into the trap of thinking this is the end of the race, because this is only the end of part 1, and it's an easy trap to fall into and say, oh yes, we've got fuel to get you to the end of the part of the race, but the car then has to be parked up overnight. You're not allowed to do anything to it, not allowed to refuel it, including, and what you would really like to do is to start part 2 of the race on a full tank of fuel, wouldn't you? Ask Red Camel at Spa. So what you really want to be thinking about now is not really the end of part 1 so much as what you're going to do to the car in order to prepare it for part 2. And when, as you've said already, Ben, you've got part 2 of the race started as a rolling start, 2 by 2 behind the safety car, or behind the pace car as a normal rolling start, 1 formation lap and away they'll go. Everybody's going to be bunched up. You want to have a strong driver in the car. You can change the driver overnight, that's the only thing you can change. But you can't do anything else to the car apart from safety-related issues such as cleaning windscreens and cleaning mirrors and things like that. You wanted to say something, Ben?
Frenchie on Frenchie, that was. Vortex on Porsche Lorient, the 912, which is a driver I didn't even know was in that car. Frederic Lièvre, I think is the way you say it, being assaulted by Lionel Amourouche in the Vortex, going down the inside as they entered into the Mercedes-Benz arena, that fast right-hand turn, no real braking zone there, and the two of them making side-to-side contact. So just keep an eye out on that silver Porsche. that is the 912, just in case it's got a little bit of damage from that. It did look very much like wheel to wheel, so should have got away with it, but unnecessary for an endurance race to be doing that kind of thing.
All depends, doesn't it? If you've been sat behind for a long time, frustration,
a bit annoyed, yeah,
and emotions take over, as somebody suggested down in the pit lane. And Charlie Putman rightfully rebuffed the interviewer and said, no, it's the emotions, you can't let them get into it. Anyway, I was talking about how you handle this question of getting to the end of the race. You can't come into the pits in the last 10 minutes. You've also got to bear in mind that everybody's going to be thinking the same as you.
Yeah.
So if you come into the pits with 10 minutes to go, you'll probably find all the fuel tanks are taken, because everybody has the same idea. So you don't really want to be coming in with 10 minutes to go. You want to be coming in with 15 minutes to go. Or do you try and double bluff and say, well, nobody will go to the last 10 minutes and we'll just go ourselves and get the fuel then? So it's rather a difficult one, again, where you're second guessing what other people are going to be doing. But ideally, you want to get as strong a position as you can. And if that means sacrificing half a lap, actually, that doesn't matter as long as it leaves you on the lead lap. Remember what Max Edelhoff was saying to Peter Snowden at the beginning of the event, that all they really want to do is to stay on the lead lap. And they've managed to achieve that with the car collection car. They are back on the lead lap now. They're 1 minute and 20 seconds behind the race leader. But that won't matter at all. If they finish 1 minute and 20 seconds behind the race leader, they'll just be starting on the second row about 10 yards behind them, so won't do them any harm at all.
2 penalties yet to be served. Vimmerwerk Motorsport have served a 30-second penalty they ended up having. We talked about the 10-second penalty they were issued, but we didn't then realise they had a further 20 seconds added to it, which ended up being a 30-second penalty, which is what they were doing actually in front of the Lamborghini a little bit earlier on. 904, which is at the moment the better of the 2 Red Ant cars, that has a 10-second penalty to Article 21.3, not Article 21.2. That is refueling regulations rather than pit stop regulations. They need to serve that, as do 928. They were issued their penalty quite a long time ago, 928 being... thinking. Why can't I see 928 on my timing screen?
It's the NKPP car, which has just the 2 drivers, Kai Spetton and Harry Hilders.
And they have a penalty for pit stop regulations, which they were served actually over an hour ago, but still have yet to actually serve it. So they issued an hour ago, they haven't yet served it. But those are the penalties up to date as of about 40 minutes ago. So there might still be penalties to be done. There is the Vimmerwerk team who have served all the penalties they needed to. Slightly older Cupra to the one that's out there leading the class with a BBR machine, which is their brand new version.
What happens if you get served with a penalty in part 1 and end up not taking it? Well, you can take the penalty in part 2. If you get served with it in the last hour, I think it is, of part 1, then you can delay taking the penalty until part 2 of the race. But again, it would be advisable not to, because all you're going to lose if you take it in part 1 is that bit of track time whilst you're in the pits and serving the penalty. And if you're on the same lap as the leader, then you don't fall any further behind. It won't make a difference for you.
Let's take a look at this 912 machine then. Is there any evidence of punctures or damage? Actually, Chris Dawes is there, he can answer the question.
Well, they don't seem to be worrying about anything. They are doing the driver change, they're doing the wheel change as normal, although they are pausing on the front one. Yeah, they let the front right. They are certainly taking a little bit longer now, just a line and everything. There's smoke coming off it, but we see that at this time anyway, don't we? So the right rear is off, but they're definitely looking a lot longer at the front right, but they've sensibly carried on with everything else. All 3 other corners, the driver change, everything else is happening as if nothing's wrong, but they're just fiddling with this front right. While I'm still letting them work this one out here, just to say, I think it was the 720 car picked up a penalty earlier for refueling penalty, and then not that long after, it was cancelled. So it's worth them waiting before they actually serve their penalties, isn't it? Judging them from that.
Yeah, no, they had two served at a similar time. I think actually what happened was it was double served by mistake.
I
so
see.
That's
okay.
why one of them was cancelled.
Right, the 912 car, they fired it back up again, pushing it back because it's a bit tight, and it's pulling back out. I'm assuming that they did take the... No, they didn't. I think that they weren't able to get the front right off because there is a very fresh-looking tyre down here and 3 not-so-fresh-looking tyres down here. And it's made its way into refueling, but it looked to me as at the moment they couldn't get that wheel off.
And so they actually gave up, is what you're suggesting?
Correct.
Well, that's going to be an issue.
I see a car serving a penalty in the penalty box as well.
Yeah, 904 Red Ant in the penalty box. That's going to be certainly one to investigate for you, Chris, down there, because you really do not want to be running with 3 grippy tyres and 1 tyre that's already done an hour and a half's worth of work. That's for sure.
Interesting, the way the penalty system works is, as you would expect from Creventic, it's all electronic. They send you a text message to tell you that you've served a penalty. There's then a website portal which you have to register with. You have to accept having received the penalty, and then you can either contest it if you think that it was a penalty that shouldn't have been issued in the first place, or you just sit quiet and go and take it like a good little boy. And as I say, all of this is done through the website portal, and that's again was all written by Creventic people. Down to the pits, Chris Dawes has more.
Yeah, I must have misinterpreted it. I know we thought it would be weird only changing 3 boots, but he looked at me and said, no, we changed all 4. And I still could have sworn that there was a very fresh one in front of me, but they seem to feel happy that whatever they felt when they first came in has gone and it's okay.
Okay, good. Well, the other thing
wait and see.
They were so busy checking the bearings of that front right wheel that they thought they changed it, but actually ended up not changing it. But I think they would know how many tyres they had on the apron, so they should be able to work that bit out. But anyway, might come back to haunt them.
The Plus line car in the pit lane now as well. That's the 905, the car that was started by Sam de Jong. Since then, we've had Philip Wills, Tom Boonen driving it. So my guess would be that is going back now into the hands of Sam de Jong. And remember, Sam was the one at the beginning of the race who wouldn't come in when there was a Coach 60. They kept the car out there. The other Red Ant Porsche, the 903 car, is still out there, as we said, with Yannick Red Ant now at the wheel, but he slipped back now to third in the 992 class behind the 904, although they'll get it back again, I think, with this pit stop going on for the 904. Meanwhile, Ivo Breukers continues on his merry way in the 909 car, and he's extending his lead yet, because both of the Red Ant cars have been into the pits now and had pit stops, and Ivo has just stayed out there.
I feel like there is a split strategy going on between those three cars that at the beginning of the race were very close and very tight in terms of pace, but as the race is as the race is spread out, it seems as though Red Ant have lost out in certain Code 60 situations.
Well,
it feels like it. I don't know what the numbers say, but
yeah, no, I mean it does, and it depends on you know, when you come in, when you stay out, all of the strategy that's going on. We said, didn't we? We were surprised that Sam de Jong stayed out during those first Code 60s, whilst the 903 car, Yannick Red Ant, came in and made a pit stop. They then had Bert Red Ant to get into the 903 car. Bert not quite as quick as either of Yannick or Ayrton are. And indeed, he's not as quick as Sam de Jong is either. Philip Wills was the slower driver in the 904 car. He lost a bit of ground. And Tom Boonen... Actually, Tom Boonen wasn't as quick as he ought to be. I wonder if that car is beginning to go off the 904 car. Anyway, it's up to the refuelling area now for 904. And as I say, we just wait now for Ivo to bring the 909 in, and then that'll enable Rick to take the car all the way to the flag.
Back down to Chris Dawes, who's in pit lane, presumably watching this Lamborghini being serviced.
Yeah, exactly right. The 720 RD Sainz cars down here. No driver change. The front wheels came off, but only to change the brake pads. So it wasn't the discs as we saw on the other Lamborghini down there, but they felt the need to change the pads. The old boots, the old tyres have gone back on again, so that presumably, Paul, is a tactical move. Not putting fresh rubber on, or maybe just a cost one I heard you saying earlier as well. But it looks like they've got some overheating. It's possibly melted one of their tools, actually. But we've now got the front tyres back on, fire back, and it's going out with some new brake pads on the front.
Worth pointing out that, of course, the Super Trofeo version of this Lamborghini is designed and built specifically to do 1 hour races. No longer, no shorter. And so, whilst I'm sure there are various bits that are modified to make this car work for a longer race, a 24 or 12-hour race, it does seem that they're very thirsty on brakes.
Does seem so, and they go much faster, of course, doing down the straights. They're a heavier car than the GT3, so they are going to get through the brakes that much more quickly. Leader into the pit, 71.
Not last stop then, because otherwise they're going to be very empty on fuel for tomorrow.
Exactly. Yes, they'll be clever enough to know they've got to fuel it up for tomorrow, but they could run to the flag on the remaining time now, but they'll stop and then they'll get pretty much a full tank with 10 minutes of the race still to go. Seemed a pretty effortless stop from them. What we don't know is who's in the car now. Chris Dawes is down there and maybe able to tell us. What can you tell us, Chris?
I didn't spot, sadly, the 71 car, the race leader, who jumped in because I was the wrong side to see the names on the belts. But they certainly changed driver, changed all 4 corners, fresh tyres on it, and out they go. What I can tell you is that the number 2 JR Motorsport BMW M6 is going to be coming in imminently, and it's Baz Houghton that's going to be, Schouten even, did I say Houghton? Baz Schouten that's going to be going out in that car to do, presumably, a stint.
And here he comes to you. You can describe the action down there in pit lane.
Have you heard the noise from these M6 BMWs under the brakes? It's such a roar when it actually brakes hard into the corners. Very unique when I was sat up in the arena and I stood on the pit wall down at pit exit end, and it's such an incredible noise. In it comes, up on its air jacks. Opposite corners they're taking off to start with. Right rear, left front. They've already finished the right rear. They're onto the other side of the rear. So the rear tyre changes are quicker than the front at the moment, just in case they compete. And on goes the final corner. Not a problem because they're still strapping Baz into the car. They're not dropping off his air jacks yet. They're making sure that the water bottle's in there. We heard the driver from was it the 710 Lamborghini, wasn't it, earlier, that he didn't have the fluid in the water bottle, and it was having rather an extreme effect as he was dehydrating out there in this temperature.
Yeah, he said he was going to die, didn't he?
Yeah, pretty much. Out goes Baz Schouten. Yeah, either that or he was going to see 3 of every car.
Also, we did see a double stint in this car by Dirk Schouten earlier on, and he was very knackered after that. So it's been hard work for the boys and girls out there that have been doing double stints and trying to get the tyres to last. Again, with over an hour still remaining of this particular portion of race, still think they will need to do another stop, at least for fuel, if not for drive, probably not for driver or tyre. It will just be a kind of a top-up, get ready for tomorrow kind of a pit stop.
Definitely on fuel. Tyres, I don't know. I think I'd be tempted to put a new set on.
Oh, I see, because you're going to carry those on for tomorrow, aren't you? Yeah.
Can't change. There is a provision within the regulations that if there is a weather change, then tyre changes could be allowed overnight.
Which there won't be.
But there will not be a particular... Yeah, so... one can never be certain about these things, but it is unlikely that there will be a weather change overnight. So they will have to start part 2 on the tyres on which they finished part 1. And so refuel new tyres. Driver doesn't matter. The driver you can change overnight without incurring a penalty, and his drive time will start again from 0 when they start part 2 of the race. So then that's one thing that they don't need to worry about. But with an hour just over of this part still to go, any stop that you make now is a very awkward one, and the flurry will come sometime between 30 minutes and 10 minutes to go in the race. That'll be the time when most of the teams will be wanting to get themselves into position for part 2, and that's when it gets very complicated for those people who are doing the strategy work, because you're not just looking at your own strategy, you're looking about where your competitors are and how you're going to then line up against them, because let's say if you're a lap ahead of them, that's good. If you're 2 laps ahead of them, that's even better. If you're half a lap ahead of your competitor, that is no good to you at all. There's no point in trying to stretch the margin. You might as well let the margin come down to 0, or even allow yourself to get overtaken, because it's only going to make the difference between lining up on one side of the grid or the other side of the grid, it being a 2x2 gridded start for part 2.
912 coming into pits, into the box. So that's something for Chris to investigate. Whatever the problem was, they didn't fix it on the pit apron when they last did their pit stop. New driver has got in and gone, nah, this is not how it's supposed to feel. Philippe Paulette already with that car in the gravel trap in qualifying yesterday, so he'll be super careful not to make sure that happens again. I'll give Chris a couple of moments to poke his head around and see what exactly they're up to, whether they've suddenly realised that they didn't actually change that tyre after all. But that's a real shame, because after such problems yesterday in qualifying, that car ran so well in the early part of this race, and we saw it actually lead a lap, didn't we? 1 lap, and it actually crossed the line in the pits, but it still has that accolade and box ticked. And so really credit to Porsche Laurent Racing, who is just a group of French businessmen, and who obviously love their racing. Jean-Francois, I think, is also part of that team as well, who is, I think, officially French. Jean-Francois Demorge, rather than the other Jean-Francois we normally see in this paddock. Chris, you've got your mic open, and what are you seeing?
Well, as you saw, is that they didn't wait in the pit lane. They drove straight into the garage. Front right is off, and that was the wheel. Now they're deep into the body of this car, trying to remove things, get to something a little bit further back. There's no one to really find out what's going on, but they are desperately grimacing and using all the tools, pulling, pushing, knocking, trying to work out what is possible with this car. And the problem is the drivers have all disappeared out the back, so there's not even someone I can doorstop just to find out. But it's safe to say that the contact there has caused more of an issue than they were hoping. They certainly had a look at it, as you called, Ben, that when they came in, they were wobbling the wheel, trying to work out if it was okay, but clearly the driver that took it out said, not a chance, something's not right with that. And
the interesting thing is they are working deep in the wheel arch.
Very deep, isn't it?
They're not working on the hub or the brakes. They're looking more at perhaps a bush suspension fixing to the chassis that is, right in that back of that wheel arch. So keep an eye on what's going on. Let us know what you see when you've got a clearer picture of things.
Just one thing to pick up on slightly what Chris said. He said they drove it straight into the garage. Not quite, they pushed it into the garage.
You're not allowed to drive
it. And the reason that I say that is because you're not allowed to drive it into the garage. So just for anybody who was listening, it was pushed into the garage according to what the regulations say. It wasn't driven into the garage. Just another of those little pit rules that you do have to keep on top of.
Yeah, you don't want rogue pit reporters telling stories on you, do you?
Exactly so. Jonas Gelzinius is back at the wheel of the Jutta Racing Audi, having taken it over from Julius Adamovicius.
Yeah, so the two of them are still at it, rotating, aren't they?
Exactly so, and we've yet to see the third driver, Elmantas Navikauskas. It means we can practice saying his name overnight, and it won't matter too much. He's just on the fastest lap for that car, though, has Jonas. 142.533, not the fastest lap of the race, but the fastest lap for that car. And yes, so he's going very well. Joe Foster continues at the wheel of the CP Racing Mercedes, as does Johannes Kirchhoff at the wheel of the car collection car. Those two both having done a double stint, both of them having got into the car before the Code 60, come in during the Code 60, and then gone out and are racking up the miles now. Joe Foster and Kirchhoff probably coming in about together, or will Kirchhoff come in first? No, I think Kirchhoff will come in first because CP got very good fuel consumption from Charlie Putman, and that enabled them to come in a bit later. So it will be Kirchhoff in first, and then Joe Foster of the two leaders. In fact, here he is now into the pit lane, the number 34 car. Already in the pits and down to the the fuel area. Yes, thank you, Chris. He's been and gone. So
34 came in before, right?
Yeah. Yes, exactly so. We've got Sven Herberger at the wheel of the Phoenix Racing Audi, and he going very well indeed in third place. Then it's Gelzinnis in the Jutta Audi. Then Ivo Broikers still at the wheel. How long has Ivo been in that car? 48 laps, which is as long as Rick went earlier on. So Rick did a 48-lap stint. Ivo is now on his 49th lap, but surely due a pit stop fairly soon. They'll know what the fuel consumption is on that car and make sure that they get it as far as possible to where they want. But then the problem is for them to decide whether to make another stop just before the end to top it up with fuel, or to try and keep the position they've got now. I'm not going to tell them what to do. They're going to have to work that one out for themselves. So Red Camel then with decisions to make. The 903 Red Ant car is second in the 992 class, but no longer is the 904 third, because up into third in the 992 class has come Gijs Bessem with the 928. So a bit of a surprise there for the NKPP car. Nothing against them, but Gijs Bessem, Harry Hilders, both amateurs, just the two of them driving it, and the NKPP car then up into third place at the moment. They're going to be working out how they can keep that car in its position before the end of the race.
Less than 1 hour remaining of this first part of the 12 hours of Hockenheim, the third running of our 24H series here at Hockenheim, the second running of the 12 hours. And we have a fascinating shakeout of strategy to sort ourselves out over the next hour, as we still owed a couple of pit stops in this round of pit stops, and then it is a question of what do you do to set yourself up for the second half of our action tomorrow. Myself, Ben Colson-Juris, Paul Truswell in the commentary box. We've got Chris Dawes down in pit lane, and Peter Snowden having a chill, I imagine, because he did his sterling work, and we'll hear a lot more of Peter tomorrow during the 6-hour race as well. We also have coverage on radio of the BMW M2 CS Racing Cup Benelux tomorrow morning, and you can tune in to the Supercar Challenge YouTube channel, where you'll hear us talk about their second race tomorrow morning. We have beautiful skies. We've got beautiful skies all weekend, and therefore it is, in theory, plain sailing out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Leader in the pits. Joe Foster then brings the CP Racing car into the pits, and that will be for a driver change, and I'm guessing Charles Espenlaub will be getting back into the CP Racing Mercedes. We've also had a change for second place, because Sven Herberger has moved up into second place, and now the pit stop for the car collection car has shuffled out, so the number 34 has dropped back, and he is still on the lead lap. Yes, of course, with the leader in the pits, then he'll be on the lead lap. So mission accomplished as far as Max Edelhoff is concerned, and he has taken the car over from Johannes Kirchhoff, as indeed he had to do, because otherwise Johannes would have run out of drive time before the end of the race. So Johannes actually did a very long stint there of some 63 laps altogether, very nearly 2 hours, not quite, but getting on for a 2-hour stint. So good work from the good doctor.
Quite impressive that they are asking our more gentleman drivers to be driving 2-hour stints in this kind of condition, because it's a physical track. You're working quite hard for most of the lap. Yes, there is 2 big breathing spaces really, but in the heat that we've had during the day, 2-hour stints, that's a lot of work, that's big. And we've heard from some of the guys, even the younger guys down in the pit lane, how much hard work, how tired they are. And yet drivers are still being asked to do those double stints. There's Red Camel come into the pits. And Chris, what have you got?
Yeah, just while you were talking about how hard they found it, ironically, one of the guys just walked out with one of those fabulous gizmos that you point at the circuit and it tells you the temperature. The tarmac here in the pit lane, bearing in mind that's not them out on circuit taking it at speed, 36.1 in the pit lane on the tarmac. So it's no wonder that the tyres have been screaming foul play.
Yeah, and that's the tarmac in pits.
Exactly.
Which is not necessarily the same as the tarmac on the track, which is not necessarily the tarmac on the track that's got lots of rubber on it.
And not being lent on as much.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like a pretty good service for Red Camel at the top end of pit lane.
Yeah, they ripped off a rip-off. I see why they call it that now. They ripped one off the windscreen. They've been doing a lot of cleaning, but this time they gone, no, just take it off. This is it. We're going for it. Rip it off, get everything sorted, get us back out on the circuit ASAP.
And Rick Royker's back at the wheel of the car. Ivo, having done a good stint himself there, not quite 2 hours, but certainly an hour and a half. Johannes Kirchhoff I was talking about, and I've just done the arithmetic for his last stint, which was an hour and 55 minutes. Bearing in mind just what you were saying, Ben, the 2-hour driving limit, Johannes Kirchhoff, an hour and 55 minutes behind the wheel.
Amazing.
Let's have a look at Red Camel while we're there, because I don't know if Chris will get an opportunity to talk to Ivo.
Yeah, it would be worth trying to go and have a chat with Ivo.
Ivo will certainly talk to you. An hour and 37 minutes Ivo was at the wheel for.
Keith Besham in pit lane serving his time penalty, and that's just a quick 10-seconder, so gets that cleared out the way. Did we say that 124 has another penalty to serve? I'm sure we've seen them, or yes, they've already got. They already served 30 seconds. They've now got themselves another 10 seconds. They are really doing it wrong, aren't they?
This is Vimmerberg, who I think this is their first time in Creventic this year.
Yes.
And it may well be that they've forgotten all the rules that you have to keep to. So I said to you yesterday, wasn't I, that it's not the first time they've done a Creventic race, but it's the first one they've done this year. And yeah, maybe they've not got anybody on the team who remembers all the rules you've got to keep to.
Yeah, won the Spa 500 back in 2019. I was corrected by the media team.
Okay, excellent. That being a race just for the TCR cars.
Yes, it was, wasn't it?
Hence they were able to get the outright win, not just the TC division win. So counting down the minutes, well into the last hour now, and about 7 minutes into the last hour already. We've had 5 hours and 11 minutes of this 12-hour race. The race split not 6 plus 6, but 6 hours and 5 minutes today, and 5 hours 55 minutes tomorrow. They do like to keep things simple, but not always possible. Max Edelhoff at the wheel of the car collection car is at the moment a lap behind. So CP Racing, having had their pit stop, and although Max is on the same lap as the CP Racing Mercedes, he's not on the same lap as the two Audis. So he is, the car collection team, are relying on pit stops from Phoenix Racing and Utah Racing ahead of him in order that they are going to be able to start on the lead lap, which was their objective.
Now we're into the under the hour mark. If Phoenix and Utah only do one more stop, they effectively can force CP and car collection off the lead lap.
Well, yes, they can, but then they're going to start tomorrow's race with a car and no fuel.
Right.
And then tomorrow's race, we'll see the first thing that will happen effectively is that Phoenix and Utah will come into the pits, have to refuel, and then, of course, car collection will get their lap back.
Won't we also see in your probability of code 60 statistics that there's more likelihood of that because the cars are bunched up?
Absolutely right. And without going into too much detail of what happened at Spa, Red Camel at Spa got a bit greedy and tried to get a 2-lap advantage at the end of part 1, but in so doing ended up without enough fuel in the car to get them to the start of part 2, unfortunately. But it was exactly that kind of aggressive thinking, and this is where it depends what sort of a team you are, whether you want to try and win by as much as possible or try and put the pressure on if you're behind, and just to work on the psychology of the race. You know, if you're starting a race with a 2-lap disadvantage, you know, that's got to affect you mentally. Okay, so you know the guy in front's going to have to make a pit stop at the beginning of the race, but you're still kind of starting the race on the back foot. So, you know, there is these psychological mind games that you can play, and that has its part to play as well. And you're absolutely right. Phoenix and Utah, actually, Phoenix can't get to the end without a refuel of some point. Utah could get to the end,
but they'll be pretty empty
without refueling. But they'll be pretty empty and have to stop at the beginning of part 2.
But as far as I read it, and I might be reading this wrong, at the moment Herberger and Gelzinis, so Phoenix and Utah, are a lap ahead of Putman and Edelhoff.
They're a lap ahead of Edelhoff, not
okay.
A lap ahead of Putman.
And that is why we've seen Edelhoff put in the fastest lap of the race so far.
Yes.
And he's going at it again. So Edelhoff, we just round on board with him just briefly. He's trying to get himself back onto the lead lap, isn't he? That's what he's doing, trying to chase down Sven Herberger, knowing that, I think, all of those cars need to pit again. So that is effectively where we're at, although some may be able to take slightly less fuel than others. But let's just confirm that that is the case with Edelhoff. We'll wait to see which car comes to us at the start line first. Is it the 18 Herberger or is it Edelhoff? And actually, it is the 34. So he isn't a lap down. Yes, he is a lap down.
Yes, he is, because he's just completed 160 laps, whereas Herberger, when he comes round next time, he's going to be completing 162 laps. Edelhoff is 45 seconds behind Charlie Putman in the CP Racing Mercedes, and he's 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes behind the Utah Racing Audi, and as a lap is 1 minute and 48 seconds, that means he's a lap behind the Utah Audi. But as I say, the Phoenix car has to make a pit stop before the end, so Sven Herberger has to make a stop because the car simply doesn't have enough fuel to get to the flag otherwise. Utah does have enough fuel, but how can I put it? It would be wise if they stopped and put some fuel in to set them in a good position, because they don't need to do anything else, you see, because even if they fall half a lap behind whilst they're refueling, it will all come back to them once they get to part 2 on the grid.
Interestingly, coming over our line, a decreasing gap between Sven Herberger and Jonas Gelzinis, 7.6 seconds, and both of them are chasing down on track Charles Putman because he's now 1 minute 32 back from the lead. The lap is a 1:45, so actually, in theory, they're about 12 seconds behind Herberger. So, behind Putman. So we might actually see CP Racing dropping a lap down as well. It's going to be very tight for them, but they're going to have to play some strategy there as we watch in pit lane BBR having their final service, taking quite a long time to sort it out, but of course they've got 5 wheel bolts to do on each wheel. Off they go. They're a leader in TCE and by a healthy margin. In fact, by the looks of things, 3 laps was the difference between themselves and the 1-2-0 of Lestrip Racing before that pit stop. Now, all right, they're on slightly different strategies and it's going to be less than 3 laps, but I think they'll still retain the lead.
Yes, they will, no question about that at all, because you're absolutely right, 3 laps is their margin, relying a little bit more than just luck, as we heard them saying in the interview with Chris a little while ago.
Talking of Chris, should we go down and speak to him?
Especially if he's got something useful to say, yes.
Maybe.
Oh, I wouldn't guarantee that, Paul.
Oh, come on, Chris.
And you scared me then, Ben, when you said talking about Chris. I'm worried if you're talking about me. But it was just really catching up with what you were saying about the leading TCR car on TCE car. They just took it so steady. They just came in, didn't even wallop the markers. They came in, out sauntered the driver, in got the other one. They gently changed the tyres. And it's amazing what you can do once you build up that level of a margin. Just take it steady, don't take any risks, don't do anything stupid. And they can carry that into tomorrow. And you heard in the interview earlier that was always their plan. Let's get a margin as quick as we possibly can, and then we get to be in control of it here on in.
Exactly right. And I mean, you're down there in the pit garage. Actually, we've got a car with a problem, and it's the Jutta car. No, it's not. It's the Red Ant car with a problem, Ben.
Yeah, 9:03, been out on circuit for 50 minutes, and it has a rear left puncture. No, Yannick Redin has been... Really, 50 minutes? Am I reading that wrong? I thought we saw them quite recently, but they're coming to the pit lane, Chris, so be prepared. Rear left puncture by the looks of things, but that would be a surprise that it had a puncture after just 50 minutes, so it's picked up something on circuit.
Yeah, it's 26 laps for Yannick.
Wow, time flies.
And so possibly a tyre pressure problem. The car in pit lane at the moment and heading down towards Chris Dawes. Red Ant is at the very end of the pit lane, but Chris moves fast.
I wouldn't guarantee that. Wow, yeah, the left rear, he's only just managing to keep it on the rim as he comes down there, the smoke billowing off it. And frankly, I had to make sure I was staying out of the way because he got out of the fast lane as quick as he could. Obviously, they are changing all of the tyres and they aren't hanging about. They're doing a very quick job. No driver change, so they're staying in there. But he's done a great job. There's no damage to the bodywork that I can see, despite the rubber that was flailing around. He has taken the chance to jump in for some fuel as well, though.
Might as well.
Might as well. It did look like it was just the rear left that was changed,
Correct.
though, yeah.
No, sorry, no. They definitely changed the rears, and I think they changed the fronts as well.
No, left front was definitely not changed from the pictures that we saw.
Then it was both back tyres then.
Interesting, okay.
So a bit of a scare there for Red Ant, and of course an extra pit stop. That was the leader of the 2 Red Ant cars anyway, although having made the stop, I think by the time they've got back out after refueling, then Sam de Jong in the other Red Ant car could well have taken second place, but the pair of those, having that little battle between the 2 of them, only plays into the hands of Red Camel, who will extend their margin still further.
And Red Camel were a lap ahead anyway, right? They weren't on the same lap, were they?
No, they were already a lap ahead.
Yeah.
And they're now looking at being 2 laps ahead.
Without needing to take any silly risks.
I'm not even going to start that conversation.
But Yannick is going to fall behind Sam de Jong, I think. So there's going to be a change in leading Red Ant.
Yes. So remember, Sam de Jong led earlier on at the beginning of the race for Red Ant. And something else has happened. Yes, Ben?
Out my window, I just noticed that CP Racing now have and are going to be passed by Sven Herberger. So they're going to lose that lap. which is a bit of a disaster for them. Out the window, I can see he hasn't actually, yes, he has got past into turn 2. So unfortunately, CP Racing fall a lap behind with just 42 minutes remaining. Can they do something in the pit stops to reverse that situation?
Well, exactly so, because the Phoenix car, remember, is the one that has to pit. They don't have the option to stay out.
Right.
The Phoenix car has to pit before the end because it's going to run out of fuel if it doesn't. The Utah car could stay out, but to my way of thinking, it would be wise for them to come in and refuel. When they both have come in and refueled, then most definitely 85 and 34, the CP Racing car and the car collection Audi will both be on the lead lap as well, so all 4 of them will be on the lead lap. However, Phoenix will have a lot of fuel on board their car, and Utah will have a lot of fuel upon their car. So the situation will be 1, 2, 3, 4 in the order that it is at the moment, but they're all on the same lap, but with the 2 leaders with better cars, I'll put it that way, better conditioned cars for the restart part 2.
And they're both also being caught by the Utah Racing Audi. 6.2 is the gap now between Herberger and Gelzinis.
Yes, I mean, that's a gap that I've been monitoring. Generally, Herberger is quicker than Gelzinis, but not on every lap. But there's kind of nothing to play for there.
No, exactly. There's no need, is there?
They're going to be starting first and second on the front row. And almost, you might say, even if the Utah car would take the lead, all they'll be doing is swapping positions on the front row of the grid, which is why it's worth Utah coming in and putting more fuel into the car, because they've got absolutely nothing to lose by doing so.
And they've got a big gap behind them to fall into, effectively.
Precisely. So
as long as they don't lose a lap, that's all good.
Exactly, yeah. And they can get a full tank of fuel without losing a lap. What they're thinking is, just in case we get a code 60 before, you know, in this last 20 minutes, or last 40 minutes rather, if we do get a code 60 in this last 40 minutes, we'd be kicking ourselves if we came in a little bit earlier. So, you know, you've got to take the chances as to what might happen between now and the end of the race. Because if you do come in now and get the full tank of fuel, and then you get a code 60, then the people who have stayed out will be going, ha, 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 we can come in and get our fuel without losing as much time. And that's where you could end up losing the lap. We'll have to see what happens. As I say, 40 minutes now of part 1 still to go. Pit stops in the last 10 minutes not allowed, unless it's an emergency service for a puncture or some other justifiable reason, and you will have to justify it. But let's hope that situation doesn't occur. The retirements from the first part thus far, still just the 2 of them, the 116 Wolf Racing car, the Audi RS3, which is confirmed as a retirement. The 205 being the other one that's not playing any part, Beluga Racing's Porsche 718 Cayman, and they, I'll say they're not playing any part at the moment, but they should be out for part 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, that was the intention, wasn't it, when we last spoke to them?
Is what we understand, even though they will have taken a 10-lap penalty by the time we get to that situation. But when you are, how many laps are they behind, actually? They're 113, no, that can't be right. They've covered 58 laps, and the leader has covered
167.
167. I have to scroll up and down. So it is over 100 laps, yes. The screen doesn't actually deal with gaps of more than 100
as long as you
laps.
take the checker flag, you score points, don't you, here? There's no like, percentage.
Don't even have to take the checker flag.
Oh, really?
You have to finish within 60 or 70% in order to be classified.
Okay.
But you don't have to be running at the finish.
Okay. So you can park the car a couple of hours before the end.
And in terms of point scoring, I'll have to check this, and I'm just doing that now, but I think you have to finish within 70% of the class leader in your class.
Now, you know how he said there was not much point in a change of position between our front
To the
two?
lead. They're having a battle. Go on,
They're
tell
still,
me.
yeah, Jutta still pushing on it. The gap was now 3.2 seconds. They're going to lose a little bit of time on this lap, I think, Gelzinis, because he has to get past Charlie Putman, who is becoming a little bit of a hindrance for him as they come across the line right now. The gap's gone out to 3.7 seconds, and he hasn't yet cleared him. He should be able to clear him going into turn 2, I imagine. Yeah, there's no way Gelzinis is letting Herberger get away with this, and we would expect to see a pit stop from Herberger. Well, I suppose any point, isn't it?
Any point between now and 10 minutes to go, exactly.
But crucially, the CP Racing machine probably doesn't need to pit, although they might be quite light on fuel tomorrow morning.
That's right. I mean,
now we have a car in the gravel. Oh, and they've done very well there. Bravo, that man. Got himself out of the gravel trap. That's Konstantin Keltzer. I think that was the same driver that we had issues with earlier on in the GT4 Mercedes.
Yeah.
But spinning around get himself in the gravel trap in the penultimate turn, but has extracted himself and is back out on circuit. Good effort.
Yeah, so just a brief yellow flag there, and we were able to continue at turn 16. Yes, we were considering what the options might be for CP Racing. I suspect what they're going to do is to see what Phoenix does, see how much fuel Phoenix takes on board. I mean, they'll be working out roughly what the likelihood is, and the likelihood is Phoenix will take on a full tank. And then CP Racing may come in for a splash of fuel, not because they need the splash of fuel now, but because they will then be better placed tomorrow to go further on the first stint. But what Ben... Sorry, say that again, Chris.
Let's go down to Chris and find out exactly what he's been sniffing out regarding CP.
Well, it was really throwing something up to our statistician up there, Paul Truswell, in the fact that when that car was half in the gravel, I was in the CP Racing garage, and then when it got going again and there was no code 60, there was a mini celebration by the whole crew in the CP Mercedes garage. And it's like, right, what's that likely to mean? That they're relieved that there isn't going to be any kind of slowdown and neutralising of the field?
Yes, exactly. I mean, that they don't want there to be a neutralisation because they do have an advantage at the moment. And the trouble is that the guy who's running the strategy has to assume that we're going to stay green. Because as soon as it goes code 60, you don't know how long it's going to stay code 64. You can then save fuel under code 60. In any case, CP Racing especially can't get much fuel into that car because it's not long been in for its normal pit stop. So they would probably only get about 20 litres in the car at most. So, you know, it's not as much of an advantage for them to put fuel in under code 60 because they'll only get 20 litres. Whereas for Phoenix, they can get, not quite a full tank, but they can certainly get the 55 litres that they're entitled to into the car if we have a code 60 now. So it would be very much in CP's interest for it to stay green from now until the end of part 1. Currently, we have only 2 cars on the lead lap, but we do expect a pit stop from Phoenix Racing before the end, and I'm not quite sure how to express it, but we expect, but with not such a high degree of possibility, the pit stop from the Jutta Racing team as well. Max Edelhoff going well in the car collection Audi. Just looking at that, he's 15 seconds behind Charles Putman at the moment. So quite sure if we said that, but Charlie Putman got back into the car after Joe Foster. On the tricycle of events, Charles Espenlaub would have got back in, but remember, Charles Espenlaub started the car, handed it over to Charlie Putman. Joe Foster took over as third driver, but now he's gone back to Charlie Putman. And so he isn't as quick as the other two, and he's being caught by Max Edelhoff.
Yeah, Edelhoff has been putting in an absolutely stunning stint, hasn't he? We were expecting that he was closing in, but can he actually close in enough to pass Putman? And moreover, does that then allow him to get back onto the lead lap? That will be very, very interesting to see. He has half an hour to do it. He's got half an hour in terms of drive time easily. That will leave him with a pretty empty car come the flag, but if it does mean staying on the lead lap, then maybe that is the solution. Here is the battle for the lead of the race. Johannes Gesines looking to try and pass Sven Herberger, dives down the inside of our leading TCR machine. The BBR Thailand team is 1 to 2 laps ahead, I think 2 laps ahead of their nearest, 1 lap ahead of their nearest rival, the 120 with Holmgarden third, the 102. They've cleared those TCR cars, but they do have quite a gaggle of cars to get through. Sven Herberger's next car to try and pass will be a fast-moving Red Camels Rick Breukers, and so Rick's not going to be that much slower than these two Audis, which will make it actually harder for them to pass, and also easier to lose time with. Trying to nurse the car to the apex in the evening sun with Sven Herberger. You can see the elbows out, trying to encourage that front end into the Mercedes-Benz arena. Now, the gap last time was 0.8 of a second between the two of them. Last lap, Gelsina was half a second faster, and again, it is closing. They're not going to catch that Red Camels Porsche quite yet. Herberger goes deep into the sash curve as well. Didn't get the car slowed down, didn't get the front end bit. He's been in this car for an hour. The tyres have been on the car since an hour. He must be running low on fuel as well as running low on concentration and energy at the end of the race, because this is not also his first stint. He's had a couple of hours in that car already, and they continue to chase each other down. Fascinating stuff with half an hour remaining, 5 and a half hours of racing gone. They're not on the same strategy, because Gelsines has only pitted 36 minutes ago, so 25 minutes later than Herberger, but ultimately they probably all still need a pit stop to be in a good position tomorrow.
Yes, it's only going to be a matter of time, as I said, before we get the Phoenix car in. I don't know, if I was strategizing for Jutta, what would I suggest? I think what I might do is say to Gelsines, stay behind the Phoenix car. When he comes in, we'll come in.
Yeah,
we'll take the same amount of fuel as he takes on, so just mirror whatever he does. If he changes tyres, we change tyres. If he puts in a short amount of fuel, we'll put in the short amount of fuel as well. So just do exactly what he does, and then they'll be able to resume competition on tomorrow morning with, as I say, similarly cars at the same level of fuel, the same newness of tyres. And when they do that, and as I say, the Phoenix car can't get to the end on its fuel that it's got at the moment, so he's going to have to stop at some point. And when that happens, it will allow Putman and Edelhoff in the Mercedes and the Audi, the CP racing car and the car collection car, back onto the lead lap as well. So we'll have 4 cars then on the lead lap after 6 hours and 5 minutes of racing, which this is close stuff.
GT4 Mercedes in the way for Herberger and holding up Gelsines. At turn 1, Gelsines gets caught out there and would have lost easily a second. That's a real shame for the Lithuanian, because he just caught him at the wrong point and found himself having to follow through turn 1, whereas Sven Herberger had got through and has clear track ahead of him to get down. But every single exit of every single corner, he's laying down 11s. That car is not happy. It does not have the grip both in the front end or the rear end, and I'm sure any moment now he'll want to come into the pits. He'll want to come into the pits if he could now, but of course the later he leaves it, the better those tyres will be for tomorrow.
Exactly so. Did you say laying down the lemons?
11s.
Oh, 11s, right, got it. So I thought you said you was laying down the lemons. Right, okay, thank you for clearing that up.
I don't know what lemons have to do with things.
No, exactly so. Anyway, right, okay, so yeah, it is, as I say, in terms of fuel, he can go another 7 laps, I reckon.
Okay.
He hasn't had any code 60s on this stint, so that will reduce it a little bit.
But that would be an hour and 20.
Another 5 laps then. So what's he done at the moment?
He's done an hour and 5 already.
Yeah, so another 5 laps will be an hour and 15.
Okay.
As I say, the car doesn't have enough fuel, so he has to come in at some point. But as you say, he might as well use all the fuel that they've got in the car at the moment, fill it up to the end, fill it up to the top, because the race is going to finish at 6 hours and 5 minutes, no matter what. So, you know, he's going to be on the lead lap, so he might as well get it as full as he can and leave it, as you just said, as late as he can, in order that the tyres for the part 2 are as new as possible and has done as least possible laps.
I think my concern at Phoenix right now would be that the handling of that car, because it really is getting loads of oversteer in places that you don't really want it, and he's now caught up with the Red Camels Porsche, finds himself compromised. Look at the gap, how it's come down once more. It went out to about 2 or 3 seconds. It's back down to less than a second now. They still haven't managed to clear Rick Breukers, because Breukers is obviously slippery and fast in the Parabolica and therefore is in the way, but Breukers a lot slower in the hairpin. Will he try and get out of the way? No, Breukers takes the hairpin, takes the race line. That does compromise Herberger, and Johannes Gelsinis sniffs an opportunity. They're not quite there, but can see that that car isn't happy, and that Sven have another massive slide into the Mercedes-Benz arena. Proper, full-on, allowing the ABS to kick in. The car is stepping out all over the place. I don't see any action down in the pit garages to suggest they're going to come out anytime soon, but I would be holding on to my hat with the way that that car is being thrown about, and the way that the car is throwing Herberger about.
Just let me look at the lap times. For Herberger on the last lap was a 1:44.4. For Gelsinis on the last lap was a 1:44.6. For Rick Breukers on the last lap was a 1:45.0. So you're absolutely right. Breukers is holding his own out there. He's only lapping 0.6 of a second slower. So, you know, they're going to get past him on this lap, surely. But the danger is going to be is whether Gelsinis is happy to stay in second place or whether he's going to get ahead.
And I guess the key thing also is that Breukers is, although he's in the 992 category, he's still part of the GT category overall, and therefore is still affected by the lappery of this particular vehicle.
No, it doesn't actually count that way, because it will anybody who finishes behind Breukers, or sorry, ahead of the leaders but behind Breukers, will get that lap credited to them. So if he stays where he is, then it doesn't actually improve his position over the other cars.
Okay.
In terms of the classes, they give what they call restart laps, and effectively that gives the credit to the other people in 992 who would have been disadvantaged otherwise.
Breukers being passed by one of the Audis, but Gelsinis doesn't get past, and that will create a separation between the two, a bit of breathing space for Sven Herberger. With 24 minutes remaining of this particular stint of the race, we are expecting to see this car into the pits any moment now, but there's no movement down there. Everyone's just watching the screen, watching to see what's happening, amazed at the action that we're seeing after 5.5 hours of running. And let's not forget that we've also got another battle brewing between Max Edelhoff in the 34 and Charles Putman in the 85 for third position, so that could also be changing. And now Breukers allows the Jutta Racing Audi to get through. So it is as it was then, with no cars between our front two, and Rick Breukers finally allowing them past. But Breukers can be faster in certain points, so he'll be quite happy to sit there and watch these two get away through the corners, but he can close on them on the straights.
He can indeed, with a yellow flag down at turn 1. And I don't quite see the reason for that from here. I think it's behind the pit building and can't quite see what has happened there.
It does look like there's a bit of smoke in the paddock, doesn't there? I don't know whether that's coming from the track or not. Yellow flag's now being cleared, I think.
So whoever it was has got going again.
On board with the 34, Max Edelhoff been stunning in this stint, getting the lap time after lap time in. Looks to the inside of Charlie Parkman and gets it done. Charles Parkman down to 4th position, Edelhoff up to 3rd, and now can he set about getting himself unlapped? That would be quite remarkable, wouldn't it? Such a performance from Edelhoff. He was stunning in the first stint of our race, where this car led the race, and he's been stunning at the end of this first chunk of action here at Hockenheim.
I think it might have been car number 910, Pablo Bueguera, who had a moment at turn 1 there, because the sector time for Pablo, 51 seconds.
Oh, yes.
For the E2P racing car, number 910.
In fact, there it is in shot. And getting right in the way of Max Edelhoff. Oh, that was really close. Edelhoff was lucky not to find the rear end and gearbox of that Porsche.
That was close, yes, but nicely missed it. So Edelhoff Putman at the moment still, although they've changed places, they're still a lap behind.
Yeah.
And still we wait 2 laps, I reckon, now before we get Herberger.
But they're all in the arena section of the track. So Edelhoff is closing down on our battle for the lead. He is doing a faster lap time. Last lap it was 2 seconds faster. And the more that those front two squabble, the more that Max is going to have the opportunity to do this on circuit.
Yes, given that, good point. And of course, what they both want to do as well, as you just alluded to, is to not have too little fuel for part 2, or for the start of part 2, because by the time they get to the end of part 1, the way things stand at the moment, Max Edelhoff will have done about between 30 and 35 laps on that set of tyres, which is very nearly a stintful. In terms of fuel, it's not quite so much, but in terms of the tyres, it is getting on towards half of what he would normally want to do on them. So look out for... Of course, the problem then overnight is, of course, you've got lost all of the core temperature in the tyre, and you're going to have to then warm them up again.
Which is harder to do when you've got really worn tyres, isn't it? You need the rubber to move around to create that temperature.
Although, having said that, the race tomorrow doesn't start until 2 o'clock, so it's not like it's going to be first thing in the morning when it's going to be a cold start.
Back into the stadium's arena at the end of the lap here, a battle for the head of the field. Just 0.7 of a second it is, and Chris Dawes is down in the pit lane.
Yeah, and I'm at the best place. I've got an absolute grandstand seat down here at the Phoenix Racing Garage, and it's just, I can feel the tension down here. They're glued to it, trying desperately to stay cool, calm, and collected. But the tyres have been sort of ready. They're making sure they're at the right temperature. They're making sure that the air canisters are right to be able to remove those tyres, that everything is working, so the mechanics are getting limbered up. But the 2 drivers couldn't tell you which one it's going to be yet, because Pierre Caffer and Elia Earhart are both sat there in their race overalls, but with caps on and their overalls round their waist. I can tell you that it's definitely one of those, because Michael Doppelmayer's glued to the screen, loving watching the car go brilliantly. So I couldn't tell you, as you can see on the screens for those who are watching the feed, the drivers are just sat there, really cool, not giving us any clue. It's only the mechanics that are starting to get me excited.
It doesn't need to have a driver change. Wouldn't have thought we'll see a driver change from Sven Herberger. No point in having a guy jump in for the last 15 minutes, and he's still got 45 minutes up his sleeve before his 2-hour stint was up. Gelsin has got very close just then, but then seeming in the middle sector of the lap to back out of it just a little bit, but we do have more traffic for Herberger to contend with. This is the Ligier, and catches the Ligier at the wrong moment. Look further back, yes, momentum, surely momentum for the Jutta Racing Audi. I switched my attention to the stadium outside my window. Has there been a change? Not quite. Jutta Racing offline, in fact, going through the first part of the stadium section. Tyres being prepared in pit lane. Is this the lap that Phoenix bring their car in? What do Jutta do in relation to it? You can hear the air jacks being wound up in the background. And just looking out the window, is it coming into the pits? Yes, he is. Phoenix Racing coming to you now, Chris. You can tell us how it's going.
Oh, goodness me, this is incredible. He's come screaming in there through the anchors last possible minute. And it's only them that are coming in. And I was about to say that there's no movements by Jutta down here. Phoenix, in they come. They've got the tyres ready. Just gently kissing the stop sign at the front. On goes the full right-hand side, both front and rear. You're absolutely right, no driver change. The left front, the left rear, the tear off of the front windscreen. Have they got a slight issue with the right rear? Not really. Starts, off they go. Fantastic stop.
Little bit of frustration from one of the mechanics on the right rear tyre. Didn't go on quite as smoothly as they would like, but this is not Formula One. You don't lose and win races with a slightly slow, sticky tyre. So now, long time obviously refueling down in the refuel area, maybe as long as 1 or 2 laps. How is that going to play out in relation to Jutta? We've got to keep an eye in pit lane to see what they're up to now. Do they do anything at all? Trustwell is so excited, he's got his stopwatch out for the remaining pit stops. We can find out how much fuel is being put into this Phoenix car as soon as it stops. And, oh, where's Vortex going? That's not the right way around the circuit. Last corner has made a little error. Whoa, nearly gets collected by one of our Audis, and that was very, very close. Sebastian Lajoux nearly getting rear-ended by the 120, which is the second TCR car of Oliver Swordstrom. Look at this.
Unbelievable how he managed to miss that Vortex, which was doing a 3-point turn in the middle of the road as Swordstrom came up behind him, and Swordstrom severely had to compromise his line there, get out of the way, and he's ending up going very wide there. The car behind him had to take avoiding action as well, although it wasn't a positional battle. Yeah, very difficult situation there for all concerned, caused as the Vortex came back onto the circuit having had its moment.
What next then for the battle? 16 minutes remaining. We've got one car, our lead car in the pits. No reaction from the other 3.
Yeah, I mean, Jutta, in my opinion, would have done well to have come in behind the Phoenix Audi there. They didn't. Maybe they're going to stay out and see how much fuel the Phoenix car takes on and then decide what they're going to do. Maybe they're going to try and stay out and pull a fast one on everybody else. But I think you know they've got the fuel to stay out if they want to. This is Gelzinis in the 71 Jutta Audi. Got the fuel to stay out if he wants to. But as we've been saying, he won't have much then to start the race with in part 2. And it does make a lot of sense for him to come in now, because he's not going to lose anything at all by coming in now and putting new tyres and refueling the car. So we'll see what happens. But what the other question then is what we do with CP Racing and Car Collection. Chris Dawes can tell us more.
Well, I'm down here with Jutta Racing because it was so exciting up at Phoenix. I wanted to see if they were going to blink as well. The answer at the moment is it does not appear to. They're glued around the screen. I can't see any tyres, but I couldn't tell you exactly where they'd keep them.
They're coming in now.
Okay.
So Jutta have reacted, and so over the line comes Car Collection 34. That'll be gaining more and more time, and that should move him actually into the lead of the race.
No, onto the lead lap.
Oh, that'll explain my confusion. They're going fuel only.
Okay, that makes sense. It means they'll be running on used tyres that will have done 45 minutes more, but that's going to give them an advantage on the track. It's going to put Jutta into the lead of the race, unnecessarily perhaps, Paul Truswell might say, but there is CP Racing, they're staying out. They probably do not need to pit, and there's a lot of traffic going on between TCR cars and 992 vehicles sorting each other out. It really has come alive, hasn't it, in the last couple of laps. And now Trusses is going to work out how much fuel has gone into not only the Phoenix car, but the Jutta car as well.
Well, the Phoenix car is filled, and they're up to full.
Okay.
What Jutta does, well, they've got no choice. They've got to fill it full. They've chosen not to put any new tyres on, so as you rightly say, they'll be starting part 2 on used tyres, whereas Phoenix will have a full tank of fuel and new tyres. And now the question is open to CP Racing and to Car Collection to decide whether to come in for a splash of fuel themselves, and whether they can do that without losing their place on the lead lap, because they've just got onto the lead lap as a result of those 2 pit stops which we've been expecting, and we just have to see whether or not they're going to try and just top up their cars before the end of this part 1. But if they do so, they're going to have to do so within the next lap or 2, because we've only got 13 minutes of the race left, and they're not allowed in the last 10 minutes.
Incredibly close between CP Racing and Phoenix Racing on track. That is for effectively second position, I think, at the moment, because Jutta Racing still in pit lane. Max Edelhoff has now come across the line, so I think he will have inherited the lead, or was he too many laps back to inherit the lead this time? Timing screen's not going to tell us. I'm going to have to try and work it out myself. But either way, battle on track between Charles Putman and Sven Herberger for third. And back ahead now goes Sven Herberger up into third, ahead of Charles Putman. In fact, putting Putman off circuit was quite an aggressive move, wasn't it? 12 minutes gone, but at least this is now a battle on track rather than a full lap down, which it was a while back.
Exactly so, and still the fuel going into the Jutta Racing Audi as we wait for him to go on his way now. They're coming up to 45 seconds away from getting the full tank full. They were both pretty much the same. As I say, the Jutta car having slightly less fuel to put in than Phoenix did, and so they'll be out within the next 20 seconds. In fact, less than that, I think. Well, let's say 20 seconds. But no more pit stops, as I say, unless they happen within the next minute, because we're down into 11 minutes and 50 seconds to go in this part. And then it's just going to be a matter of cruising it home. And you'll see some cars just literally doing that, cruising home, because you don't want to use fuel that you don't need to. If you're in a battle, don't worry about it.
Is that not a surprise that Edelhoff now comes over the line? Edelhoff takes the lead of the race. Gelzinis surely is due to come out of the pits any moment now, which therefore should put him up into second position, but we are awaiting that battle between Putman and Herberger. They are in the stadium section right now. Yes, Gelzin is out onto track, therefore ahead, because he didn't change the tyres, of the car that he's been pursuing for so long, Phoenix Racing, Sven Herberger. So Herberger is third, CP Racing fourth, and actually, Edelhoff 36 seconds ahead of Putman.
Correct.
Although he's not ahead of Putman, because Gelzinis is ahead of them, but it hasn't clicked on to our timing screens yet.
That's exactly right. So yeah. The first 4, all on the lead lap. 30 seconds separates the first 2.
Oh, wow.
And that is, as I say, it doesn't really matter now. There's nothing to be gained by any heroic driving now, because even if you do catch up with the car in front of you, all you're doing is catching up with the car in front of you so that you can start together. You might as well save fuel and drop back, as long as you don't lose too many positions, because then you'll start losing rows on the grid. But it's really just a matter of getting into some kind of formation now and trying to save fuel at this point, because if you use it up now, you're not going to have it for tomorrow afternoon. And part 2.
Slightly unfortunate issue there. Mechanic came running out to help the Vortex driver who was coming out of pit lane and has got himself stuck on the pit wall, and he gets a little shove and pushed over because he wasn't in the right gear.
And he's also now blocking the RD Racing Lamborghini.
Yeah, they got held up for a little bit, not too long.
But that's real time lost. I mean, that's absolute real time lost, and he'll never get back again. Because it's, you know, the cars spend this time in pit lane, they time how much fuel they're going to put in the car, and then he gets blocked on the exit of the pit lane. You might as well give him a 5-second penalty. Talking of penalties, the Vortex has been given a penalty, a 1-minute time penalty for rejoining the track in an unsafe manner. So that has been issued, and that will have to be taken. Actually, it could be taken now. The thing to do is take that now, rather than have to take it until tomorrow morning. But whether the Vortex will do that, actually won't be able to, because we're in the last 10 minutes.
Now, do you remember at Spa, we started to hear CP Racing. In the last stint, they went incredibly long, longer than they'd ever been in that Mercedes. And we heard them huge lifting, coasting into corners and all the rest of it. Well, they're doing the same now into turn 1, massive lift and coast into turn 1, not aggressive on the brakes. Second position, they've got over, I don't know, got about 40 seconds, haven't they, advantage over Jutta Racing, and therefore, why not save fuel?
Absolutely. Charlie Putman earlier on got incredibly good fuel consumption from the Mercedes. He was the most economical drivers of the team, of all of the 3 drivers on that team. In the earlier stint, he went very long, did a stint of 43 laps, so absolutely a reason to leave him in the car as the eco driver and get him to bring the car through to the finish. He'll finish on, well, he'll certainly finish on the lead lap. He'll finish on the front row. So we're going to have an Audi and a Mercedes potentially on the front row of the grid then, as the race enters its final phase of part 1. And when we get to the next 7 minutes and 40 seconds now is all there is to go, and then we'll be ending this portion, and then it'll be engines off as quickly as you can, please, gents, and big dash to the dinner tent.
There is a big dash to the dinner tent, that's for sure. We've got Bitburger beer this evening. Thank you very much to Bitburger for supplying their beer and music and food. And as we always have in 24H Series, a bit of a celebration on Saturday night. Obviously, drivers making sure they aren't too adventurous at the party. And the mechanics, of course, lots of work to do. But the first thing is to refuel before work is being done. Of course, the mechanics for many of these cars can't do anything because there isn't anything to do with all the cars in Parc Fermé, except for, I'm afraid, Veluga. They are going to have to be working on that car overnight to get that car ready for the boys and girls to get back onto circuit tomorrow. Am I right in saying that Car Collection are a lap ahead? They have a 1-lap advantage?
No, because CP Racing is on the same lap as they are, but you are right in saying that both Jutta and Phoenix have fallen off the lead lap.
Yeah, wow. Okay.
So, yes, by the fueling, both Jutta and Phoenix took a full tank of fuel. I didn't express any surprise, I must admit, because I just thought they would get that right. But if they would have put less than a full tank of fuel in, then they could have stayed on the same lap. As it is, they have fallen off the lead lap. Now, Edelhoff and Putman then are going to be coming in at the beginning. I mean, it's the same situation as we had before, except that the shoes are on the opposite feet, if you see what I mean. Yeah. Shoes and socks, because there's 2 of them. But they're the other way round. So Edelhoff, or I should say Car Collection and CP Racing, are both going to be looking at a pit stop within the first 20 minutes, half an hour of part 2, whereas Jutta and Phoenix are both looking at having a car that will take them for the best part of a lap, for the best part of an hour before they're going to have to stop.
What Sven Herberger needs tomorrow morning is a really good start. He'll have good tyres, so he should be able to get a good start. And if he can then clear those 3 cars ahead of him, it'll give him 1 position because he'll pass Gelzini's. But he will then get himself effectively back on the lead lap and with clear track ahead of him for the first couple of laps anyway, to really lay down some fast lap times. The problem he has is he won't be gifted back that lap until the rest of them go into the pits.
Yes, and of course what CP Racing and Car Collection will be hoping for is an early Code 60.
Yeah.
If there's going to be a Code 60, then it's likely to be early tomorrow, who knows. But they'll be hoping for an early Code 60, and so that they can get themselves back onto the fueling window without having to suffer too much under what it would be if it was a green flag pit stop.
Oh, Charles Putman is doing a massive fuel save here. He's over 10 seconds slower than he has been during the race so far. Edelhoff still pushing, still in the 43s. Gelzinis not pushing as hard as he was earlier. He's in the 44s. And Sven Herberger down to the 46s. But Herberger, for me, has got the healthiest car. He's got good tyres. He's got a full tank of fuel. Happy days for tomorrow morning, whereas Gelzinis has a full tank of fuel, but not good tyres that will have done an hour's worth of racing. Putman has a car that's done an hour's worth of racing and an hour's worth of fuel, along with Max Edelhoff, who's definitely taken chunks out of his tyres because he's been pushing so hard. It's been a great stint from Edelhoff, and a big pat on the back when he gets a chance to speak to Chris Dawes, because not only was his first stint of the day absolutely stellar, his last stint of the day has been incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. Driver of the day so far. If we had to have a driver of the day, I'd certainly put that in Sven Herberger's hands. 2 laps to go, I reckon, at the end of this one. So we're currently on lap 187, and we're looking at a race that part 1 will go to 189 laps as Charlie Putman goes past us for the 187th time. Sorry, for the 186th time, just going on to his 187th lap now. But you do definitely get the feeling, don't you, that cars generally slowing down at the moment, and slowing down to a stop, surprise, surprise, is the vortex.
He's in the gravel.
Well, yes, he's stopped.
Oh, we're gonna end this. We're going to end this very long green period with a Code 60 to finish off the day?
No, we won't, because they won't call us Code 60 for that. Is that the Sachs curve?
Sorry, Mr. Paul Trustwell. You've just been proven wrong.
They have done a Code 60.
Yes, they have.
What? Okay. I am surprised, I'll put it that way. If you had seen my surprised face, that was it. So, yes, the trouble is it's in the gravel, as you say, and it's close to the edge of the track. It's at the Sachs curve, which is the left-hander in the middle of the arena, and turn 13, turn 14, turn 13. And we have gone to Code 60. We have 2 minutes of the race still to go, and a Code 60 lap around Hockenheim takes...
a lot more.
More than 2 minutes, yes. It's written down on one of these pieces of paper, and I can't find it at the moment. How is this one? There we are. A Code 60 lap takes 4 minutes and 34 seconds. So.
Max Edelhoff is coming into the hairpin, I think. We need a slightly wider shot there, but I think that's the hairpin. Because he's not around my part of the lap, not the bits I can see. Yes, he is at the hairpin.
Yes.
Oh, he might get the checkered flag this time then.
Yes.
Because the checkered flag's being readied. He's halfway around the circuit. So I think we might see checkered flag fall at the end of this lap.
No, absolutely right, Ben.
Yeah.
I take my metaphorical hat off to you. The vortex stuck at the Sachs curve. Rescue unit we can see going to its rescue. We can't see the vortex because it's behind the pit building, but everybody going past him, and in order to rescue the car. And as Ben has just described, Max Edelhoff in the lead of the race. Car Collection Audi then will be the winner of part 1, because no places will change in this part. Of course, the thing that is good news for everybody whilst this is happening is that you save an awful lot of fuel behind a Code 60. And so you're not really wearing the car out at all. It's the 4th Code 60 of the day. We had two very early on. We had one in the middle and a tiny one at the end. But Edelhoff then making his way down the short straight between the Mercedes arena and the... What do you call this arena?
I call this the stadium section.
The stadium section, yes, that'll work. The Mercedes arena being the piece that was put in to replace the old chicane on the return from the old Ostkurve. And
interesting riding on board there with Max Edelhoff. This is a code 60, but he's not at 60 kilometers an hour. He's at about 56, 57. You can see it on the dashboard there. A little bit less clear now. Actually down to 53. So a little bit slower. You can see it flashes red when he goes above 60, but no need to be at 60. And obviously it's not governed by a limiter.
Well, he does. He must have a button to limit it with, but he thinks he can save more fuel by doing it not on the button, but by just dipping the clutch,
sitting on the limiter with the car bouncing around and using more fuel than actually it needs to.
Exactly. You might as well just tickle the throttle and then use the clutch to slow yourself down. So here he comes now out of the arena or the stadium section and into the start-finish straight to finish part one, the checkered flag being prepared in slow motion. And here he comes then to cross the line at the completion of part one. It's Max Edelhoff who takes the checkered flag. 188 laps completed for him.
The checkered flag signifies the end of a race, does it not?
Yes.
This is not the end of the race.
It is the end of part one. Part one is a race and part two is a race. And the winner's time you'll notice on the official results when they are issued that the part two of the race will be a number of hours, not a 12-hour race. So waiting for the rest of the field. The problem is, of course, the checkered flag already having waited for Max Edelhoff. There'll be a service vehicle to get them off the circuit very quickly, and then we'll have to wait for the rest of the field to come around in order not to overrun our 8 o'clock curfew.
Well, yes, interestingly, the safety car has picked them up at the end of the laps. They haven't done something like cut off after turn one. There is actually a national circuit here.
I think they do. I think they will. The security vehicle will bring them into the refueling area.
It will, but I think they have to do a full lap first.
Okay.
By the looks of what I just saw, because I was about to say there is a national circuit here where you cut off halfway between turns 1 and 2, and it runs around the back of the paddock. I don't know whether they still use it anymore, because I think it's probably part of the Porsche experience now. But that could have been a way to then hook back into the paddock around the paddock area. But I do think I saw the safety car, and I can see other cars around turn 1. So they're going to have to do a full lap. And actually, this is going to take a long time, which is not what they need with the curfew at 8 o'clock. Everyone trundling at 60 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was trying to say. But I was led to believe that there would be a shortcut that the service vehicle would lead them into.
I think the only way they could do it is in the stadium section.
Yeah.
On the way back.
They will be coming down the pit lane when they do get here, and then to the refueling area, not to refuel, but to be parked overnight. And then the only thing that you're allowed to do is to throw a cover over the car.
Oh, that's nice.
When I was working with Red Camel at Mugello, there was suddenly a dash saying, "We haven't got a cover. What should we use?" They didn't even have a cover they could throw over the car.
Bed sheets.
Yes, something like that. The rest of the field coming through now to take the checkered flag under code 60. We're still waiting for Charlie Putman to make his way. He's probably turned the engine off altogether and he's pushing it round. Baz Schouten comes across the line now in the BMW and finishes part one in 8th place overall. Ben will be running down the overall positions at the end of part one when everybody has taken the checkered flag. Rick Breukers has already taken the flag in the 909 Red Camel car, but Sam de Jong with the Red Ant car hasn't yet got to the finish line, nor has NKPP. and nor has the Ligier, nor has the GT4 Mercedes, and of course nor has the Vortex. So the Vortex will have to go back into the... Now the problem with the Vortex is, of course, it's going to go into the refueling area, the overnight intervention brake area on the back of the flatbed. So no work at all is going to be possible on that car until part 2 resumes, unless they take a 10-lap penalty.
Yeah.
Which, well, they are far enough behind.
It wouldn't harm them too much, would it? They're already 50 laps back.
They're not really, yes.
Well, this is rather confusing. Look how many safety car vehicles they've got now in front of Max Edelhoff. We've got 4. I think the marshals have actually cleared out before the field has got to them. So maybe they read the same bulletin that you had, thinking that the cars would be escorted off the track at the early part of the lap. But somehow we've got 4 safety vehicles. Here is the result then after part 1 here at Hockenheim. 6 hours and 5 minutes done of the race. And it is Car Collection that lead ahead of CP Racing. It was by something like 34 seconds. It will be nothing tomorrow morning. The front 2 will be on the lead lap. Jonas Gelzinis in 3rd position for Juta Racing alongside Phoenix Racing. They will be 1 lap down. They will start alongside each other. 1 lap further back is the best of the 992 category cars, Red Camel, and they have a single lap advantage over Red Ant. The 904 is ahead by 1 lap of 903 with Baz Schuten's BMW 6, M6, sorry, down in 8th position. Adi Sainz Lamborghini will start tomorrow in 9th spot with NKPP in 10th and then Leopard in 11th position with Plus Line Racing Team down in 12th, Javier Morcillo and Pablo Beguera in their 991, 13th and 3rd in GTX. Then those that have had issues, Porsche Laurent Racing in pit lane at the end, actually on circuit at the end of the race, but has spent a lot of time in pit lane. Issues for the Maniac GT4 car, but still moving. Vortex finished their day in the gravel trap, and they are gonna therefore have some kind of a penalty. In TCE, it is lead to BBR by a decent margin. I think they've got themselves a lap and a half, so it will end up being a lap ahead of Lestrop Racing, and then Holmgaard in 3rd position is 1 lap further back from that. Best of TCXs is the Ligier, 4th position overall, 1st in class, and then Wimmerwerk Motorsport. Plenty of penalties for them, 5th position. Lestrop with an early contact, meaning they're a bit further back in 6th. 105 had an issue with a wheel in 7th position, and Voluga will spend their night doing their gearbox so they can be out tomorrow with Wolf Power Racing, our only real retirement so far. Into the pits then comes Max Edelhoff into our Parc Ferme area, which is in the same area as the refueling zone. And it has been such a good day for himself. I have to really take my hat off to the way he drove the first part of that race and also the last part of part 1, because it really was his day to assert his authority when he shares the car with Johannes Kirchhoff, who did a great job. Didn't see too much of Elmar Grimm today. They are all AMs, so each of them don't really have regulations on which does what. We'll get Max out of the car in a few seconds, and I know that Chris Dawes is down there awaiting to speak to Max Edelhoff. How is it going to be tomorrow? That's my question. You've already had an hour's worth of action on those tyres. You don't have much fuel in the car. The 2 cars on row 2 are well sorted. Will that car be okay? That's the question. And of course, how was that stint? Especially all of the action and pursuing that he had to do of the CP Racing Mercedes. I can hear the microphone of Chris Dawes firing up into life. Can't quite see where he is right now, but Max can be dragged over to our cameraman and we can get a quick word with him before we go off air. Don't forget that we will be live from Hockenheim tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock local time with our support race categories, and then we will be back at 2 o'clock with our resumption of this 12 hours of Hockenheim. Right, I can see Chris Dawes is in position. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with Max Edelhoff before we go off air. Chris, over to you.
Thank you. We've made it to Parc Fermé. We got a camera over there. Come and stand here, Max, because we got a camera there. Obviously, sitter. We're interviewing you as leader of the race at the end of part 1, and you'd think that nothing's happened in between. That's not true, is it?
No, a lot happened. It was a long race for us till now. We were from P1 to P4 to P5 to P1. It's it was a very good race. At the end, we had a very good pace in the last lap of me. And with the refueling strategy for tomorrow, we got in the lead lap and got some other cars out of the lead lap. So that was our target, and we're happy for the day.
Yeah, I mean, you knew what you were doing. You knew that the cars in front of you were going to be pitting before the end, and you were putting in purples across the board.
Yeah, I tried everything. I don't really know what other cars were doing. I just focus on myself, but the engineers, I think, should know. Yeah, but for me, it was a very great last stint, and it was very fun to drive.
I bet that there was an absolute whoop in the car when you realised that they had pitted.
Yeah. At the end, he told me, and P1 is always nice. Tomorrow, the start, to be the leader of the start tomorrow. Yeah, great fun.
How will it be for the car? I mean, in terms of tyres, in terms of fuel, starting tomorrow?
Tyres was very good today. Maybe tomorrow it's another day, but refueling we don't tell.
No, I understand that. I mean, it's interesting. We were hearing reports that the tyres were just falling off of the cliff compared to what they were expecting because of the heat. But then there was other people that were able to double stint the tyres.
Yeah, the first stint I was also double stint the tyres, but now the last one was perfectly filled from the tyres. Maybe the weather was a little bit colder, so tomorrow hopefully the car will be the same.
I like it, and there's a real glint in your eye. You fancy your chances tomorrow?
Yeah, it was just amazing to drive today, and a lot of fun in the last turn, so that's why I'm smiling.
Listen, fantastic job, well done.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Chris Dawes. Thank you very much. There's Peter Snowden down there. They look like they've got good tans down in the paddock. Thank you very much to Paul Truswell, who will be crunching the numbers overnight to find out exactly what is going to come tomorrow. Make sure you join us at 2 o'clock local time. Here are the highlights from part 1 of the 12 hours of Hockenheim. Tomorrow morning, we have highlights and race action of our support categories in the M2 Racing CSL Cup and the Supercar Challenge. And our second part of the 12-hour Hockenheimring is at 2 o'clock local time. We'll see you from 1:50 live here. Enjoy your evening.